Hello and welcome, Overwatch fans. Zoe here, and we are getting ready for the holiday season with the Overwatch 2 FlashOps Holiday Showdown. As you can see, I'm not doing it alone. No, I am joined by my dear friends, Jack and Jake. You guys are twinning with the glasses today.
Yeah, thing one and thing two.
Yeah, fun fact though, one of them is wearing the real deal and the other one has the cheap Wish ripoff. Now guess which of those glasses are more expensive? If I had to guess.
Put your Preds in the chat.
Yeah, Preds in chat, please. This is actually really hard. They both look cheap.
They look the same. They're
They
the
both
same.
look cheap. Hey, hold on.
Wait, maybe they're both the cheap fit.
I'm just saying, one of you may or may not have wasted some money.
Wasted some money.
If both look cheap to me, then
Hey,
someone
it's not
clearly
a waste if you
overspent.
look good.
That's true. That's facts.
But no one said it looks good.
Read them and weep. Read them and weep.
Fine. Well, we'll find out later who's got the real deal. One thing I know for sure, though, is we've got some real great teams participating in the Holiday Showdown. We've got some great matches lined up for you today. And let's take a look at what it is all about. Because last month, over 480 teams, there's a lot of teams, competed across our EMEA as well as the NA Swiss brackets. And now the top 8 teams from both of those regions are actually competing this very weekend. And at the end of it all, the winners will be walking away with a cool $15,000 in their pockets. That is a really big prize pool for this FlashOps tournament. So a lot online for all of these teams participating. Obviously different rules this time around since the Overwatch League ceased to exist, right? So now we have a lot of really high caliber players spread all around it. In all the regions, so it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. Now, of course, as you can see, we are playing in a double elimination bracket. It already started yesterday, and we do have the results of the first few matches right here on your screen. No big surprises here, I say.
No, I think there's a lot of great teams though in that have been up and coming. A lot of players, especially whether it's from the World Cup, whether it's from contenders. Since the last time we've seen high-level Overwatch competition, and as you mentioned, Zoe, this is the first time. You might have seen FlashOps tourneys before, but this is the first time that there's been no roster limits, and so we're going to see some very strong teams in this tournament coming together, reforming, or maybe bringing back old favorites like X-Oblivione or XX-Oblivione.
XX-Oblivione.
XX-Oblivione. Wait, no, there's.
I can't wait for that winners finals, by the way. X-Oblivione versus the other team. That is also XX-Oblivione. The little icons are going to go crazy on the broadcast, what I'm saying.
It's going to be a good time, for sure. And we're going to make it worth your while, not just with fantastic gameplay. No, we also, of course, have some special drops that you can earn all weekend long. All you have to do is connect your Battle.net account to Twitch, you know the spiel, and you get some sweet goodies. Definitely worth it. I want it. That Ramatra looks sick.
You got to be flexing with the latest skins. You know, all the homies are going to be making fun of you if you don't have the latest skins. If you don't have the drops, like, come on, what are you doing here?
Yeah, exactly,
Jake, every time he logs into Overwatch, just messaging around. You got the latest skin, buddy, huh?
You got the latest skin?
Oh, you little broke,
You
huh?
beat me in the game? Yeah, but your skins are weak, bro. Your fashion game is not on point.
Exactly. I'm like, you're still rocking the same shoes. It's actually incredible.
Don't call me out like that.
I'm just saying.
Okay, don't look
Ever
behind.
since
I've been
I've
wearing
known
these for 2
you,
years.
you've been wearing
love these
exactly the
shoes.
same shoes.
I love these shoes.
They look very comfortable. They look worn in. They look
are
well loved.
comfortable.
Well loved. Don't even know how to transition out of that. I don't know. Shoes. Anyway, it's a hot take maybe to call them battered. But like, there's something here. There's a transition here somewhere. Anyway, we're gonna play.
Hot. They're warm.
Exactly.
Sure.
We're gonna have a little game for you because we're warming up for the games. We need to fill a little bit of time, I guess. So we're gonna play hot and cold.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the title says it all. I'm gonna make a statement, a claim, a sentence, and you guys tell me whether you're hot on it or not, or if you're cold, because 'tis the season, you know.
Yeah, perfect game, perfect rules. I didn't make it up. Let me just throw the first one out there. Bastion Sigma Ultimate Combo. How do we feel?
Hot, guys. I got a new term for this. I'm gonna let you guys. This is the forbidden combo, guys. This is the forbidden combo. It's too powerful. It's too powerful. You can drop the beat. You can put your little cute immortality field down. That's so nice. And when the triple Bastion strike hits on that guy who's flushed, goodness gracious, you are just done for. Any hero in the game, almost nothing survives it. It's beautiful. It's a work of art.
Yeah, you sound like you're not on the receiving end.
Just ice cold on that take. Ice cold. Me, Lucio player, gets lifted up into the heavens. I hit the beat, and then I hear, and I land
my 1,000 million HP, boom, instantly to 0, and my team's like, hello?
What happened?
Hello?
Where was the lamp? Skill difference, that's what I'm saying.
Well, if we lamp first, but then we also beat at the same time, and then do maths in my head, and I just can't calculate it. This is why it didn't make it.
You just do 10 things in a row, and I go, boop, 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 boop.
And
That's exactly the sound effects. Okay, second one. Are you gonna love this one? I feel like it's gonna be a hot for you. Europeans only playing Rush.
It's true.
Yes.
There is,
Hot.
out of all the regions, right, so you have APAC, Korea, right? They love dive. Europeans, they love Rush. NA,
Always have loved the Rush.
they love being bad at Overwatch.
All right.
Whoa, okay.
So,
All right.
look, at the end of the day, every region I feel like specializes in one thing. You have Cloudy at the helm in the EU region, just pioneering Rush, forcing it every single game. So if we don't see it here, I'll be very surprised. But I'm very hot on this. I love watching some Ryans just clobber each other.
We're in it for the Ryans.
And I think very much it's a comp that it brings out all this team coordination. So you're going to see these sick executes from these like well-practiced teams. I love the level of aggression you can put on with a well-synchronized rush comp. Chasing the enemy down, spawn camping them. You can play in very chaotic and insane ways. I think it's fun to watch as a player. It's just like, pushing the game to its limit. You're not just going to sit back on the high grounds like a boring poke comp.
Exactly.
You are getting in there. You are mixing it up.
Poke is
getting chaos. I like that.
All right, here's one I'm sure everyone watching at home has a lot of opinions on. Hero ban.
Guys, I've been hot on this since day one.
Okay.
I literally will claim this. I'm like the original person who's like, we should do this. It's ready. I want to see. I mean, I know it's like.
Can I make a really wild guess? You enjoy Dota, right?
I love Dota.
There you go.
Dota player.
No surprise.
But no, I think it's really fun because I think as long as you give players agency. I'm sorry to your cat, so personally I don't think that's the best way to run it, to make a cat decide. But I think if you make it a question of player agency, team agency, I don't know if the game's really ready for it, long term. But as an experiment that they talked about in that dev chat, it's exciting. I think the dev team these days. That's what I'm hot on, guys. The dev team. There is a lot of creativity, exciting stuff coming. I mean, I just think I'm so happy for the future of Overwatch. With the people at the helm, they're creative. They're open-minded. They're trying new things. It's amazing in a game like Overwatch to see that.
I am also actually hot on this point as well, because not for your reasons at all. One Trick's in ranked. Better be a little bit scared. Yeah, the hog one tricks, the mercy wrong tricks. Sewer Rats playing Junkrat, getting 3Ks in the back line. If that guy is seen in the lobby, oh dear, Aquamarine, etc. Oh dearie me. I mean, hey, it depends how they end up implementing it.
On air right now.
It depends how they implement it, but it will be quite funny,
we prefer the word specialist rather than one trick.
Specialist? Okay, buddy, okay.
Right, last one. That one, ice cold for me. Peppermint canes.
You know what? Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's fair. That's pretty fair. They're probably my least favorite American
It's kind of a miss as a candy. It's like, what are you gonna do? Just like hold the candy with your fingers and then like suck on it. You make like what it's good for? It's like a prison shank. You can like sharpen that thing down.
Wait,
yeah, you can sharpen it down.
I got in trouble at the airport due to candy canes. Yeah, I'll tell you all about it. It ended really badly. I'll tell you that. Anyway, don't know how to transition out of that. But yeah, these are our opinions, hot and cold. Of course, if you want to get involved in all of that, make sure to do so. Head on over to your social media, use the hashtag FlashOps, and let us know how you feel about all the things, and then some, that are happening today here on this very screen of yours. Now, we are getting ready for our first match of the day. So let's talk about the teams, because we're going to have to... Team Peps are very well known. Now, as our peak check, definitely a lot of well-known players in that very team. Let's actually take a look at their roster. I mean, this is just like a lot of Finland representing. Actually, fun fact, they have the most representation in the entire tournament.
Hey, the Finns go hard. Finns are gamers.
Crazy.
Yeah, there's 9 Finns, and this team is sporting 4 of them. And what a performance they had in the Overwatch World Cup.
I feel like Vestola in particular really shown to me in the World Cup, but they're going up against Team Peps. Another, like a lot of World Cup players, mostly Team France on this squad.
Yes, Team French and Naga is also here.
The Danes represent on Team Peps. I love it. I used to cast Naga like way back in 2018. Same with Bembest in Contenders. Like, it was weird casting him again. Honestly, with the SR peak check versus Team Peps, it feels a little bit Team SRP check, considering they went back and forth with Vex Oblivione, another like unbelievably stacked squad. It might be an upward tilt battle for Team Pep.
Yeah, but they do have a lot of veteran players in that team. They've been around the block. They know how to come back. So today's the day they need to perform. Let's see if they can get it done. And for all the action, we are going to send it over to our award-winning, well, at least 50% of the duo has an award. And Matt is also
Matt, do you have an award?
He's here too.
I thought you were talking about me.
Nah, it's not Matt. This is Mitch.
I forgot to slip the cash under the door. I forgot to slip the cash under the door.
I mean, I get the award for like carrying him at professional level for 6 years. That's I think really what it is from. Childcare at home, childcare right over here. And, hey, it's great to hear Jack, by the way.
We didn't get the predictions, but Jake took Houston in this one.
Oh, okay, yeah. That makes perfect sense. And he would have won every chat vote there as well. Notice that we didn't pit them against each other in the chat vote. Yeah, not much has changed, everybody. It's been a few weeks here, but we get something special, something we haven't seen in a long time. A truly open format competition to pit the very best teams from these regions against each other. We're looking at EMEA here, Matt. Already some excitement for this first game.
Yeah, and there's a lot of familiar players, I think, for people at home in this lobby, right? Sauna, Vistola, Ben Best, Naga, just to name a few.
Have you seen the coaching staff?
I mean, it's like, well, we had a huge screen over there. They can't even fit the coaches on the screen. There's so many people in the lobby. But no, I think this should be a really good game here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. As sort of I think Jack was mentioning in that hot and cold segment, we're seeing a lot of rush from a lot of our European teams, and also with Bastion being tuned down just a little bit in terms of that primary fire. It makes you probably feel like you don't have to pick Sigma in every situation. There's opportunities to play some more Brawl.
Yeah, and playing on live, it's going to be a way different experience, I think, for a lot of people, right?
Yes.
You know, patches come out
live
more frequently.
Without
right?
Malga available,
Yes,
right?
no Malga available. That would be a little bit too crazy. Not even in ranked yet. We'll wait to see him in ranked before we kind of throw him into competitive play. But Busan be the first map to kick things off here. Excited what we see from the comps.
I've got to say, SRP check, obviously a team with a lot of potential, some great names. The retirement home for coaches as well, just quietly. McGravy, Face. I mean, just to name a few, Sauna obviously also coaching this particular team, surely imparting his wisdom as one of the most aggressive Reinhardt players that we've ever seen here. We're here in the lower bracket match, so both these teams obviously are on their last legs sort of already here, having to fight their way through lowers.
Yeah, and I guess, at the start, still debatable in terms of what we see in comp, right? I know towards the end of the league season, we saw a lot of like Sigma Bastion type stuff. Now it looks like, though, potentially Team Pep's going to be playing some like Arisa double hit scan type looks, right? Baptiste, this is very poke oriented in nature, where SRP check playing a little bit faster, like not much, right? Like, you know, with the Ramatra in play, the Ramatra can like brawl a little bit, not entirely like poke at a distance.
Team Pepsi.
I love that skin that Ben Best has on as well. the duck one.
Yeah, I just realising obviously we get to see so many of these skins showcased for us here, as Jake pointed out earlier. Gala, though, has his flattened early. Ben Best with that energy javelin able to find that kill. It's going to be harder to shift for Stoll here, as Ben Best definitely needs some healing. That locks will have to be looking in his direction awful quick here. As SRP check haven't given up the point, but it's already an immortality field drawn out of them.
Yeah, it's a nice immortality field, though. You would have lost like 2 or 3 people there. You would have lost the point entirely. That at least gives you an opportunity to potentially stabilize here and fight again.
The skins, I can't get over it. It's been so long, my goodness. Good start here for Team Pep. So both these teams suffering a 5-map defeat in their previous games. What a shot there from Gala. Great stuff. Kunai finds the Dome of Naga pretty early on here. Vistola trying to look past Ben Best because Pac is obviously playing a frustrating little off angle, benefiting from the immortality field again deployed early. It's going to be FD God going down. Now Team Pep's lacking flexibility and mobility. They'll be forced away.
Right, just lots of poke damage coming in from Peps, but if you can get in position with the Ramatra and like the Mei, right, you're pretty sturdy for SRP check, right? You have the obviously the healing of the Kariko, but also the Suzu for the brief immortality, also immortality fields, right? You're in a great spot to fight in those engagements on the point in the medium range.
Nothing particularly to cleanse off here, but I think giving that window is going to be quite important. I can help, of course, with Terra Surge for just a moment, allowing you to walk out of that very quickly. Off angle here, Ant Matrix could be a scary prospect, and Natlox is looking to position that one now. As soon as Stolas throws down the shield, that'll be burnt through. Now he'll have to use the durability of Nemesis form, but Natlox needs to keep Ben Best up and standing. They're about to cycle into a sound barrier too.
Yeah, and they can't really push out of here because Ghost has an Amp Matrix on the other side. Sound Barrier from FD God will come in. Just keep everybody up, as it looks like SR Peak Check wants to invest into this.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush comes out here from Gala up on that high ground now, but sort of gets taken down. That was the main intended beneficiary, of course, of the haste from the Kiriko. Now Naga has a flank angle. Gala's forced to dash on back out towards Ghost, and here's an annihilation here from Vistola.
Yeah, they can't take him down, though. I mean, now they finally do. It's an overclock there. But you had both supports. Well, it was really like Ghost on the high ground, Gala over to the side. Like just pumping heals into Vistola. The Immortality field that allows him to get up to 64% on the point. It's Vistola now will switch over to the Sigma.
This might be crucial here as well. Naga's been holding onto this tactical visor. Being able to play from a flank angle could be devastating. Right now playing pretty closely here with FD God, so a lot of options for the Soldier 76 to post up, sort of as the fight has already begun, and play that really frustrating flank angle. Fire player we haven't discussed too much here, haven't seen any walls be very impactful. It's the kind of map that doesn't allow for it. He'll use one to disengage there, but they've already lost the Kiriko. This is going from bad to worse. Peps are going to maintain control.
Yeah, I mean, gets caught out there to the side, right? Not playing with the Sigma. Got like a Maywall, tried to maybe make a play for the backline a little bit there, maybe try and go for FD God or Naga, and not able to get either, as this is the cleanup crew here from Peps coming on in.
And that's important because that's like it's a low point in the ultimate economy for Peps. They spend so much to get the point back in general. Gala might be looking to make the switch here over to the Iliari.
There's no mobility with this like comp though, right? I mean,
Lucio now.
Yeah, so Lucio Baptiste at least gives you an opportunity to like enter in. I think the Lucio is just more of like necessity. They just need to get to the point. Yeah,
absolutely. Gala here as well, looking to try and get Sauna into a position to have some impact, but there's an Amp Matrix here. Pac might step to the backside of it. Sauna, though, is able to take that locks down first. Getting rid of the Baptiste early is massive for SR Peak Check. Now they have a Blizzard as well if they can even get to the point, but here's that aforementioned tactical visor, forcing the ice block there from Fire, who still can't escape. He goes down with Blizzard in hand. SR Peak Check do flip the point here, but it's a rough fight for them.
I mean, massive, though, getting the point flip, as now they're like one fight away as well from being in this. And I mean, if Naga falls here, I mean, he's gonna make his way back, has some supports there. It looks like they're gonna let the point maybe flip here. Yes, Vistola can't get a touch.
Benbest switching over to the Doomfist now, dives straight on in, making it hard for SR Pick Check to contest early. Wall thrown up there by Fire, interesting. It kind of blocks off SR Pick Check as they try and approach. Benbest goes down early despite the best efforts of FD God to keep him standing with that sound barrier, but it's going to be packed with an overclock. Finds the Sigma, that's a crucial start, but there's more to be done for Team Peps to land this plane, and the point is flipped back for SR Pick Check.
Dude, as Pac has that overclock to the side, and when Vistola drops, it's just Gala on the point, who was able to keep it going. Did a fantastic job dodging all of those shots. Now looks like SR Peak Check in an opportunity to take this first round.
Gravitic Flux here for Vistola. That's huge if you can get it down early. Benbest obviously playing on the safe side of the Taiko drum, trying not to get pressured out. Vistola wants to force the Doom away. He's going to be having to throw the Flux in here. The Lucio, perhaps. It's FD God held aloft here. Vistola doesn't connect the hyperspheres, and behind the pillar, FD God's able to drop to safety. He's alive still. Sound barrier, though, comes out from Gala here, and SR Peak Check have the ultimate advantage to lean into. Where the heck do you go here if you're Pac? Natlox doesn't have that mobility available anymore, and SR Peak Check sneak away with a first round win.
Oh, it's FD God almost able to live through that Flux, no sound barrier or anything. But almost able to dodge Vistola, but he cleans him up in the end. What a really back and forth. Round number one, as really interesting seeing like the Orisa-based compositions here at the start, at least from Team Peps. SR Peak Check, this is something that I think like a comp that you would like more expect teams to be playing, right? Maybe the Ramatra up for debate, like talking more about like Sigma in the mix, right? But I think the Ramatra also is a pretty reasonable choice. Peps looking like just European Rush right now.
Yeah, pure and simple. Put Benbest on his best role. It's been his best role for a long time. Obviously, FD God loves a bit of the Lucio. I like the sim here from Peps. Not much Vistola can really do about that ramping damage in the front line, so definitely something you have to respect. And you can play from behind that Rhine shield and get charged up. Also, if your TP placement is good, we saw this from the London Spitfire, right? You could really turn fights on their head.
Yeah, I think what you're going to be looking at here for SR Peak Check is like, can you use this Maywall effectively, like against like the teleporter that comes in from the sim, right? Nice boop there from FD God. knocking Sauna right into the squad. That's exactly how you want to deal with that Bastion.
He made it very hard as well for Ghost to get good healing on his frontliners. Yeah, pressure the Bastion down if you can. Vistola able to find something here, though. SRP check might be in a position now to thrive later in the fight. The TP comes down, but it doesn't send Peps into a safer position. It's a pivot mid-fight, a fight they'd already lost.
Yeah, this is going to be SRP check taking the point here, and also you put so many resources into trying to get rid of that Bastion. They do, but so many players are low at that time where the Ramatra is still really difficult to take down when you have that Baptiste in the mix, right? And also a May. So even if you even if you dedicate so much to get rid of that Bastion, it's still going to be really tough to win the fight.
Five waits out the TP there. He knows his Blizzard can be rendered useless if all of Team Pep's able to reposition away from its epicenter. Pack here wanted to set up some of this architecture now. Bit of a tickle on that high ground. It's going to be Gala taken down by Natlox. Nice shooting. It's going to have to be Benbest with an immortality field on the low ground, but it gets taken down by 5. Vistola here in Nemesis form now. Blizzard thrown out here.
Naga died, I think, actually, while he was getting it thrown out.
Cancelled midway through. No snowball here for Team Peps. That's not the kind of fight you want. Now you've lost 2 in a row, and even more so, you spent multiple ultimates here to get nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you have this sim wall, which isn't going to be as impactful as you're not really playing the Bastion anymore, right? You're playing the Sojourn and just going to like circumvent that. Oh, they actually get Sona split off. Yeah, that's huge.
Such a big wall here. Pack now looking to get charged up as he pushes on in. Vistola giving a respectful distance to Benbest. There'll be a wall up here in a moment for Pack, and that might be much more relevant now with a Sojourn in the picture. No ability to reposition on the other side of it. Sound barrier here for FD God. When you're down in ultimate economy, you want to hold this as long as you possibly can, and Gala might not be tempted to part with his barrier in this fight either, given how far ahead they are.
Yeah, there's no reason to, right? I don't think there's a specific reason you need to have to use this sound barrier at the moment. Like, you know, you're obviously just keeping this one going, keeping it contested. There's no reason to have to feel like you need to invest it. So I like the decision being able to hold on to it here. You know, now 90% up on the board there for SRP check. You can come in, use this Annihilation, use a sound barrier in combination. Maybe even you use that just to force out some ultimates on the other side. You have like 2-3 fights here potentially with a chance to win.
Benbest looking to line up a massive shatter here. Another great wall again from Naga here, splitting up the entirety of SRP check. Immortality field had to be used early there for SRP check though, and both of them are down. Here's that shadow that comes in from Benbest, and it's feast or famine with this guy. This time it's the latter. Sound barrier gets thrown down, but the Annihilation's going to chew through that overshield awfully quickly here. Vistola eventually though must succumb. On the point is Ghost having to retreat to the high ground here, but it's going to be an overclock from Sorta that might be able to turn the fight around. He's in such a powerful spot. That's 2 kills already. Sorta can now rotate to the point, and it's a brief moment in the sun for Peps, but Sorta takes the game over.
I was like, oh, they're going to use all these ultimates without even using their sound barrier. They're still holding on to it, but Son on the high ground is huge with the overclock.
Here comes Benbest, Doomfist just to touch the point. Note from the high ground. Pack is trying to have some impact if possible. Gala wants to be able to part with this sound barrier without getting picked off first, but he'll have himself an elimination. Natlox is brought down. Nice response to the Blizzard here. Gala knows that does get thrown down. A little bit wayward from Naga, but you still want to inoculate yourself from the cold, frigid breeze. And SRP check should comfortably get home here now. Busan, 2-0 in rounds, going their way.
Yeah, and I mean, you see like multiple different play styles that SRP check is able to win play, right? I know Team Pep's come out, some different variations of like rush comps there. Doesn't really work against anything that SRP check had. Really strong map from them.
Absolutely. We talked about the Symmetra pick here that came on in that second map for Pack, and it definitely seemed to have some impact. But again, Sojourn is extremely powerful right now. Something we were talking with Jake about as well, is even it's a decent answer to the Bastion, right? You can really interact with him at long distance. The switch to Sigma, though, might feel like a concession to some people, but you can see how much more impact Vistola has. It's really hard for the Doomfist to shift you off the point. You also did pretty well, I think, overall in your ult economy, if you're SRP check, right? You held that sound barrier for a long time.
In some way, you say too long, right? But
yeah, it's possible, right? I think it's a fine line, but the point is that you win the fight in which FD God spends his sound barrier, and so you basically can't lose the round when you have yours available still.
Yeah, so, I mean, with loser pick, Team Pep's obviously with an opportunity to take this series to a map that may fit their style even better, right? But there's nothing from SRP Chick that like says they can't really kind of play that type of style, right? We've seen Vistola play like in a rush style before, right? It's not like something he can't do. So I think this could be a pretty difficult series for Team Peps with the way that map 1 looked.
Yeah, we're waiting for our pick here for Team Peps, so stick around. Again, this is last chance saloon for both these teams here in the FlashOps Holiday Showdown, so no one wants to be dropping any more maps from here on out. Don't go too far. We'll be right back with the rest of our first series of the day. Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch 2 Holiday Showdown here, brought to you, of course, by FlashOps. We are just about to jump into our second map of the series. Now, Matt, as we kind of discussed it, you felt that we have our Team Peps team in a position to choose a map that really suits them.
Yeah.
Quite often we see maps selected to benefit or support tank play here. So where do you think a team with Ben Best tries to go?
King's Row. I had to step away there for a second, but yeah, King's Row would be the choice. You want to play Reinhardt? It seems like it's the hybrid map of choice. Yep. So not surprising to see them to go to King's Row.
Yeah, look, what we've seen from this so far is that we know that Ben Best is a pretty flexible player, right? We actually saw him start with the Orisa, obviously someone who is really, really hard to shift in those front lines. And sometimes just a preferable choice to Reinhardt, because Reinhardt can't always interact, at those longer distances outside of Firestripe. We saw on a couple of occasions those energy javelins for that extra bit of damage. To follow up the poke you already laid down with the fusion driver, a really important part of Orisa's kit. I don't feel like we got to see much value out of the ultimate there, and we did see a switch from Ben Best. I said Vistola, Hailed is more of a flex tank player in his early days, right? Often playing those off-tank roles, was able to turn up with the Sigma.
So I mean, what could give like Reinhardt comps trouble here is like first point, like being able to play some high ground stuff, like if you're on the defensive side of things. So you can play some Sigma, even on offense, right? You can maybe circumvent it playing some like Diva type stuff if Vistola doesn't really want to play it. So potentially some options here for SR Peak Check.
Some play reminiscent of what we saw earlier this year at the top level, right? Where the Reinhardt compositions would be paired up with Symmetras, and you'd try and reposition not only to sort of take your opponents by surprise, but also overcome like fairly oppressive sort of environmental situations that you have to play into. For Team Peps, that's always going to be an option. So yeah, I mean, we'll flip the teams over, of course, as Team Peps are actually on your top left of screen. SR Peak Check on the right. Again, we saw a fair bit of May played there from SR Peak Check, a quiet start, but we did start to see some of the walls actually from both teams as we got to Mecha Base start to have a lot more impact. It was just when Vistola got split off from the rest of his team, there was no real opportunity for Peps to capitalize there, and then Ramatra stays alive late into the fight and then is able to come back with annihilations that are typically pretty hard for Reinhardt to answer.
Yeah, as we'll see SR Peak Check here. They will be on offense. I think we just have those reversed. They're trying to play games with me. Yeah. They just ran back.
Oh, you've done well. You've done well.
Trying to play games with me. No. They're on SR Peak Check will be on offense here. Kick things off with Team Peps on D. So we'll just get those flipped. Rosters look to be flipped on the top. So they will opt to not play the rush on offense. They'll play like something a little bit more hybrid of nature.
Yeah, the Echo here is interesting. Obviously, your ability to manufacture that instant pick can be pretty important, and then be able to duplicate a Reinhardt, for example, be very strong. All right, Naga going to find Gala first, so nice little pick there from that May. Team Peps here really having to try and set their feet a little bit more now as BenBest has to give up some ground. Already 45 seconds elapsed in the round. Vistola and Co, though, taking their time with this, really not trying to get ahead of themselves after losing that pick there of Gala. They really can't go too fast around this corner.
Yes, you're really trying to have maybe the Echo get up towards the sky, burn down a target that Sauna put some damage onto. Like, that's kind of what you want to do here on offense. But when you're going to have to play in these close quarters, that allows the May to be even effective against an Echo.
And in the front lines, right, I think for Reinhardt up against Ramatra, it's not always an easy fight, but Reinhardt and Symmetra against Ramatra, you're feeling a little bit more comfortable. Pac, though, gets caught in a pretty dangerous spot there. Fire's able to bring him down with the sticky bombs. Okay, I love this air matrix here. This is going to pretty much claim the right-hand side of the map. Natlox tries to reciprocate, and FD God actually commits a sound barrier. So this is actually going to elicit Ghost giving that high ground away. But it's a question whether Natlox really got max value out of that air matrix at all from the high ground. They've been exchanged at least.
Ooh, that'd be a reach and burst trying to keep everybody up. But, I mean, that is not the type of position you want to be with the Echo, right? Inside that close quarters. Like, you want to be a little bit more here in the open where you can maybe follow up on one of those targets.
Vistola still having problems in the front line. They're trading down SR Peak Check for the time being here, as again, shifting BenBest and Pac is a problem. Now you have that Symmetra wall to play around here. We'll have Pac returning to the fight, though. See what that setup sort of looks like. A duplicate also on board now. And the Kitsune Rush was built by Gala midway through the previous fight. He's held onto it.
You got a wall here from Pac. It's okay now. If I find somebody, I was gonna have to use a duplicate to be able to live there. Oh man,
not great.
I mean, you definitely want to get one of those high value targets, but to go that deep's tough.
Okay, Naga taken down. Also, Natlock's getting picked off here. So this ultimate from Sauna is going to hit that much harder. Able to play now for the Kitsune Rush here. There's not a whole lot you can do. Eventually, we see the squad of SR Peak Check just lean right on in here. It does take them about 3 minutes, though, to capture point A. But they walk into the next fight with Annihilation. Again, BenBest, last time we saw a shadow from him on Mecha Base, it wasn't really able to line it up here. But playing that through a choke, getting around the shield of the Ramatra, a little bit easy to get value from that Rhino.
So now as we move into the next stage, right? Oh,
what
just that was like a
never change, Ben, never.
A fraggy like prediction shatter, you know.
No, it was very Ben-like, to be fair. I do like that. Doesn't quite pay out. kind of Hardy-esque, right? How he'd throw a blind shatter through a TP at times.
The Ramatra can last through all of this with just like, standing there blocking and then not even have to use the Annihilation, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal. I think in Nemesis form, that damage reduction is really underrated by a ton of people. And cycle your cooldowns like that, all of a sudden, SR Pigcheck just shrug off all that pressure from Peps. The Shadow was maybe a little ill-advised. I think BenBest was trying to go for some of those flanking elements going through a TP. Again, it could have been fantastic with the connection. You see the idea was there, but maybe a little bit too elaborate for this stage of play.
You have a good shot to take the second checkpoint, though, now, where SR Pigcheck, it wasn't looking too good before, right? Now you still have this Annihilation, you'll have a duplicate, overclock, right? Maybe you can get some high ground here, so you do see Sauna setting up for that potentially, right?
The Annihilation really taxes the sound barrier as well, making it sort of dissipate, twice as fast, if not more. So, gotta be careful how you get value out of that ability. If you're FD God, lovely work there. Packed Lines ghost up with one of the projected balls there from that high ground. Don't know how much there is really to do. Sauna's just hoping that Peps overextends here into a free railgun, but he's getting very little on this sideline.
Yeah, it's, well, I mean, you're not getting a lot on the sightline, right? But you're still controlling the space, right? You're doing enough damage. That's Immortality field out, right? So now you potentially make a play.
He's on the wrap here. BenBest having to throw up the shield pretty quick. It's going to be an Ant Matrix down for Natlox. FD God not tempted to go for a sound barrier just yet. Hoping maybe to hold that up against the Ramatra ultimate. Vistola went so low. I think that was a damage-amped Fire Strike that stripped most of his health away. You'll note that the Sim turrets are also set up in that opening, but Vistola got caught inside the Blizzard and has to get back.
Just, I mean, both these comps usually live forever, right? It looks like a fight's about to happen and you may have like, a few deaths or something, and then all of a sudden we're back to kind of like neutral playing field. This Immortality field to use here from Peps to try and keep players alive, and it benefits them, right? It keeps Naga and Pack up to get these kills.
An unreal amount of value from Fideb. It's still going to be enough to win the fight. I think Naga following up on that early Blizzard that forced Vistola away. And like you mentioned, Team Peps are so hard to shift, right? FD God was holding onto that sound barrier. And Natlox only takes one fight to build 86% of that Ant Matrix. So it's a very good sign for the defenders here. 36 seconds left for this next checkpoint. It's far from guaranteed.
Yeah, I jinxed him, said it was looking good. Now it's looking not good. So maybe, no.
We need to get you some synonyms. We need a thesaurus stat.
I'm the every person caster. Your Webster Dictionary's favorite caster.
I'm sure there's a monosyllabic word that...
There's more dictionaries than the Webster one, right? Or is it just one?
I don't think Merriam has a few in there as well, mate. I don't know. We need help. All right, Pack here with the TP here. Trying to put some pressure on Gala, who has to Suzu himself here, but in the meantime, Vistola just plows through BenBest here. And in overtime, this cart looks like it's getting where it's intended. Nice Ant Matrix there by Ghost, literally on the cart, making it very, very hard for the defenders to stand, especially after Pack opts to split Team Peps up in order to try and chase a loose end player, weakening their main core.
All right, so they are able to get in the end. It's really the Ant Matrix from Ghost that's like able to help them get over the line, and then just the extra durability with that Annihilation, right? So now not a ton of time though, right? You can control, maybe you control the high ground here with Sauna. You're giving it up completely with what Peps wants to do, right? So maybe you can control some of the high ground here and let Sauna pick up some kills, which he's done great at.
For the high ground again, Sauna was hoping to have a disruptor shot ready to throw immediately at the teleporter, but it's just a fake in the end. Gala having a great couple of fights. The last fight, he stays alive long enough to weaken Peps, this time finding Natlox there. Crucial. Immortality field thrown down, but the wall meant that Team Peps weren't looking to engage either way. I'm not sure how they were looking to find value out of that sim wall at all, Matt, as SR Pigcheck just wait for it to dissipate before unleashing.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can play Rush all you want. When you give up, it doesn't matter any type of, like, first-person shooter game. Giving up high ground is, like, the last thing you want to do, any type of verticality. And so, like, when you give up this much room to a player of, like, a player like Sauna's caliber, I mean, he's going to be able to put down so much damage. It doesn't matter if you're able to run down some of these targets, right? They're able to keep Vistola up for so long The Blizzard here from Fi looks like it's enough to seal the deal.
I mean, yeah, Team Peps had an Immortality Field and a sound barrier for Benbest, and it wasn't enough to keep him alive because Sauna had that high ground you mentioned, Matt, and was just firing down. So in the nick of time, SR Peak Check, get the map done. 0.3 seconds left in that time bank.
So they do finish with a little bit of time, right? Yeah, you have something on the clock there. I actually think, though, the offense probably speaks good for their defense in the terms
Speaks good.
Yeah.
It's been like 3 weeks. How have you regressed like this?
Yeah, it speaks good for their defense. What? People say it all the time.
Let me out.
People say it all the time. Look, just because you pay for one award, just because you pay for one award doesn't mean you're all of a sudden now you're the king of the castle.
Listen, Matt. The literacy and numeracy numbers in this country are already not good. We need to try and help, okay? We need to try and help. Sesame Street can't do it alone.
Let's pull it back. Let's pull it back. Sometimes you have to go backwards to go forwards, right?
The question is, how many steps are you taking back to take one forward, Matt? Okay.
Hey, if you take 2, you're only one step behind the starting line, right?
This is up there with you not
losing is learning.
Yeah,
I hate that. I hate that. Yeah,
okay.
Losing is learning. No, it's just losing.
Oh dear.
You lost.
Well, Team Peps not interested in doing any learning today.
Yeah.
As apparently are you.
No, I'm over learning.
When it comes to your mother tongue.
I think I'm done with learning, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think I've spent enough time learning.
Here comes Naga, of course. So on the May here, Team Peps with a very classic. This is a very classic Rhine Rush comp, Matt.
But what I was saying is, the way that they played offense and controlled high ground, and Team Peps basically just gave it up. Now with the natural high ground on defense, right? It would lead you to believe they could be successful using the same kind of strategy.
Yeah. But again, they're really outmaneuvering SR Peak Check already. We see this happen a lot, though, and it's great to get into a strong position, but you need to leverage that, and you need to manifest it into player advantage. And so far, SR Peak Check have done well staying out of harm's way, and that's a beautiful pick-up from Sorta, and he couldn't ask for a better player to take down. Now, your sustain is out of the picture. 5 falls, but it's still an advantage, I think, for SR Peak Check here. Benbest gets brought down behind the phone box, not even the TARDIS could fit the bulky frame.
Yeah, it's a little bit more even, as actually, Sauna will have to back up. You're going to have, 1 or 2 players coming off the spot now, but nobody fast enough to make it back. I think SR Peak Check probably has to give this up and concede this first point to Peps.
Again, I mean, having the Symmetra, I think, is a pretty big deal. It's as that fight breaks down. I think maybe the pick-off of the May ends up being much more impactful than we first give it credit for. But, I mean, FD God has to do all of the healing there in that sort of last 10 to 15 seconds of the fight as Lucio.
I mean, it didn't look good at the start, right, from the sense that, Peps was taking the teleporters and just, chasing players around, right? Sauna gets first blood, but, like you mentioned, the May is so important to just, contest points and can live for so long as... I mean, this is not... just again, TP out, why not?
It's the same pick again. So the Baptiste, obviously, your public enemy #1 as far as SR Peak Check is concerned. They managed to pick Natlocks off once more. But again, they want to convert that into more than just a small advantage here. Naga able to flank around and going to be deploying the Blizzard here. Fine, just able to jump out of it, as is Vestolal. Still an Immortality Field committed. Now it's time for Sauna again to have that impact, but Pack takes him down at long range. Huge pick off for the Symmetra. Now Vestolal's in an awkward spot. He has to play from behind that Symmetra wall. Fire's also low, throws a Blizzard down. This will force the disengage.
Yeah, but now you will be able to come back here if you're Peps with a sound barrier, right? Just Maywall here, can you keep Benbest up? Yeah, you do, right? Even through the Kitsune Rush, you're able to keep him up with that sound barrier. He's getting very close to a shatter, but I mean, Vestola just dominating the backline.
Look at him, he can just throw up those hands and just block. He found 2 kills, and this is what I mean
crazy
about the annihilation into sound barrier. Your sound barrier will dissipate naturally over time, but it usually takes long enough that you get a lot of value out of that extra durability. Annihilation, though, just saps at it even further, very quickly. Your window is halved for being able to stand and not worry about your health pool when that Annihilation's in play.
Now on the defense, you have the Amp Matrix here, right? They're going to have to push through this narrow choke. Could be able to use this, maybe burn the Rhine shield, right? So you're not able to get that, shatter off as clean as you would want, or use it right after, right?
Ooh, okay. That one is good. The Immortality Field is a little too late to save Fire's life, but Sauna is out, again, able to find an early fight pick on an FD God. That is big. But losing Ghost here, there's an Amp Matrix obviously thrown up on the cart, which is going to find minimal value after the fact for SR Peak Check, who they must retreat here.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as that Shatter came down, they used the Amp Matrix and they...
Losing Pack there is kind of egregious. So able to retreat to a pretty safe spot. There's Naga though, he finds 2 kills and he's bailed Peps out.
But they used all the Baptiste utility really to try and keep Fi up. Like he got shattered, they ended up using an Amp Matrix like right by him to like shoot the heals through and Immortality Field. Just not able to do it as it just kind of splits everybody up. As now it'll be the Amp Matrix here from Peps trying to get this second checkpoint.
Here's a Blizzard thrown down.
They're gonna walk in,
yeah, just to try to stave off as much of that as possible. Eventually, he's gonna have to succumb. Naga, ice block now, but Sauna finds yet another pick. Sauna really turning up. Unfortunately for SR Peak Check, it's just been him midway through many of these fights, and Team Peps have that time extension. They are miles ahead on King's Row.
Yeah, and I mean, SR Peak Check, what? You're probably like pooling ultimates to maybe take like, 2 big fights like in a row, but clearly this has been a masterclass so far on offense from Peps. As you'll have this sim wall, you'll probably end up with Beat and Shatter here, and look at where the payload is. I mean, already making it around this first corner is huge.
Pistola now wanting to try and put pressure on that Reinhardt shield as early as possible. Make it harder for Ben Best to close the distance. That's why we saw the main wall used earlier by Naga, just to try and keep that shield alive. I love this rush into Pistola. He's forced to use the Annihilation. He is able to get to some degree of safety. Sauna is trying to navigate this off angle, but the Symmetra wall is completely stymieing him. He does find the Lucio though, and now there's nowhere to run for Peps. Naga has to stand and fight here. Pack with a TP. This will help them get out if need be, and Sauna will be forcing the Rhine away too.
What? You probably, where the payload is here, you might get a second fight, just like trickling out of the spawn, depending on how you lose people. I mean, it would not be a good one. It would look like some kind of resemblance of a fight. I think you have to play close to this first corner, like by where Vistola is playing, right? If you win another fight, the card actually may be like really, close to that first corner.
But watch Pistola, he will have to give up ground.
Yeah.
He cannot, his shield does not last nearly long enough to deal with this poke damage.
I think he's more worried about like TP with a Mei wall blocking him off.
Is this Sparta, Ben? No, not right now anyway. Shatter in hand though, there's the wall from the Ramatra that's already been forced out. Kitsune Rush though, and Ben Bez wants to respect it though, he's taking a ton of damage. Quick hop skip and a jump away, and he might look to try and flank around to get some value. He thinks better of it though, returns to his team and benefits from that amped Baptiste healing. Here's the charge, cancelled short of the Ramatra's shield now. Slowing field going to be thrown down. Nemesis here for Vistola again, it's going to be Sauna getting rid of Naga. That's the Blizzard Dawn. Shatter comes in, fight caught by, but a hasty Mei wall from the Mei just as she fell to the ground will protect her for the time being. And now Peps are using some of those ultimates they banked up, Matt, and they're no better for it.
The SR Peak Check just when we're on with Ben Best, you can see how much damage he's taking. Like, the Kitsune Rush comes down, shield completely gone, weak around the corner, right? The Ramatra damage goes through the shield in that regard. They do get a pick on Sauna here, so maybe they can act a little bit fast. But then also from Ghost up on the high ground with the Baptiste.
You see Pistola's giving up all the ground he's willing to here.
Ben Best just gets burned down so fast.
He's not in the Immortality field. They're playing outside of it. For whatever reason, there's a disconnect, I think, there between Natlox and Ben Best as to where the Reinhardt is going to stand and fight. Good Immortality here from Ghost, rather, and he's getting that healing in. Now the Annihilation from Pistola, and yep, Naga and FD God get absolutely exsanguinated playing in that small room. It's 3 for Pistola. I mean, you really got to think better of picking a fight with a Ramatra in close quarters like that, but credit to Ghost for keeping him standing.
I mean, this was a decent amount of time, right? 3+ minutes on the clock for Peps to be able to take this, and now we are going with, we're busting out the Genji. So, Genji Queen here. The Genji can put a lot more pressure on these players on the high ground, right? Son and Ghost are able to control this for free. So you see Naga trying to finish up on some of the pack's damage. And then you can get the Queen in position to kind of brawl it out with that Ramatra.
Right now, Naga is actually putting pressure on Ghost, so he still has that high ground and is threatening the Baptiste standing up and behind Sauna. That's really important. You see, again, the turn towards Ghost. He has to give up that high ground there. Gala, Kitsune rushes on the high ground, maybe for themselves, to try and stave this off. So far, so good. Amp Matrix just around the corner here for Ghost, and Sauna's going to go for the overclock now. They finally bring the Genji down. That relieves the pressure on the back line. The Junker Queen, Ben Best, trying to cross the gap, but he's lanced by Sauna, as there's going to be 2 in a row for this Sojourn. It was 3.5 minutes, Matt, left to play for Team Peps. and they get stopped dead in the last phase of the map.
Yeah, and it's that high ground in the end that ends up winning it for SR Peachek, right? You have Ghost up there on the Baptiste on the high ground, Sauna on the Sojourn, even trying to use like the Symmetra TPs to like move around that map in different parts. It just was not able to break that hole at the end, and then you know, you got to get desperate, right? You bring out like a Genji with a Sojourn and a Queen at the end, but just too late.
There's like a fight where Pac gets a sim wall that actually cuts off that high ground advantage that Sauna has, and they're still able to win that fight out. SRP check, right? So without the Sojourn being in a spot to do work, that second to last fight, I think, Team Peps think they have Vistola caught in that side room. But what they don't see is Ghost landing a perfect immortality field and like 3 or 4 direct grenade healing hits onto his Ramattra, buying the time for Vistola to get that annihilation, to get 3 kills, and that's what breaks the back of Team Peps.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a Team Peps map pick, right? So you can't win on the rush on this map, which like, in terms of like grading maps, in terms of like their rush playability, Kings Row would rank pretty high, I would say. If you can't win here, where do you go now that you feel like you even have better odds? Even if you win that, you're still going to probably have to play a map that doesn't favor.
You might have better odds. I mean, you might not, like, again, because the game type is essentially set in stone for you here.
Yeah, but you're still going to have, even if you win the next map, you're still going to have to win a map that forces you to play a different style of play, right? So where can you go here that you feel even better than like Kings Row? I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Keep an eye on that one here, because SR Peachek, there's a reason why they're one of the favorites here. It's a close loss to Exoblivione that sends them into this lower bracket in the first place. And you expect them to be fighting for top placing here, of course, at a Holiday Showdown. Don't go too far. Map number 3 in this first to 3 is on deck, and Team Peps had better have the answer, or they'll be out of this tournament already.
Sorry to keep you all waiting. But now that I'm here, let's have some fun. Yep, that's my name, all right. And this right here is Gunny. And she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage. Going so soon, I'm gonna miss ya. Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now. Here I come. Says say quick Kiki. We got him where we want him.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time. Woo!
Welcome back, everybody, to your FlashOps Holiday Showdown. We, of course, in our EMEA portion of the show, like I just tweeted earlier, kind of throwing us back to 2016, 2017 days. Obviously, that's where, we came up in Europe, Matt, didn't we?
Oh, yeah, no, I was big in Europe back in 20...
We did get you for a DreamHack one year, though. That was a great time. That one might have been 2017, I want to say.
Yeah, no, that was a good time. That's when they dumped glitter on Zoe.
That's right.
That was super. That was a fun time. But times have changed.
Yes,
obviously, time has progressed since then.
And
we're going to Esperanza now.
I think we're improving on our earlier flubs. Yeah, I mean that is true. Yeah, Esperanza. So, I mean, this is the kind of map where.
This is Surabasa. Sorry.
Yes.
I was like, wait, what?
This is the kind of map where you can play a lot of those Bastion-oriented competitions. We've definitely seen Genji picks in these setups. A lot of Soldier flanks. Sojourn definitely seems to be preferred here, but Sauna's looked incredible on that, even in losing fights. He's always been good for 1 or 2.
Yeah, you're kind of like locked into Lucio here, which could be obviously, I know with Team Peps having FD God, something of benefit. We've seen Gala play like a bunch of different stuff so far throughout. So, forcing it into a more, Lucio fast type of play style. I know specifically Flashpoint, it's kind of how it tends to play. We'll see though. I mean, the Genji Queen. I feel like this was a comp that was like Overwatch 2 beta, like almost like I know towards the end, obviously not with the Kariko because of launch, but like the Queen with the Genji and the Sojourn like was a very early on comp.
Yeah, I mean these two compositions are definitely going to look to interact with each other differently. Naga, of course, has access to that high ground, so he's always going to be looking to deny Sauna the more comfortable sight lines that Sojourn wants to ensconce herself in. Pakia, of course, from that low ground now will be able to transition and put a bit of pressure down on Gala. Vistola always going to be a threat when it comes to that poke damage. And Naga's able to pressure back. So using that commanding shout, extra durability to get towards the backline of SRP check and force them to form a concave here. But as Sauna again, Death and Taxes right by his side. It's 2 kills. Naga, the headshot on the Genji is a big one, and that is going to make it very easy for SRP check to start with the lead.
Man, his son has been on another level. I mean,
we didn't get to see enough of this in the league. We actually got to see a lot of this from Team Finland, right?
Right.
Who made such a great run this year in the World Cup, and Sauna was a huge part of that. So, we're talking about a player who honestly spent too much time on the bench on some of these top teams in the league this year. So, great to see him turn up, and you can see why he was so highly valued.
Yes, I mean, it's so great about seeing like the regional competition, like Overwatch World Cup, right? Like you get a spotlight on some of these players who in league, right, and even in years past, right? They're mostly like kind of like relegated in like almost like a bench type role, but like clearly can play at the highest level, right?
100%. That looks there though. Finds Sauna. And there it is. Ghost gets drawn into the spiky embrace of Ben Best. Fire's having a trade back, one at least, and the Ramatra's still sat on the point here. Naga's in trouble, needs to stay alive. If they bring the Genji down, this could be a fight that SR Picture can take. And the Annihilation is perfect. You can't avoid this damage, but you've got to try and cap the point. It's a lose-lose situation here for Team Peps.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like SRP check all over it here for point one, as yeah, Peps has not been able to get it going with the rush, not been able to get it going here now with this kind of like different variation of it. They'll have double support ult going into the next point, but I mean, SRP check just obviously a fantastic start yet again.
It's hard to feel good about that fight if you are Team Peps. There's a real opening. You create 2 picks, you have a player advantage. It's like a 4 versus 3.
Oh, yeah. You know, you say, oh, like, yeah, you need to learn some more stuff. You're like, oh yeah, that fight that they lost probably doesn't feel too good.
No, it's also like there's, you can lose a fight
totally
and feel fine about it, especially if old economy is like the favorite cue for that one. Like, oh, you spend and you still lose. It can't feel good. Here is a Kitsune Rush. Speaking of spending, both teams now starting to dig into the ult bank. Find air. Cops a knife as soon as he comes around the corner, and Ben Best sat on the point here, so able to take Pistola down as well with a Carnage swing. And this is a much better fight for Team Peps, using that mobility, that brawl potential this comp.
Yeah, and they'll come back with like a Blade, right, with no big support ult on the other side. So, like in a pretty good spot there to get some good value from that Dragon Blade. I think it'll just be. Maybe Naga has to dodge an overclock shot from Sana, right? I know as he's coming on in, but in a position to win a fight with that Dragon Blade, get yourself a huge advantage here on these points, and the Flashpoint, objectives tick down pretty fast, right? So at that point, depending on when this kicks off, that might be like a next fight, final fight scenario.
It's a good Carnage there from Ben Best. Draw out some of those defensive cooldowns early. I'm not sure about the Rampage though, but still, Pistola brings Natlocks down. Naga, obviously having used that blade, finding rather little for it. He's able to deflect that disruptor shot into fire. It's a classy look, but it's not enough to win a team fight.
Yeah, he doesn't really get anything with the blade, right? He uses the blade, the overclock comes in from Sana and like wants to maybe dodge it for a little bit. It's the Rampage that comes in from Ben Best. And you're just kind of like in a no man's land in terms of spot, right? It just gets cleansed right away by Gala, and then now you have like the Junker Queen is so deep, the Genji's on the other side really far away,
and
right?
No cooldowns.
Yes, and it draws the rest of the team up, right? As that makes it a little bit easier for SRP Check to play out of that.
Yeah, maybe if that protection Suzu isn't there for Gala, that ultimate from Ben Best has much more impact. Gala here just trying to make sure this Tracer of Naga doesn't sneak the point away. Have an Immortality Field thrown down here, and okay. An awkward run for Team Peps. You don't have any big ultimates to work with here, but it's a bit of a limp attempt at trying to retake this point. Ghost under no pressure whatsoever.
So you just flip the point right back. You give up a little bit of percentage there, but you're going to be playing for like last fight territory pretty much anyway, right? Like Blizzard, Annihilation, Kitsune Rush here available. So
Gala could get picked.
This fight's going to be like pretty long and drawn out anyway with how both comps want to play. So in a way, for SR Picture, giving up that 99, like not the biggest of the deal,
yep.
Right?
Flanking Blizzard for Fire, maybe. Ben Best trying to force him away here. Knife will connect, just a little bit of bleed damage, so Fire can walk back to the point now. This is a nasty combo. Yep, gonna be the Annihilation plus Blizzard. It's a Venn diagram of disaster. And Team Peps have to play from the outside of the point. They've lost it.
Yeah, and the Maywall blocks them off, right? Really interesting as well, like the Blizzard down into the Annihilation, right? And you look at like Ben Best, like where the cleanest route would be to go out and then continue to touch would probably be up that staircase, but Fi with the ice block ends up blocking that, so you're not able to actually kind of like get past that. The Annihilation damage is just going to finish him off.
My boy Sona with the Australian. I see that one. I see that, baby.
Well, what ties does he have to Australia?
I don't know. Probably more than you.
Nah, that's not true.
That's probably not true. I don't know if he's married to an Australian, but either way, Team Peps, good, fast fight win here. So once again, they'll start in control of the point. And again, didn't help them last time. Let's see if they can hang on, because this would be it. This would be the match.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it doesn't really, matter to SRP chain, so to speak, of who gets control first.
Absolutely rolled.
God, just
absolutely rolled.
Just dunks on Naga there.
Oh man, it's really hard to play Sombra and Tracer into those Kiriko comps, because you can just die instantly to that kunai.
There's like no reaction, right? Like you just turn a corner and you're dead.
All right, Pack.
Nice shove on the flank. Puts a lot of pressure on Gala and then forces him into the point.
Can I call this observing style Pack watch? Is that allowed? Rip Bozo. Yeah. Fire, take it down by another rail.
They're gonna write a book. Yeah, once you won that award, everything went downhill.
Rip Bozo.
Like, where was the turning point in Mitch's career where it all went down? It was like, oh, that one night where he won that award. Everything.
It's just nothing. It's got nothing to do with having 2 kids under 3.
Everything crumbled after that. No. Hey, don't blame young Griff.
Oh my goodness. Gala here is sneaking.
Young Griff can't do no wrong.
Pack. Okay, has enough time to react to this and is able to slide away from those questing kunais. A great start to the fight once more. Empty God sends his team careening on a course with Sauna. Pulse here for Naga will be unnecessary now as Team Peps will have themselves finally a flashpoint in this map.
But for SRP Check, you didn't like. I mean, look, obviously you want to win every flashpoint, like without saying. But like, you're okay with just kind of like letting one go. We have a Life Weaver sighting. Now it's gone.
Mentioned.
And now Ghost gone.
Yep.
I was like, there's no way we're playing Life Weaver Lucio here, right? With game on the line, let's go. Let's start weaving.
0 utility.
Yeah, let's start weaving. No, I don't think that's the play.
Right, so Naga obviously wants to deploy this pulse bomb now. Discretion is important. No connection though. Ice block instantly drawn out of fire. To avoid, of course, one being blown to smithereens. Nice pressure though. Look at this. Pack finds a railgun, but Benbest was already beelining for that sojourn. Gala able to make a trade kill back here, but Pack has really come alive in these last couple of moments, though. This Annihilation is a problem. Eventually gets brought down. And keep an eye on where that Lucio is here. Fire eventually will be removed now. 2 versus 3. It is winnable for SR Peak Check, but your Annihilation's expired. Need to make use of this Nemesis form now. And SR Peak Check can't really get to grips with any of these remaining Peps players. Sora, though, switches to Tracer and returns to the fray.
Yeah, but they still can't get rid of Vistola, right? So even though like the players on SRP Check really, Vistola and Gala not able to pick up the kills, they're still not able to get rid of them either, right? So we're still at about an even play.
How many railguns? I mean, rather, how many overclocks has Pack built up in the last few fights? It feels like he always has it online. Another stunning couple of kills there, and this will cement another key flashpoint take for Team Peps.
Well, we were talking about how good Sauna had been on the Sojourn, right? Especially compared to Pack, right? But Pack definitely has started to heat up here over the second half of this flashpoint map. So sound barriers for both sides here. Benbest, with that ultimate here on the Queen, where this is a really good spot for it, right? Allowing like players to come into the point.
Amazing.
Yeah, really good here.
SR Peak Check have got to be aware of this.
No Kariko anymore for SR Peak Check as well, so you can't really like cleanse all of that off.
Sound barrier here for Gala will be fine as an answer to it. Okay, Empty got going down early. What a stick, stunning stuff. Sauna again out of the fight once more. Sound barrier comes, but it is belated. Still, Ghost is able to deal with Benbest, and again, that ultimate from the Queen does get shut down mostly by the sound barrier. Naga, though, still alive, still a factor here. Forced away though now, and with that recall unavailable, you're taking big risks and coming forward, but great work. Empty God and Naga both converge upon fire, blow up the Mei. So hard to do that quite often, and that one kill there for the 2 of those players basically gives Team Peps here a crack at going 2-2.
Yeah, so I mean, now that the point has been flipped, right? It's just now Vistola with the Annihilation, Immortality Field, just trying to keep this one going. No, yeah, I mean, that is too much damage in the way. So Sauna and crew will end up backing out of this as you'll end up, having him fall. So you're going to give up another point here if you're SR Peak Check, but now Peps is right back in it.
Yeah, so we've made a switch here at SR Peak Check of trying to put some more pressure on Benbest. So the idea is to switch over to the Bastion and bring Gala on the Lucio instead. To try and make sure you have that extra mobility. Vistola was in a fine position there, but again, was at about 30% HP when he pops the Annihilation. And the Immortality Field isn't really enough to prolong his lifespan. There's also like no follow-up damage from the rest of SR Peak Check at the time.
So 1 point, really, I mean, for Team Peps to keep themselves alive, like in this tournament, SR Peak Check trying to get the job done here, finish them off while they can.
We have a pack overclock though.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it feels like you did mention. I mean, what? Just farming the, Vistola, right? I mean, how are you building these so fast?
Oh, another stick. Oh, okay. Immortality Field.
Yeah,
I mean, that's worth it, I think. Immortality Field's basically an ultimate that recharges every 20 or so seconds anyway. Pac, though, doesn't have great sightlines for this overclock, though, and somehow benbez gets caught up. See, you are trying to brawl, play up close and personal, but then you have poke elements playing these wide angles, and it doesn't really line up that way. Still, Pac finds 2 again. Eventually, the fight comes to him. It comes out of that small enclosed room, and he is absolutely dominating. Team Peps once more on the back of the Sojourn play have a flashpoint to start.
Yeah, with some of the recent balance, right? You were wondering, like, is Bastion going to be still as effective, right, as he was, where maybe Sojourn would rise up a little bit, where, man, just Sojourn looks really strong right now, you know, be able to farm these overclocks. I mean, what, just use one, like, you know, almost going to start this fight halfway to another one. You know, with the way these fights have got, he's definitely going to build up one pretty much right away.
Yeah, and there's a real question if Sorta can have the same degree of impact. I mean, than he did on Sojourn, let alone his Pac right now, because definitely he's starting to get overshadowed to some degree. Somehow they keep Gala alive. They needed to keep the sound barrier in this fight, but it's another early immortality field forced out of Ghost. Blizzard there, Ice Block phone up here by Pi. He'll be able to fire, rather. He'll be able to step back now, as that Pulse Bomb won't be enough to take the Mei down. Nicely done by SRP Chick. They really weathered the storm here, despite playing from a really awkward spot on this balcony.
I mean, that is a fight, though. It felt like they needed to win, right? At least to me, like, obviously not a last fight territory, but with the momentum of the game, it felt like if SRP Check doesn't win that fight there, they were just going to roll over and lose this map,
100%.
where it felt like that was, you know, a do-or-die scenario. As, you know, now they find themselves, right? You have this Bastion ultimate, you have, you know, the Annihilation coming up. You're in a spot where, you know, try and win this fight for free, right? I know, cheap at least, like, win it with, like, you know, maybe it's just the Bastion ultimate or the Annihilation. Oh, that's in a really tough spot after that. And that's a sound barrier from FD God. Who's it connect with?
I mean, not
like
enough
two players.
Yeah, Vistola there, able to avoid getting taken down despite being affected by that rampage. So here it is, SRP Check are gonna land this plane. A key error in the final moments there as Peps can't get benbez in position to do the dirty work. It will ultimately be a 3-0 series as Peps are eliminated here from our holiday showdown, and SRP Check will advance to the next round of the lower bracket play.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you saw some good stuff from Peps at time. I thought Pac played really well there on that final map, but just the adaptability, really, from SRP Check, right? Able to play all these different styles, play a little bit of, like, the, you know, the brawl if they need to, right? Sauna looked great on the Sojourn, and then even there, being able to pull out, like, a Bastion comp at the end to be able to, like, burn some of the players down on Peps.
I will say, though,
really showed a well-rounded game.
It took a long time for that Bastion switch by Sorta to actually, like, feel like it had an impact. A lot of that probably is because Pac was having a couple of fantastic fights, like, you know, 2 to 3 kills per fight, building overclock almost every other. Really hard to shut down. That's when Sojourn can get ultra oppressive.
Yeah, a lot of it seemed, though, that, like, they would use the Bastion once the Queen went really deep in, right? And then you're able to just get rid of the Queen, as opposed to how we've seen the Bastion used in the past, right? Just use the turret mode, get him in position with, like, a speed boost and do some big damage. It was a little bit more of taking advantage of Peps' aggressive playstyle.
Absolutely, yeah. Starting to exploit benbez in that sort of ultra-aggressive positioning. That's our first game out of the way, but we still have much more to talk about, especially in this match. For that, we're going to head over, of course, to our couch and have our experts break down the action here between SRP Check and Team Peps.
And that wraps up our very first match of the day. We're currently in the EMEA region. Zoe here, joined by Jack and Jake. Still haven't figured out which one of the real glasses, but we figured out which is the first team to be eliminated, Team Peps. Unfortunately, they couldn't bring it back, although they played it close there at the very last map. But let's talk about SRP Check here. They rolled out with those Ramatra comms throughout the entire series, and they looked very dominant on it. Ramatra just recently did receive a buff. Do you guys expect a lot more Ramatra, or do you think that was just a very them kind of style and just Vistola's comfort?
I feel like after this, it did look pretty strong. I think it plays well, and the buffs really are felt, especially in some of these longer poke matchups. For me, though, the bigger change is that Bastion nerf really helps a hero like Ramatra, who doesn't have a great way of dealing with just the raw, overwhelming DPS Bastion brings. Well, maybe Bastion's not such a strong hero anymore. Maybe you can deal without, as I think Mitch mentioned earlier, without using the Sigma all the time. So the map has been opened up a little bit more for Ramatra, and I think especially against a player like benbez, when he brings out the Rhine, Ram is a great choice. But I think other teams, I'd expect to see a little more Orisa too. I think that's another hero I could see more of as this tournament goes on.
Ram is just so good, though. The buff is kind of insane. He lost 100 health, but in replacement, he got 100 armor, more tanky. His just generic left click with the staff does a little bit more damage, and the projectile is a little wider. Like, dude, the pick is just so good. And like you said, into the Ryan, what's Ryan gonna do? He has to hold shield for his team, bro.
Getting
and then
punched
Ram
through the
just
shield.
boom, 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 punch through the shield. You just get dominated. Like, I think Ram in general, it just suits, I think, a lot of teams in the EU. We talked about the rush earlier on. Like, it's just so strong right now. And not only was Vestola doing exceptionally well, Sauna, surprise, surprise, on the Sojourn. Another ridiculous pick right now. Like everybody, like every DPS player in my games right now is playing Sojourn. Like Sojourn is just
for
so
me, Sojourn just,
unbelievably
it has no counters, right? Like you can play well against it, and there's good setups that like make it, give you a good chance to win the matchup.
Right.
But in the end, it comes down to your skill. There's not going to be like this one hero you use to beat Sojourn. You have to outskill it. And for some players, that's very attractive at the highest level where you just like, all right, let's see if you can outskill me. And you know, even for Pac, like even in a really tough series, Pac was coming online, making me believe that maybe Team Peps can get a map, really off a lot of just individualistic plays from him. I think the Queen was an interesting choice. I think potentially works well against Ram, who lacks the control to deal with her. But when the Bastion comes out, yes, Bastion's been nerfed, but Queen doesn't really have the tankiness, even with reduced damage, to survive something like Bastion.
Right, well, that is just the first match. We have many more to come. First, however, we will be heading into a quick break, and after that, we will be breaking down the action for the second match in just a little bit.
Calling all heroes is another great thing you should always keep your eyes on. And we have, of course, just recently wrapped up the regular season. You can watch it all over on the youtube.com/Overwatch channel. Make sure to check it out and support all the teams and players in this wonderful, wonderful tournament. We'd love to see more of that, but for now, we're gonna dive straight back into FlashOps. Currently, of course, there's another game taking place as we speak. That one is on a 2-2 scoreline at the moment. Supreme Check and Oh Yeah are fighting it out to get into the lower bracket quarterfinals match. But for now, let's talk about our first quarterfinals match as our Peak Check just qualified to go up against Dinosaurs in Pajamas. So let's chat about this very matchup and about the teams which are participating. Of course, SR Peak Check we already got to see. Dinosaurs in Pajamas though. Another team very stacked with Finnish players. This is just going to be like a Finn-off,
I love it.
I guess, for both of them. Both teams, I think, have 4 Finnish players.
Yeah.
Still, I think on name value, SR Peach just has a lot more well-known players, more experienced players. So I gotta favor them just based on that. But these Dinosaurs players, like I know a couple of them, Mickey, I think we've seen in the World Cup, but a lot of these guys are more up-and-coming players. Would be a big upset, I think, if they were to get the win.
Yeah, it would be a tremendous upset, I think. I mean, SR Peak is just so stacked. You see how they just played against Team Peps too? Like, man, Vestola and Sauna, maybe they are the greatest Finnish players in the tournament right now because they're certainly looking like it. I like seeing a lot of the Finns playing it. Like, there's just so many like old heads out there, old Overwatch players that have been and kind of gone that are from Finland. It's good to see these new like up and coming, and I think this is what one of the best things about FlashOps in that regard is that we see a lot of these players that maybe you at home have not seen before, and you're like, wow, these guys are actually pretty decent. Of course, SR Peak Check. On your screen right now too. Like I said, Sauna and Vestola just dominating. But Ghost 2 in the backline really surprised me as well. I'm excited to see Daned if they do end up subbing him in. Another name that's been around since the dawn of time, it feels like.
Still, I don't think SR Peachuk needs to make many swaps because they were able to kind of really play a lot of different strategies by making only a few hero swaps, whether it's Fire onto this Echo versus Mei, right? He's playing basically a dive style or a poking style and then into a rush style, right? And that's just one swap there. Same for the Kiriko. Sometimes they're on Kiriko, sometimes they're on Lucio, and they're pretty much keeping everything else static, and they can just quickly adapt back and forth to different styles, punishing their opponents. It's very hard to play against that. It's very ultimate efficient style. So I think that's like a classic veteran performance you'll see is multiple styles with small number of hero swaps. It makes it very hard to counter-strike you because the enemy team is always just a couple swaps away from responding.
I mean, if we're looking at those two teams, their opponents here, Dinosaurs and Pajamas, do we expect the same type of cohesion and synergy in that team, or do you think they're going to look a little bit more disconnected?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it's worth keeping in mind, SRP Check have Gumba McGravy in like face as well. Like a lot of veteran coaching staff in the back room as well. Like Cloudy 2 is also standing there. I'm like, okay, so there's a lot of name value on the actual roster itself, but then in the backroom staff, they have a championship-winning backline.
You get all the talent on your team so nobody else can have it. That's smart. You hog the coaches for the whole region.
Yeah, you just dominate. And they just come off Saudi E-League too. Like, they're prepped and ready to go. Like, this team is going to be very tough to take down. It would be a big upset, but hey, anything can happen.
That's true. Anything can happen in the world of Overwatch. Is there any particular player in Dinosaurs and Pajamas you guys keeping your eyes on?
I mean, Mickey's the one, I think, with the most experience, so maybe he can be like a leader for the team. But I think for them to win, it's going to take some pop-offs from some relatively unknown players. We're going to have to make some new names if they're going to win a match like this. Need to see some big individual performances, especially maybe from heroes like Sojourn, that can always turn the tides with just, one well-placed rail.
Just saying, GCB has been seen around the service playing Life Weaver. Just throwing it out there. It's in his Wikipedia profile, so I'm gonna believe that.
That hero is like almost sort of viable right now, but I think it's more of a dive meta hero. So I think I don't expect to see it in this current meta, but I think the hero is getting there in terms of its viability. I was extreme non-believer.
Are you coming around?
Rack Attack has he's been pulling me in, or quickly rather, with the pull.
I see what you did there. Very, very topical. Love that.
It's not happening.
We'll see. We'll find out. There's
Okay.
only one way to find out, and that's getting the match started. Let's take a look at our first quarterfinal match of the EMEA region. And once more, we're bringing in the big guns. That is Mitch. Matt, I just. It's also.
What?
Slightly
Why
less
are you
big
so
guy.
mean to me?
It's a handgun. I don't know. It's cute.
It's like one of them
You
little
bring
Lugers
it-
that like James Bond has, but it's in like it's in the sock kind of thing. You know.
I want to see Lifeweaver. I don't
Yeah,
know why
yeah.
you
You
would
would
play
tell
him,
him.
but I don't know
It's so
why you would
crazy
play
to
him.
me. We were just
Yeah.
talking about like Mickey having to be like a veteran head on this team. Go back 4 weeks. He's on that Finnish World Cup team. The GM is
Yeah.
like, oh, this is like his first big tournament, and he's like young and green and you know he's nervous.
No, he's
right?
the
It's
best.
kind
He's the
of
best.
how quickly do you have to grow up in the Overwatch world? It's crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, fast, right?
Yeah.
I mean, not a huge chunk of time between BlizzCon and now, right? The qualifiers basically happened like right after.
Yep.
You know, we head right into this event. And you take some of that World Cup experience. We have so many World Cup players.
Of which
just
they got
playing,
a lot, by the
yeah.
way. Team Finland got a lot. They got the whole experience, I think, from World Cup. So
I mean, a lot of the story from coming out of World Cup is right, like Saudi Arabia winning and like how like, unpredictable that was. But like Finland also had a great run that I don't think a lot of other people would have like picked them to have.
I mean, there's not only one Team Finland player in this match, though. There
Yeah.
are a number of those representatives here who took that nation again to like an outsized finish based on their sort of population, which they always seem to do. So it's great. We've got a lot of Scandinavian names on both of these teams here, and it's something that if you go back to like the frothier era of European Overwatch, Scandinavian countries really heavily involved, right? Sweden,
it's like some of the best players, right?
Yes.
Like really early on,
Of
like
that era.
in Overwatch esports, right?
Linksa, Taimu, like so many of those old NIP guys, like a lot of the teams like made up the Dallas Fuel,
quad
like,
tank, right? Quad tank Roadhog,
thanks Zappers.
Temple of Anubis stuff. I remember casting some of those.
Yeah.
You're like, man, is anybody gonna die?
But it's so funny
like-
that there's almost a tendency, and I think Jack was talking about a little bit there as well, that discussion about like Rush being so favoured. There was
Yeah.
always a tendency from Europe, there was an agreement that they'd really try and play with like the widest margins or like the lowest risk style of Overwatch, and that like featured a lot of tanks when you were able to stack them, a lot of healing when that was possible here. So
and then Jake started to play Junkrat and ruined the game for everybody.
it definitely made it, that definitely made it much more challenging, of course, the Junkrat play. I remember back to the rafters on Horizon Lunar Colony.
Yeah.
That's another story for another day.
It's like remember
or maybe it's today.
Sting the wrestler used to like come down on the rope from the rafters. It was like Jake on Junkrat. Just
with his full climbing gear on, no belayer required, just jumps himself off. All right, we're going to start
yeah,
on
my man,
the ball
Jake's
here.
Jake's been climbing. He's been climbing.
My prediction here, I don't know if we talked about it much on the couch. I feel like SRP Czech definitely a much more favoured team coming into this matchup.
I would say so.
Yeah.
No, just I think like how kind of like Jake mentioned, like just off of like name recognizability, right? You know a lot of these players on SRP Czech. You know what to expect from some of them, right? Not to say that you could have like some new players coming to the mix, right? Like the thing with Overwatch esports, right, is we go from a small group of teams, a small group of players to now with this tournament opening up the pool, everybody can play with everybody, no rules of a certain amount of players who play in this program or that program to a team, right? It now kind of takes all the rules restrictions off, and now you you start to merge some of these worlds together between the league and contenders and other players, right? And players who are just sick in ranked, who then just end up wanting to kind of go the extra mile and play in a program like this or event, and you start to see how do these players actually stack up, right?
For a moment there, GCB giving us a bit of a glimpse of hope. But it will be a pretty standard rush comp for both sides here.
The one thing I will agree with Jake is I think,
Just one thing?
Yeah, just one. You remember Ana, when she was first released, this is way far back, but everybody thought she was underpowered, and they buffed her a few times, and then people went and tried her back out and were like, oh man, this could be really strong. I feel like you're another Lifeweaver adjustment away from that.
You get these incremental adjustments, and then everyone else gets tuned down over time as well, and all of a sudden.
And somebody's like, wait, let's go try Lifeweaver, and he's insanely good.
I love this aggression in the front line from Damon. Absolutely rolling. Rojaro obviously pushing up in that Nemesis form, giving absolutely no room to breathe for SRP Czech. And again, Sona once again, always chiming in late in the fight. Fortunately, it's not a kill that's going to amount to too much, but ult charge.
Yeah, I said dinosaurs in pajamas. Taking the point first. I think, that's a nice shot there from Gala. Typically, I think it's up for debate, right? I actually think the team that just played a series, especially winning in a 3-0, has a little bit of an advantage coming into the next series, right? Because you're in that kind of game state, you're in the flow right away. we'll see if that kind of can carry SRP check maybe even through this first map.
I mean, that was an unbelievable opener there from Gala. It's not often you see Kiriko put in like that spearhead position. And this is the team, obviously, Dinosaurs in Pajamas, that fell to the ex-Oblivione roster. I'm not going to repeat the name as you've written it. There is such a tradition in Europe of trying to mess with casters with your team names. It's wild. I'm not going to give you guys a satisfaction, though. So they obviously advanced a round further in the upper bracket, Dinosaurs in Pajamas. That's why they're here. A 3-1 loss to Oblivione. Finds them here. Nice top drive Sauna. This time the pick comes at a relevant point in the fight here. Taking GCP out of the action early, and Rajaro has nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's SRP check picking up right where they left off as with this mirror matchup, right? With how good we just saw them play it, you expect SRP check. Take this as
again.
I mean, right there, Gala. I mean, probably regretting that one. Like, had an opportunity to just land like a headshot. You know, some players just kind of waiting there, right?
You need 2 consecutively at that range, in fairness, but that's a scary prospect. What is? I guess because you could just get away with your swift step here. Gala able to play that much more aggressively. Great Maywall. This will strip much of Rajaro's health pool away. And now we wait.
Blizzard front buy on the way in. Oh, that is Rajaro. No way you're going to be able to keep him alive through that. As Dinosaur in Pajamas, they get just, ran through yet again as not a great start.
Yeah, Gala's play here reminded me a lot of Teru. Or those like very aggressive Kirikos who either play in a goon squad with traces or just play on their own in like a great position to get info, to flank, and also find a lot of that early sort of free damage. San Francisco used to try that strategy quite often, combining with the Tracer. I don't know if Fire's going to get out of here without any scathing. No, he does. Okay, Blizzard thrown down by Gucci here. Fire removed, going to be a... Oh dear. That's going to be a problem. That's all I'll say. Rajaro a little bit too late to get to the point. As SRP check hold them off just long enough.
Yeah, I mean, Dinosaurs in Pajamas wins that first fight, and then after that, nothing. So, bit of a rough start. We'll see, though. They can bounce back on this next point, which, also, I mean, if you want to play May, right, this is like one of the best, spots or points in the game to play May, right?
100%.
Like, across all maps, all modes, probably one of the, even when May's not been good, you still see May here. Look at that, Sauna maybe hovering a little bit of the Reaper here. Where
this is a classic Sauna pick. He would get subbed in on that Florida team just to play Reaper on Lijiang Tower.
Are we in the Sauna phase of the career where we have classic Sauna picks?
Yeah,
I didn't realize we were there.
No,
already.
I mean by classic, it was the only thing that Sauna played in the league.
I would say more of like a vintage Sauna pick, right?
What year is it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Lilac and gooseberries on the nose there. Love that. Okay.
Like a classic, I would say, is like the Jake Junkrat, right? The Fraggy Reinhardt, right? I think this is more like
iconic.
Yeah, like a more like vintage Sauna pick, right?
Really didn't want to let me get away with that, did you?
Nah,
not for a second.
That's like when everybody says like everybody's a great player, this person's a great player. It's like, well, now there's no great players. Yeah. Everybody's great.
That's it. We have the Moira here, of course, for Ghosts.
We do.
This is a good point. This is a very much get in, get the dirty work done, and get there. What's Gala doing? That's a wireframe. Maybe checking for someone hiding, but out of the fight for the time being. Sauna, though, more happy to fight in this. My goodness, it's a mess. Maywall comes up with the Annihilation in place. Sauna, mindful of it, but able to bring Rajaro down with the help of Vistola. An SRP check, their comp is perfect to play in close quarters.
Sauna's just trying to fight any target, right? And just looks and sees the Lucio GCB over to the side, and then that becomes immediately his target.
Dear.
Oh, railgun shot?
Okay, nice. Bye.
Okay.
Bye. That is a nasty stagger.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, and there's nothing real. I mean, I guess you could just like try and run all the way back, or just run off the side even faster, but. I mean, they just keep like these teams are so good at like putting the bay while booping you back towards like off the side, right?
Damon qualified for Nepalese citizenship with how long he was stuck in that fight. He was basically naturalized at that point. There's your revenge though, Sauna. It's absolutely smashed trying to cross the bridge on the high ground, and Gucci throws up the cone of silence. He says, "Okay, now it's time to get to work here." They're on the point. A lot of healing though coming in for the Moira off the point. It's going to be a sound barrier for Gala if he can stay alive. Blizzard's there. Sound barrier held on to as Gala finds another kill in this fight. Gala, absolutely unreal support player, can I just say. Damon playing it off angle, and later, as the Reaper returns to the fight, there's the sound barrier.
I mean, the Lucio has been, I mean, even the Kariko, right? It's been so good.
Actually insane.
Right there, able to land that sound barrier at the perfect time. I don't know if you caught it. It looked like when Five boosted up that May wall, like they kind of gave themselves a little COD head glitch there up on the high ground there, being able to look over the top as Dinosaurs in Pajamas having a tough time making a play. And also, it's like you take away the effective range of the Sojourn, right? Because you just want to play the point with the Reaper. If the Sojourn wants to come into the point, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. I mean, not the range they want to play in.
Here it is, the Reaper guy. Touches down. Sound barrier came in just the right time, but the Coalescence now is going to get thrown out. Gala brought down, but Ghost finds one with that Moira ultimate. Sort of, though, can't stay alive long enough to dispatch the May, but eventually the job gets done. Ghost finds another 2-kill Coalescence play. An SRP check, take a comfortable win in the end here on Nepal.
I mean, that is a dominant win there in map number 1. Really just kind of picking up where they left off from beating Team Peps 3-0. So, maybe it's something where you have to see Dinosaurs in Pajamas warm up a little bit, right? They do have a lower bracket match that was actually off stream, right? So they are playing another match here, back to back. But it's just the one that we saw on stream was from SRP Check, and they look great.
I think the Dinos, right? They auto qualify to the second round of the lower bracket because they made it one round further yesterday, I think. So you are right; they are not warmed up, so to speak, as they come here onto Nepal. But look, I mean, there's a lot of playmaking here that happens from individuals. We see the classic, what we call it, was it the zombie comp we named it, right?
Yeah.
The Reaper, Kiriko, Moira style composition. You see how it's very effective. At the start of the fights, though, there's a case to be made for the Sojourn, right? As Damon is approaching the point, there's an early pick on Sauna. So you are able to make use of your long range, but when you control the point, the Sojourn doesn't seem that great unless she's playing that high ground off the point as people are coming in. As the fight breaks down, it seems like it's harder to get value from her.
Yeah, I mean, this is a harder analogy, I guess, to make, but remember when people used to play a lot of Pharah, right? And it was it was much harder to play the retake, right, with the Pharah.
Yeah.
It's
a little bit
right. It's a lot harder to play that retake with the Sojourn there because you can pretty much dictate where the fight's going to take place on the defensive side of things with that Reaper in the mix. Where if you would have gotten control of the point, and then now the Sojourn can sit on the high ground and everybody's running in, that's obviously much better to dictate the pace of play.
There you have it, SRP Check with almost more coaches than a French World Cup team. Start in style here on Nepal, putting the pressure down on the Dinos in Pajamas. Stick around, of course, there'll be the Dinos map pick for map number 2 on the other side of the break. Well, folks, it's momentum maintained so far for SR Peak Check as their second match of the day starts in much the way the first did. A basically shutout here on Nepal with some signs of life from their opponents.
Yes.
Of course, these dinosaurs in pajamas. But not quite enough there really to give us a convincing showing on map 1.
And exactly like the first series, they win map number 1, and then the opposing team selects King's Row for map number 2. Maybe, you know, Dinosaur in Pajamas has a little bit of a different strategy than like Team Peps coming in. But if you're SR Peak Check, this is like ideal, right? Hey, we just played this. We have a great idea of, you know, against this style of play, how we would want to go about it. Even like, hey, we know some things that we messed up on maybe against Team Peps. Like, we're in a great spot.
And you all at home as well should know what to be expecting here, especially from SR Peak Check. It was the play from Sauna dominating the high ground, especially on defense, being impossible to shift. That really gave this team a significant advantage. Now, do we get the same attacking comp from SR Peak Check? We'll have to find out. But for Dinosaurs in Pajamas, it will be that Ramatro rush style. Damon with some moments here on the Sojourn, some fantastic European Sojourns showing themselves. But again, really only at a couple of points was Damon able to make any sort of impact or difference up against SR Peak Check.
Yes, they will play pretty much the same exact comp we just saw them play on Nepal here coming up, where if you're SR Peak Check, are you totally fine with just taking this mirror, right? I mean, this is like one of the comps that they've looked really awesome at so far here today. I venture that, like, if you get this Hanzar, you see exactly what they're running, you mirror this probably. You could play the Echo if you wanted to, but like not super necessary.
Yeah, we had like Echo Hanzo, I think, from SR Peak Check last time they tried to start this up. I think they realized that wasn't really the ticket. So now again, it's the main Sojourn. So like you mentioned, Matt, look in the mirror. Already, SR Peak Check get through that first choke absolutely unscathed. It's Dinosaurs in Pajamas looking to give up a lot of ground. Rajaro's losing the damage trade here with a late shift into Nemesis form. The pressure is really on this front line. Oh no.
Oh, this is not... You do not want Sauna here already at the start of the game, right? I mean, up on the high ground.
So passive. They're so passive.
Taking an off angle. I mean...
How does this end, do you think? Only one way. Only one way it can end.
Yeah, that's
right,
definitely the way I thought.
Huge contrast to what we saw from Team Peps, who in fairness do play a Reinhardt-based composition, but they play up in the choke and they really, they find these first picks because they create the space for their Sojourn player to get those first picks. This time Damon had nowhere to go. Sauna was back behind enemy lines here, just putting pressure on Baptiste.
Well, if you don't react to him like on the flank way sooner, I mean, look, you have two options. Put some pressure on him, right? You know, and force him out of these spots, or rush directly forward. Kind of standing here in the middle, doing like nothing on either end, is going to result in death.
And this little goon squad is taking a lot of attention of Damon away from the front line of SR Peak Check, which has allowed them to advance through the choke here. Sauna, though, has to get more aggressive as he realizes that Dinosaurs are taking the fight, and it's maybe a little bit late in doing so, but Vistola's able to take the trade, and he gets the Sojourn. How is Damon so close to the front line? Vistola must have sprinted at him. And this is another one fight, one-sided.
I mean, look, you should be able to win that fight, though, right? Like, you know, SR Peak Check has two players on the flank, right? Gala and Sauna. It is a little misleading in the fact that, like, you look and say, okay, we can get a 3-on-5, right? Gala can just TP straight through the wall, back to the rest of the team, right?
And maybe they just keep pushing that flank.
So now you're what? Now you're a player up, but now the Sojourn is just free range on the flank, right? Sauna is so good, he's going to reposition, right? So it might have better odds to just try and get somebody directly in his face.
Well, here we are, very quickly in front of the Foundry. This last phase of the attacking push. Wall attempted to catch Rajaro out. Rajaro instead going to have enough time to build that Annihilation up here. Vortex affecting Sauna, but he's really not bothered by it now. He does get put out of position by Damon. That Sound Barrier now starting to expire, but he drops straight into the Snow Globe. And Dinosaurs in Pajamas, rather, will have themselves a fight win here at the cost of a couple of ultimates, but Fire and Sauna also use theirs. Carla as well with a late Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that's what? 3 ultimates there from SR Peak Check to try and get that one over the line there, and you're able to hold. So this at least gives Dinosaurs and Pajamas a fighting chance, right? You're kind of like, you know, depleted across the board in terms of ultimates outside of these Annihilations. And now I think like this goes back to like Sojourns, right? Sojourn's able to just get these like insta-kill picks, right? Who can get one? You know, can Damon kind of answer the call, right, and play out the Sauna?
Rajara here able to get back through the main wall. There was a gap created for him to have gone through. Disrupt the shot in that left-hand corner, but SRP checks him unbothered. They want to approach Sauna from that high ground. It's Mick G falling first. Again, Gala opens up the account, and this is about to get ugly for the Dinosaurs in Pajamas. Damon doing his very best, but his best ain't enough.
Yeah, they're going out just like the real dinosaurs.
That's right. Yeah, it's not a fair fight, but an extinction event.
No, it's just a big bang.
Oh, man. Again, and this is a fight that SRP take after they use 3 ults.
Yeah.
So they really only have the Annihilation to work with.
And they end up not using the Annihilation, Dinosaurs and Pajamas. I think that's probably just because, like, you're a player or 2 down. If you use that Annihilation there and you don't bring that back, you're, like, really screwed, right? Like, you know, now you're probably around the second corner with this cart. But they may actually just end up, like, giving this up already. I mean, dude, they do such a great job, SRP, controlling these high grounds, right? Sauna already up there. We saw it in the last series as well.
And we saw that we're being critical of Dinosaurs for being so passive and giving up ground, but in some senses they don't have any choice here. Just the way that SRP Check go about taking real estate, it's been very, very hard to deny. Getting fired on the low ground. Nice little surge of aggression there from Rajara, realizing there's an opportunity to take that high-value target of May out of the fight early. Another clean win.
I also think, to be fair to, like, you know, Dinosaurs and Pajamas, like, there's not really they're not really given an opportunity where, like, players are really, like, split on SRP Check. Like, they're doing a great job. Like, they're trying to find or, you know, create, like, action that splits some players off and then they can run them down. Just SRP Check seems to always have the right answer. Now with 4 out of the 5 ultimates, though, and 3 minutes on the clock, this is like a must-fight win here for Dinosaurs and Pajamas.
Oh, Sauna.
It's a fake, isn't it?
Yeah, just faking him out. Don't worry about it. Hoping to get that high ground. Okay, Damon almost loses his head there in the moment. Sauna with that overclock now with the Amp Matrix. This is a scary combo, but where are the targets? Gucci falls straight into that one. There is no escape as Sauna doesn't even need to hit heads with an Amp Matrix in play. Making 3 kills for the Sojourner. Once again, he toasts them.
I mean, his shot is just so clean. You still have this Annihilation here. We were jarring. So Gucci now will switch over to the Tracer here to try and just get a touch.
Oh, for so many cooldowns. The disrupt the shot, the blinks from the Tracer. Oh, it's just a little too easy for SRP Check. 2:23 to play after a full map completion. That is a dominant showing.
Score.
You good, brother?
Yeah. So we do have, I mean, what, 2:23 on the clock? Yeah. So, I mean, what do you like? If you're Dinosaurs and Pajamas, what is the conversation right now? Like, do you just come out and play the same thing in Mirror? Is there anything else you think you can try? Like, you just saw how Rush went against this, right? Where,
so
do you just like, oh, we just need to play better, doing the same thing,
yes,
like,
I mean,
essentially?
Yes, because within the Rush protocol, I think there's a lot of opportunities to like improve. I think Dinosaurs and Pajamas definitely look to be like a less proactive team.
Yeah.
You saw that they don't want to contest the choke here on that first point. They back up. They let Sauna behind them, and again, there's no response to that flank. Sometimes if you get flanked like that, you just want to push, right? Push 5 versus 3. Yeah, the Kiriko can TP away, but the Sojourn's still out of position, right? But you need to be decisive. Your calling has to be like really clean to do that. But if you let SRP Check like incrementally take like this high ground here or get Sauna into that high ground in the Foundry, like you are just starting to give away the game bit by bit.
So like the Genji here is a little bit interesting, right? You can like kind of have this Genji just kind of mirror or just chase Sauna around, right? But Sauna's just like has Gala like on his hip.
Normally it's
right?
Kiriko and Sojourn play together.
So like the Genji's not going to be able to get through that. So it looks like just going right back to the Mei. So they'll just mirror this yet again. I think it's more on like Damon to kind of control those high grounds and take those like fights with Sauna. Right? If you see Sauna up there, like don't be afraid to try and take that 1v1.
But there's no Kiriko for Damon. Right, this is a different composition. You have a Lucio, so you're really playing more around like the death ball style and getting your Ramatra into a great position. So your ability to answer those flanks is vastly limited as a result. Sometimes GCB can do that to sort of force people out of position or to stop the flank coming in with some boots, but the comp might just be a little weaker. Stola backs up here as the Mei wall was thrown behind him to cover his retreat, but he backs up through the vortex.
I feel like there's so much more versatility in the way you can play this with the Kiriko than versus like the Lucio.
That vortex timing was sick. Damon can't jump because he's caught inside the vortex of Stola, so he can't contest that high ground there.
Yeah.
Vic G and Co do get up there, but SRP Check have players on the high ground. They have so much strength here, and the Sojourn of Damon can't assist the rest of his team in trying to take that spot. That was such a little interaction there.
Yeah, and I do think having that Kiriko in the mix like can help the high ground with the Sojourn, right? The cleanse not massive here, right? Nothing that really needs to be cleansed, but at least that just brief moment of like immortality, right? You can give it to multiple players.
Heal,
yeah, and heal. Like, so I think it's just a little bit more versatile. You just are lacking like a big support ultimate, but there's not like, a huge, like, there's no like Dragon Blade on the other side or anything that you really feel like. I mean, even you Sound Barrier and Annihilation, the Annihilation lasts so long, it like doesn't really matter.
So now Sauna's going to get pressured. So this is what Dinosaurs in Pajamas need to do, right? They need to deny Sojourn these really tasty off angles to get free damage from. But eventually, Sauna is going to be able to find an impact regardless. Those shields are going to expire. But now you're forced to Sojourn out of those great sight lines. Now you're forced to play from the hotel. Yeah, you can still sort of do this poking at distance, but you've really evened the playing field, I think, for Dinosaurs in Pajamas. Wall thrown up there, that's going to block the Blizzard, but you have two Mei ultimates in play right now. Damon's able to stay out of those, but Gucci is lost. That overextension to get a good Blizzard ends up being his undoing. And here's Sauna with a couple more to seal the deal.
They have just, it's like a shooting gallery for him up there on the high ground. I mean, they try and like wrap towards that high ground and maybe like speed across, but it's so telegraphed, right? You're able to just kind of get out of the way. And like, even now they've used all these movement abilities and whatnot to kind of close the gap. You just move further away. So they didn't really close any gap,
well, we got
so
to watch. We got to watch the whole rotation from Sauna. And it took so much time to take the high ground as Dinosaurs in Pajamas. And they had to like set up and stop and heal and throw Ramaja shields down. So you can't do this at a pinch. You can't just sim TP up. Maybe you should consider making use of sim in that way, but yeah, not with this composition. Continue rush thrown down, Michi. No, not aware as Sauna descends and again it's going to be the Baptiste. What a crucial target taken down. Sauna gives up his life, but man, the damage is well and truly already done. A minute left to play, and Dinosaurs in Pajamas are no better off than when they started the round.
I mean, not close.
Sound barrier's gone, by the way. That did absolutely nothing for you except get you onto the point.
I mean, yeah, it's just not been a close one thus far. Rajaru does have this Annihilation, but you can just walk, like, they have to get all three ticks, right? Like, you can walk off and give a tick or two, right? Absolutely. Like, you can play this out.
Also, you have Ant Matrix healing for Ghost.
Or just trying to burn the target down.
And look at this focus on Vistola. Where's the focus on Ghost here? Yeah, that's the play you need to be looking at. Nicely done. Okay, now you can make something happen. Sauna falls here to Damon. That's another headshot that doesn't really care about healing. Vistola's kill, I think he really want to have an Annihilation right now. He doesn't have it available. Ant Matrix comes out for Mickey.
You might get another fight here. You have, you're going to have Blizzard here for SR peak check. You have Gala back in the mix-up on the high ground.
They're not pressuring Vistola out of this corner. They just let him stand there. Now he moves up. Here comes a stall. Fire, by the way, it's a Blizzard. I don't know what we can do about this one. Ghost does go down, but not before deploying that Ant Matrix. Great Mei wall, though. Gucci, so nice. Keeps Rajaro alive there, otherwise he would have absolutely gotten flattened. Really good turn from Gucci. Dinosaurs in Pajamas now have some time to get through the map.
Yeah, great Mei wall there. Being able to kind of keep Rajaro alive is potentially was going to use the Annihilation there, but ends up being able to kind of save it here yet again. So Kitsune Rush plus probably an overclock available for SRP check once we get back in. But yeah, that Mei wall I think ends up kind of saving the day there for Dinosaurs in Pajamas.
Yeah, I mean, you are playing Sojourn from behind that Ant Matrix, right? There's no chance Ramatra survives that under normal conditions. So Gala, again, that loose end playing from the high ground will probably poke from that window there in the center of screen for a time. Damon very low. Sauna also doesn't have the best flank angles now. So like you're playing from a part of the map where your Sojourn can't go too far, can't range too far to flank. Gala very low and doesn't have the switch step, so that gets punished instantly by Damon.
Yeah, as Damon doing a nice job on the flank as now you push on forward where can you win this yet again? I mean, at this point, you may as well just have used the Annihilation, right? You could have had probably another one by now. But they don't feel the need to, as Dinosaurs in Pajamas going to get close to this second checkpoint. If the key for them is they're so far behind in terms of clock, they need to take the second checkpoint here in this, potentially if they try and come back. No Lucio, so maybe they don't come back and fight it, but take it without using some of these ultimates.
Can't fight it now. Not with that Mei wall in play. Stola's going to have a crack at it. Won't be enough.
Ah, he tried to get there.
Yeah.
I mean, this is even good, right? You get rid of Gala, this is massive.
Even gooder, even. Immortality field thrown down. Rajaro here. Now sees the Annihilation and says, okay, I mean, we're pretty happy to get this ultimate out now. This is a fight that doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme. They have that time bank. They need to keep going, though. So I'm surprised we still haven't seen Rajaro commit Annihilation of his own here. And now they've lost 2 players. Press Q, brother, please!
He's waiting for the hero bands like Jake was talking about. He wants to make sure he's got it for the next round.
Again, there might be a combo that's specifically trying to sort of match this with here.
Yeah.
I don't really know what they're waiting for in terms of...
It could be like Kitsune Rush, right? Like if they Kitsune
Maybe.
Rush, use Annihilation so they don't like push straight forward into it. Or make it more costly.
The Annihilation doesn't stop Sauna from just like ruining them on that far left side either, so...
No.
There's like a ton of reason to hold it, in fairness. Sauna down. What about now? No? Hold on to it? That's fair. Vortex thrown down. Ice Block got to be drawn out, but it'll be Mickey picked off by Ghost. So now it's just sound barrier for the dinosaurs in pajamas. Kitsune Rush coming out of SR Peak check, but how do you get value from that ability here? Pistola does get that Suzu, somehow staying alive. Now playing inside that small area on the left-hand side. Gucci gets drawn in, baited in, taken down. And what's GCB doing? Trying to force him out of that side room, apparently. Barely gets away alive.
Now you have Damon going in with the overclock as Rajaro taking some players out. Now at least you're going to have this Annihilation here for the end of the map.
If I was him, I'd hold it now just to make a point. just to make a point. Blizzard Annihilation, you can't win. Pretty hard to fight through. Unless you get Blizzard at first. Homeboy, it's going to go down with Annihilation. Are you kidding me? Rajaro out of the same line just. Okay, there it is. Love to see it. Look at those purple hues. 10 out of 10 for the judges. But Rajaro's teammates are AWOL for the time being. GCB and Damon, though, really able to stand up in this fight. Still another one for that Sojourn, and eventually they get the job done. Never been happy to see an Annihilation in my life.
Yeah, it didn't really need to use it at any other points. Have it towards the end where everybody's got to get on the payload. Good use of it there as they are able to complete the map. Not a ton of time in the bank, though. They'll get banked up to a minute here as SRP check will go to 250. But still, being able to complete the map, huge.
And we've seen, I think already today, it's pretty impossible to fight through the Blizzard Annihilation combo if you're like running onto the point as defender. So like we saw from Fire, he just like instantly throws a Blizzard out to try and start the fight. There's a real opportunity you can capitalize on that. But so many of your teammates are still filtering onto the point from spawn here. And you are not able to take Rajaro down, who was frozen solid and could have been picked off before he had the chance to use that Annihilation. Regardless, huge time bank difference here. And we still have the unanswered question of how do Dinosaurs in Pajamas answer that high ground Sauna, the flanking angles that he can play from? They need to dig him out of that position. They've only got a minute to do it.
Or maybe I could understand playing the Lucio on offense for like the speed, but maybe you could play the Kiriko on D, right? No, not as like aggressive. Like you don't have to like close the gaps as much, right? Maybe it would help them a little bit.
It's about enabling your Sojourn to play from angles that are harder to answer, I think. We see like Sauna's able to play like, you know, from the defensive perspective on that far left-hand side.
Is this Reinhardt?
No.
No, yeah, okay. I was going to say, I was like, Reinhardt would not be the answer to the high ground. Reinhardt would actually be worse.
Yeah, unless you have like a sim or something like that, right? You really need something.
That's like an all-in type strategy on it, right?
All right, so here we go. So Maywall thrown up here doesn't really affect Dinosaurs in Pajamas too much. There's a gap between that and the statue, so they're able to wrap around. Alanis and Damon, good positioning. Maywall keeps Pistola in the fight, but he is staying alive for quite some time here. Love that aggressive swing from Damon.
Yeah.
Puts a lot of pressure down.
I also think his role's a little bit different in the fact that, like, you know, when playing with this Lucio, you want to have him put some damage down. He actually gets on at the start, put some damage down on, like, the tanker or one of the backliner, and then allow, you know, the speed boost with the Lucio to go in with the Ramatra to finish those players off, where Son is much stand up top and, you know, just start firing, but Damon actually takes his 3 out here in this fight.
I think he played really well on that last fight. I mean, we don't get to see much of Damon for most of it, but in the beginning you see him actually push up to the high ground and basically take a 1v2, then able to find a kill on Sauna with that disruptor shot and turn it into an elimination on Ghost. So great Sojourn play, and again, Damon just takes things into his own hands with the help of GCP.
Pretty massive ultimate advantage as well here for Dinosaurs in Pajamas, right? You're going to have a Blizzard already, you know, and you have an Amp Matrix, so...
Yeah. And remember, no big defensive ultimates for SRP check. So it's hard to answer that Wombo sometimes. Carla, looking for that early pick, I'm sure. See a Spaniard there with some national pride. Well, here's your Blizzard from Gucci. Gala able to play from outside of him, but takes a massive railgun to the head. Oh, from range, Gucci gets brought down. I love that Amp Matrix play. Gala teleports to the backside of it to make sure those kunais hit a little bit harder, and Rojaro, well, he doesn't hold on to the Annihilation until next round at least, but unfortunately, it's too little and too late.
Yeah, they needed to get a pick really early there. That was kind of what Dinosaurs in Pajamas with a massive ultimate lead at that point needed. They needed to get an early pick, but just took too long for things to develop. They were not able to get it. So SRP check with 250 to basically unlock first point and then win one more fight after that, probably. In a decent position to win the map, but also there is a maybe like 2 defensive stops, give up the point, and then one more there for Dinosaurs in Pajamas from winning the map.
So if I want to try and decide, especially heading into the next map, what separates these two teams, I'm looking squarely at how they navigate the high ground and how they dig someone like Damon out of position. I think that Damon obviously, like I mentioned earlier, gets a hell of a lot done just by heading up there himself and finding some really key shots, putting a lot of pressure down. For SRP check, we know that Sauna can play much more aggressively with that degree of safety. So look at GCB up there. So they actually play a similar positioning to what Gala was playing for his Sojourn. Oh, a sim here. Maybe if you want to just take the high ground as 5. It's odd with the Kiriko, but...
Yeah, I mean, it would just be like way more aggressive, right? Like, not relying on Sauna to get picks, like playing very, brawly. But I think this is just like, get up to the high ground, now you're going to have the Sauna Sojourn in the mix. He's been so good on it, there's no reason to swap.
Yeah. So yeah, GCB just hovering above the point here. So everyone goes up. Zagala's there, Fire's also on the high ground. They leave Vasola down. That's something to pivot around, but look at where Ghost is playing. I think that's with Sauna up there, so... Straight away, SRP check looking for the strongest positions to play from as attackers and just try and exploit them as much as possible.
Look at this, the Ramatra going up to the high ground and just putting pressure onto the Sojourn on the other side.
That was just poke.
Yeah, leaves the rest of the team out to dry a little bit, though.
Yeah, you split up your team, SRP check, into 3 parts. It's like 2-1-2. You have your Mei on the high ground, with the Kiriko. Sojourn playing alongside the Baptiste by the hotel, and then you leave the Ramatra on the ground. That's how Pistola has somehow found himself all the way over here. Now, what do you...
Yeah, I mean, this is odd.
What do you do from here, I wonder?
You have Gala here as well, and now he's like working his way back to the rotation.
Oh, I think you see a very low health Damon there, but I don't think Pistola can really stick to it.
A Fi is behind enemy lines as well.
And here's Sauna. Yeah. So the fight breaks down and Sauna's able to capitalize in a big way. Who's wrapped around? It's Fi. So I don't blame Dinosaurs in Pajamas for not quite knowing how to answer the positioning of SRP check late in that fight. That was an odd one.
Yeah, very bizarre there. Just like the Ramatra is like rotating around on the high ground, right? Then you have the Mei is on the flank, the Kiriko is there, people are teleporting all over the place, taking the high ground. Really, like no central figure you could point at and say, run that target down, right? Everybody in a weird spot.
But again, great individual play from SRP Chat because they get the job done. Here's that Blizzard. Gucci straight into Ice Block. Watch out for that Amp Matrix. Damon already falling to it. Sauna was waiting for the Ice Block emergence. And there we go. Didn't even need it. Gucci gets caught just around the corner. Here's that Annihilation. This should be well and truly enough. 3.22 meters. And SRP Checker once more reaching for the goal. Nice turnaround here. A bizarre breakdown of the fight on that point A just prior. But they converted it into another map win. It's another King's Row that their opponents pick that they prevail upon. Even more cleanly this time.
If I'm SRP Check, I'm like, can we play the rest of the tournament out today? With the way that Sauna's playing, I mean, he is just on fire. I thought Damon actually played pretty well on the other side. Like, he was actually, coming alive a little bit, getting some big kills on the Sojourn. But it just seems like every fight starts off with like a Sauna 2K.
And these two teams come out of the gates with relatively similar looking compositions, but time and time again, we draw our attention back to that point of difference between the Lucio and the Kiriko and how your Sojourn is enabled to just play a little differently. Maybe not better, maybe it's not objectively stronger, but Sauna seems like the kind of player that can use that more aggressive, that more risky positioning and derive much bigger of an advantage out of it with the constant support of that Kiriko.
And I also think you see, like, they're just way more value out of the Kiriko than having Lucio in the mix, right? There's never an opportunity for, like, a huge sound barrier that, like, saved the team, right, and kept everybody up, or even engaging with a sound barrier, right? and catching the other team without the speed to disengage. It just feels like, even though like the Kitsune rush like wasn't like extremely impactful, it still just feels like everything else that Kriko provides is just so strong.
Yeah, a lot of utility there that obviously Lucio can't bring it up. I think you make a great point about like what do you need the big support ultimate for? It's great to have, like, you know, that extra over shield if the fight goes down that way, but so often these Sojourns are manufacturing these instant picks, so even if you have a sound barrier in these fights, you might not have a chance to have the notice to use it when you have a full team. Sometimes it's like, oh, we just got picked by Sojourn, bam, hit that sound barrier. We still have a player disadvantage, and sometimes they're walking into a Blizzard or an Annihilation. These abilities that kind of nullify that extra durability offered by sound barrier anyway. So
yeah, exactly.
Something to bear in mind as we head into our next map. It might be the last. Flashpoint comes up yet again. It will be the pick of Dinosaurs in Pajamas. So stick around and let's see if SRP Czech can have a flawless run through today's EMEA matches.
some valuable moments in the break for Dinosaurs in Pajamas to come up with a winning way before they get shunted out of this series in a sweep. And for their opponents, SRP Check, it's business as usual because they're running it back to Suravasa again.
Yeah, this is basically, for SRP Check, you're just doing the same thing over and over again. Hey, why not? You want to take us to Suravasa? We have an idea of what we're going to do here. We did see them have to go like to some Bastion type stuff. But that's, I think, that's more like to have to do with what Team Peps decided to play, rather than kind of probably an own strategy determining on points,
yeah, like
right?
answer the Junker Queen, answer like the Brawl tank in the front line. Yeah. Perhaps not necessary if they're going to go up against a fellow Ramatra Rush star, because clearly SRP Check look and feel very comfortable in the mirror. The only difference on King's Row, again, as we talked about a lot, was the Kiriko instead of the Lucio. On a map like this, though, you might expect Gala just to be on the wheels.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you would love to play the Kiriko, but with the nature of Flashpoint, with how big the maps are and how necessary getting those extra fights are, you potentially want the speed. But look at this, they'll actually play the Kiriko.
Speed boost out of Spawn for SRP Check, and then that switch over for Gala again. I mean, I think back to Nepal, where like they lose the first fight on Shrine, and Gala like finds a massive first pick on Damon, and all of a sudden they just roll Dinosaurs in Pajamas. You got more individual skill expression here, maybe.
We talk about the, utility of the Kiriko, but look at that right there. Gala goes up high ground, puts one shot into Damon, and he's basically dead.
And there's no pressure of Vistola now, like none. No. Still he gives up the pointer, he backs away here. Now I wonder what for. Maybe Rajaro because he used that Nemesis form. He's low though, he's very low. You've got to go for it at this point. They force out the Immortality Field, but Vistola just overextends there. The Immortality Field too late from Ghost to keep him standing.
Yeah, so that is a fight win there to kick things off, even though we were talking about how Gala putting some pressure up on the high ground, still not able to win the fight. But that is a pick. You back out a little bit here. You don't want to push up too far.
And what do? Do you send your Lucio back to get Rajaro back in the fight quickly?
I think you have to, yeah. Yep. I mean, if you don't, I mean, it is a fight loss guarantee. I think if Vistola steps on point and he sees this, has to know that has to know there's two players not there.
Right, lets him push up on the flank a little bit, but Ant Matrix here might deter any extra aggression from SRP Check. Immortality Field there.
Vistola just crouching in the corner.
Yep. Yeah, eventually he'll get dug out. Oh my goodness, okay, Gucci down, Vistola still standing somehow. Immortality Field definitely helping with that. The Maywall looked to cut it off, but Ghost now has a timely Amp Matrix, and SRP Check will be in control here on this first Flashpoint.
Yeah, I mean, Vistola, they're able to keep him up, even with a nice Maywall there from Gucci to try and like block off that Amp Matrix. Gala able to go, vertical with the Kiriko, put some healing on him, but
look at this.
He lives for just long enough.
Such a troll.
I mean, look, you push up, you get a pick, right? There's not a lot of danger. You teleport through walls. Yeah, I mean,
I do love that is like an axis of play that's afforded to you as Kiriko. To be a playmaker in your own right. Not only with your utility that you offer.
Well, think of a player, that's going to be a pick there. That's a pretty bad one. A player like Teru, right, who we've seen in the past, plays the Kiriko like a DPS.
My favorite example.
Even, yeah.
Fire though, gonna fall. Damon is able to find that overclock kill. Looking for a second here as the sound barrier now has expired as Vistola. That Annihilation really drags at that overshield. Rajaro's got nowhere to go here. And SRP Check are gonna have this Flashpoint, man. 2 fights in a row, that's enough.
And I mean,
this you don't want to sit here, surely.
I mean, you don't have an option, right? I mean, not a spot where you can run and jump off the map is. I feel like you gotta set up for next potentially here if you're Dinosaurs in Pajamas. They get almost 80% on the first point, and then they have to give it up.
GCB? Oh, come on. Back on the Lucio now. Yeah, so like a first pick there for Damon in that fight, but you have some really powerful ultimates. Vistola and Gala get to fire them off there. I think Ramatra, inside that Kitsune rush is pretty scary. Pretty frightening.
I'm actually so curious to see the NA games, to see how big of a difference like comps are and like what people perceive to be like strong at the moment. Like Ramatra we haven't seen in like the meta consistently in like a while, it feels like. So to see Ramatra just bounce back in a huge way is interesting. Yeah.
That's a great Blizzard. Rajaro got caught, but he's too far away to be brought down. Gala getting punished, I think, for playing that flanking style, and now Damon's found a second to add to it. But SRP Check get to start with Flashpoint control here.
Amp Matrix scene, you have, well, I was going to say both supports alive, right? But
yeah, the Amp Matrix now expires. Can you force anything out of Dinos to get this point? No, it doesn't look like it. So, okay, get an early 20. You don't have Lucio, though, so, again, a little slower to get back to the fight.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why it's even more important that they get the 30% right off of that one take right away, right? You're pretty much going to give that or close to that up, getting back.
It means that one fight is enough.
Yeah.
One fight is good for like 70%, I feel like, if you get a clean fight win and like a full respawn. So, bear that in mind here is, yeah, SRP check, I think they're like a 70 odd, I think, after that first fight on the first flashpoint, as were Dinos. Trying to push up here. We have an overclock from Sauna, but that Mei wall will shut down much of it. Good disrupt shot placement, though, and there's not really anywhere to go for the Dinos, so they take much of that ticking damage. And Gucci, though, nice little ice spike there. Sauna couldn't quite get around the corner in time.
He wanted that kill on a McG. Like, he's so low.
I'm taking all the pressure off now. Look at this. Dinos now can ease into the rest of this fight. This could get them within striking distance of the flashpoint with one real big fight win here.
Absolutely, and I think the huge thing is like, not a huge investment from them, right? You're gonna just the Ant Matrix used there. Now you don't even feel pressured or needed, right? They're not gonna contest.
Leave it.
I mean, this is even better, the fact that they don't go back and try and fight it again. It's the right play from SRP check, but also it preserves all these ultimates for Dinosaurs in Pajamas for the next fight.
Yes, like no reason for the Dinos not to start with this next flashpoint under their control.
Like, for them, you know that they're not close to a Blizzard and they just used Overclock. Like, you could just start things off with the sound barrier and a speed and just try and win first fight, right?
Now, the back of the point, though, that positioning is definitely stronger if you can get there first, right? Whereas the Dinos have those 3 areas to filter through. Gala was on the flank, though, almost gets punished for it. So you do have this high ground, like Mikchi, for example, in a bit of a scarier position to play from, as GCB then takes a hit from a railgun. Look at this off angle, though. Damon trying to work it. Got some damage on Sauna and on Gala. Sightline's not exactly plentiful here. This Blizzard, though, should do a lot of work, but Sauna's able to find a shot towards Gucci first. Keep Sauna alive. It's going to be the aim of the game here, and somehow SRP check have done it. But the annihilation from Rajaro now will be mirrored. With a sound barrier in play, though, Rajaro gets to play that much more aggressively with the Blizzard. Can he get out of it? No. Rajaro just frozen at the vestiges of it as he drops to the point. That later annihilation from Vistola now gives him the advantage in this fight, but no one's capped the point quite yet. I like the Nemesis form here to force out the Immortality field. That's one that Rajaro himself can't benefit from, but Gala's out of position, Matt.
Yeah, as they make a play to try and get a kill on the Gala, they end up picking it up. Did they end up using the Blizzard SRP check there and they go for nothing? I still find I end up using
they used
it.
it.
Kind of.
Well, Rajaro got frozen as he dropped to the point, but very, very quickly was able to get out of it.
Didn't really get much, if anything. So looked like potentially it just like went a little bit sideways. But Dinosaurs in Pajamas needed all those ultimates, right, to be able to take this first point. It's a good thing for them that SRP didn't try and force a fight on the last one.
And Matrix here, initially used by Mickey. Leave the mouse out, because this guy's the real deal. Wall in front of Gucci, though. He's not bothered by it. He'll eventually break it down as Gala was able to finally pick on GCP on the Lucio now. They've made the switch off to Kiriko. Gucci, spoiled for target selection here and not able to bring any of them low enough. Gonna be regen burst here from Ghost, and that is more than enough. SRP check very quickly intervene, recap the point, and now both teams find themselves in very similar positions in terms of ult charge.
Yeah, it's, the thing I think you're most scared about if you're Dinosaurs in Pajamas is Sauna getting that overclock, right? Overclock, high ground, looking over the point. I mean, he's been good even when, you know, not given a lot of space, right? Yeah, like now it's actually a good spot.
You buy some time here by getting some early poke damage. The fight will absolutely happen in this room, and Sauna's already thinking about where he rotates to. Yeah, he knows that Damon's going to be trying to play an off angle, but you take your eyes off that Sojourn for long enough, and it could be your undoing. Sauna has to check 2 angles simultaneously here. Now he sees the rotation from Damon, so he can focus a little bit more on this choke. The Mei wall is buying a lot of time. Look at this, 65% already for SRP check. This is now a 1-fight point, Matt.
Yes, I mean, and you have Blizzard, and they haven't used the overclock yet. You're allowing Gala to farm out this sound barrier here. Like, you wanted these fights like,
still going
to be fast. I mean, they have to go. You're so committed.
Huge Blizzard. Now Sauna gets the benefit from it in a big way. Gala, though, gets taken down first. Damon from that off angle on the low ground is able to find 2 quick kills. Sauna, the last target he's looking for, quickly going to be topped up there by the Baptiste, and now Damon's forced to play from the low ground. There's going to be an air matrix above him. Vortex thrown down. Sauna slides through it. They trade kills. There's going to be both Sojourns off the map. Now the annihilation for Rajaro. You've got to think that seals the deal here. He pops it instantly. It's going to be a sound barrier coming out from Gala. And Vistola's going to return to the fight with an annihilation of his own. Then from the high ground, Ghost is still able to play. The healing still coming in from the Baptiste here. Vistola is going to give up the point, though. as Ghost couldn't do enough from that safe spot.
Yeah, the Annihilation just lasts for so long, right? You're able to just use the Annihilation block and just that ticking damage that ends up taking out some of the players there on SRP check, but you do have an Annihilation of your own to kind of turn the tables, use it against them here in the same manner.
He's very far forward. He's in deep trouble if he can't get out here. Fortunately, he's durable enough, and his team gets there in time. 95% and counting, though, this could be a problem. No Blizzard available for Dinosaurs in Pajamas. They switch to the Tracer, so now Vastola answers the sound barrier with the Annihilation. It's not enough. They've given up another flashpoint to the Dinos in Pajamas.
They had nobody to touch, and you end up using your Annihilation there. That is like worst case scenario for SRP check. So the Dinosaurs in Pajamas definitely find themselves within this one.
Gucci on the Tracer. Staying on the Tracer, no less. As we head over towards our next flashpoint here. One in which the May Wall you think is something you want to lean on as much as possible, but Gucci thinks a Pulse Bomb could be good for a first fight win, and as subsequently as we know, that can account for 65 to 70% of that flashpoint. From that one ability, essentially, hard to pass that up.
See, it looks like they wanted to maybe kind of play from the central staircase like we saw against Team Peps, but they're forced to kind of like wrap around back towards their own side. As Dinosaurs in Pajamas, they'll get control and Matrix across both points.
Rogeri's in trouble. Fire wants to commit the Blizzard to getting rid of the Ramatra, and you can see how it makes sense as a trade. He, alongside Gala, able to find the damage needed to dispatch Rogero. Still some stalling here from Tracer, and you'll note that Dinosaurs took the point first here, so they're happy to die on the objective, and they might not even do it. Gucci's found two already. Fire and Ghost both down. No Baptiste for the later fight to benefit you here as SRP check, and he finds a third. Gucci and Damon line it up, and that is not a fight you have any business winning.
No, not at all, as they have come to life. As I think Gucci on the Tracer is definitely giving the backline some trouble, right? I know putting some more pressure onto Sana, not making it super easy on Ghost and Gala it's definitely made a difference, as Damon also obviously coming to life.
SRP check have got to intervene now, otherwise this map's going to be slipping away from them. Maywall, yes, will make it hard for Rogero to retreat, but he's happy to stand his ground. Gucci finally brought down at long range. That's Sauna accounting for him without the railgun, but Damon has that overclock in play. Gets rid of the Immortality field first, but this buys enough time for Sauna to get rid of Rogero. Surely SRP check here have the point locked.
Yes, that will be a fight win there, as they do not want to go down here, as they do have a sound barrier here available for SRP check. I mean, obviously with the way the game is going, this is like a all-in scenario in terms of ultimates, right? You kind of like have to use everything.
Overclock on deck here for Sauna. SRP check not at a distinct ultimate disadvantage going into this fight either. Bodes well for a 2-2 scoreline here on Suravasa. Damon, can he slip away? Hot pursuit, our SRP check in. Fire might have overextended slightly. Damon doesn't get away. Vastola finds it with a left hook. Here's that sound barrier now for the Dinos, but Vastola's going to crunch through it here. Rogero does not use his overclock. Opts to hold onto it for what? We may never know. SRP check here in a great spot now to take things away. And the stall on Gucci, yes. Stretch it out, make it impossible for the Dinos to contest this flashpoint.
Do you play for like this point here, or do you give up to play for the next one?
That's got to be the thinking with holding onto the Annihilation there.
Yeah, if you're going to hold on to Annihilation, I think you probably just... Oh, look at this. Maybe they kind of pretended like... Oh, I was going to say Damon maybe trying to go for like a sneaky back cap there. Like slow them down from going to the next one, right?
Does it cost you that much when it's your Tracer?
No, not really.
I'm fine with that. It's a long walk over towards this point anyway. So we see these two teams rather, starting to transition. So we will have a Blizzard up there. They might actually run into each other beforehand. You don't often see this happen. SRP don't want to fight in the open. Copy some poke damage here, but they will get onto our final flashpoint first.
Unlocks in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and SRP check will have that position here. Holding point with their Blizzard to use.
That Blizzard. Good capture. I think Gucci, gets frozen up, throws one off his own down, but it just gets ice blocked by Fire. Exchange of Baptiste and May ultimates here, but the Immortality field also got used there by Mickey. Fire throws up a wall there for some safety. Here comes Rogero. This is the Annihilation he held onto. Immortality field, though, was still held onto by Ghost. They maintained that through the early part of the fight. Massive pick from Damon. Isn't enough. Rogero is now down. Damon, though, charging up for yet another rail, and Gala can't get back to safety here. Looks like Dinosaurs will have this locked down. The Immortality Field finally comes back online, and it's enough to keep Damon in the fight a little longer.
Yeah, I mean, even if Rajaro doesn't get anything like per se in terms of kills with that Annihilation, it just forces out cooldowns. It like incites some panic on the other side, right? And then what do? You know, all he just needs to do is just block, put down taking damage, and just live.
I was just worried for the Dinos because they used their Immortality Field when the Mei ults came down.
Yeah.
So they had that disadvantage there, and you know, obviously you can answer Annihilation pretty well with that ability for the most part, but it's those insta picks there from Damon that kind of got him out of trouble here. Here's an overclock for Sauna. His turn to step up. Rajaro forced back, Immortality Field right in the back. Amp Matrix is going to get thrown down here. Sauna does see it, so he adjusts his angle slightly, but Damon gets to play the aggressive spot. This is much better from the Dinos here.
And the sound barrier doesn't save Fi or Vistola.
Buddy, it's over.
As, I mean, now you're in a horrible spot. That sound barrier goes for nothing. GCB has the sound barrier here for Dinosaurs in Pajamas for the next fight. Now, I mean, this is almost impossible for SR Peak Check.
Yeah, they've got to go for it, but they have nothing to work with except that Amp Matrix. Running into a sound barrier, I think, as you mentioned, is not an exciting prospect at all. Maywalk comes out, but Fi gets the touch. Slowly but surely, SR Peak Check start to advance. The Tracer still nipping at the heels in the background for Stola, fighting Mickey early of all picks. That's huge. It's got to be a sound barrier now for the Dinosaurs in Pajamas to go aggressively with, but Sauna finds 1-2. Sojourn is down. Rajaro's looking worse for wear here as he eventually gets dragged off his horse, and this ain't done. SR Peak Check break back in with just an Amp Matrix to win the fight with. How does Mickey get picked up by Vistola there?
It's the Amp Matrix. Maybe just a little bit of burst damage that you don't expect.
He gets punched.
As now you're right back in it. I mean, look, Blizzard on the other side, you don't really have anything to kind of like play around that, but like maybe you can kind of like get players out of it, Immortality Field those players inside of it, right? If you just kind of like sacrifice Vistola to it. Yeah, this one's not over. It looked like it was.
Can he force Immortality with a pulse bomb here for 5? That's such a sick way to start the fight.
I mean, doable.
Gucci back on the Mei here with the Blizzard available. That's big. Here it comes straight away. Try and catch Vistola around. It wasn't even needed in the end. The Immortality Field is so late. What do you work with now? Fi still has a bomb. Sauna also working towards an overclock here, but Rajaro is creating a lot of space. So much space with that Annihilation. The Dinosaurs flip the point back. Here comes Sauna, though. It's going to be Gucci falling down first to the overclock, and Fi wants to approach. He wants to get rid of this pulse bomb. Where's the target, though? Sauna's still alive. Fi brings Mickey out of the game. And now SR Peak Check have a chance to flip it back yet again. How is this happening? How have they turned this fight again? Gucci switches to the Tracer in frustration. And SR Peak Check, it's all on the table now.
I mean, Sana with that overclock, they chased him so far with the Annihilation. The Annihilation wears out and then not able to make it back, and the overclock's huge. And now you have double support ult pretty much here for SR Peak Check. This is brutal for Dinosaurs in Pajamas.
Gucci's getting forced off by Fi. He actually can't flank. Oh my goodness, he can't even touch. How about them apples, baby? SR Peak Check snatches victory from the jaws of defeat.
I mean,
that's fights they shouldn't have won, like 2 or 3 in a row with no ultimate suspend.
It's a brutal way to lose. I mean, you had some really good opportunities there at Dinosaurs in Pajamas to be able to take that map, right, with that last point at the end, some big advantages in terms of ultimates. Just some really stellar play, I think, from SR Peak Check overall, though, to be able to win that.
That fight,
that was sick.
They start, obviously, with that, Vistola in a pretty rough spot. He gets Blizzarded straight away. They don't even really need it. They just take him down immediately. So you have a 5v4. You're in a really strong position. That Annihilation, right? It forced the Sojourn right out of the fight. Yeah. But you have the Tracer that comes in and flanks. Tracer gets a pick on Mickey. Gets a pick on that Baptiste, and all of a sudden, fight's open. Sauna's sliding forward. Rajaro is no one to heal him anymore. Again, like, you've got no business winning a couple of those engagements. I think if I'm Dinosaurs in Pajamas, I'm furious. I'm so mad. I'm molding.
It's a tough way to go out. It's a tough way to go out. They played good in map 2 and 3. Just, some of those fights towards the end were tough.
Let's head over to the desk, the couch. There's a certified bruh moment from me. I got no other way to put it. EU Overwatch, how I've missed you. The ups and downs and everything in between. We'll be right back, of course, and experts breaking down the action here, of course, at your FlashOps Holiday Showdown as this SR Peak Check advances in the lower bracket even further.
That's not Those snowmans are absolutely killing me. So at the end of this very match, rough times, feels EU, man. Feels like back home.
EU's back,
Right.
baby.
Yeah,
I say EU's back. It's an EU team playing an EU team that beat an EU team. So.
The Euros win.
But exactly, everyone's
That's the
a
only way
winner.
it's going to happen.
That's a big takeaway.
So true.
Quite frankly, though, I mean, SRP check. They were the clear favorites going into this. On the other side, we did have a lot less experience, not just on the actual roster, but also the coaching staff, as we talked about it heading into this game. They held their own moments, so still a lot to be proud of. Let's revisit all the shenanigans going down on the server. What stood out to you guys?
You know, Ghost on your screen right here, I think he did have a great performance, right? There's a lot of more well-known names on the team alongside him, but he was really holding the fort down well on Baptiste, making a lot of creative plays on the hero. Being a rock for his team is crucial on Baptiste, but for the most part, it was this Vestola right here on your screen. So consistent in both of those two matches. Just rarely being caught out, rarely making any kind of mistake. So consistent with his cooldown cycle. Can't really criticize anything of his play there.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to criticize across the board, I think. I mean, this game draw was pretty close. Both teams had an additional attack. They managed to get it under the bridge, and then obviously SRP Czech ended up winning the map and the match in the end. I think it's just fantastically well played. Like, this team went so close against Ex Oblivione in the first round, like so close, like back and forth, match after match after match, and went to a full map 5. And like, I potentially expect to see SRP Czech in the finals against Ex Oblivione, like a full-on rematch. Like, this team is just too stacked. Not even the backroom staff, but the players in the server too. Like, Storm and Vestola, great. And like you said, I want to highlight that Ghost specifically. Like, there's a lot of players that people might not know out there right now. Like, you're going to start to know these names as the days go on.
Yeah, and it's exciting to see those up-and-comers mixing with veterans. I think it's a great time in the Overwatch ecosystem to be an up-and-coming player, because you're going to get your chances. You're going to get your moments to shine and start to make your name becoming one of those veterans yourself. And so seeing somebody like Ghost cooperating with veterans is awesome. Yeah. Strategically, really interesting as well to see from SRP Czech that, you know, using a lot of the Kiriko, especially against May. Time and time again, we see this Lucio sound barrier.
I like it.
It's not quite good enough to save people from the May ult, right? And the cleanse from Kiri, maybe that's exactly what you need. It's a different style though, and I'm still kind of a believer of that Lucio. Just the speed, right? Speed is just such a potent skill in the Rush mirror, but I'm kind of, we don't know yet how the meta's gonna develop, who's gonna end up on top.
Well, we'll find out. Maybe we have a better idea after the FlashOps tournament is over, but we only just got started this very weekend. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we currently stand. 2 matches down and many more to go. We're currently in the lower bracket here in the EMEA region, and we just got to witness all the shenanigans between Dinosaurs in Pajamas and SRP Czech. The second game still pending final score, so we're still waiting to find out who is going to come out on top and advance further in the lower bracket. Here's the schedule for today, as we're now wrapping up the EMEA region and head on over to, according to sources here on the couch.
Sources say
superior region.
Anonymous sources.
Anonymous sources. Could be anyone. Could be anyone.
At all, actually.
NA is going to come up next. Of course, we have a lot of well-known faces in many of the teams we get to see, and we're treated to a lot of them actually just in our very first match, which we will be breaking down after a very quick break. So stick around.
What a day. It's good to be alive. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I wasn't always the friendly, carefree guy you see before you today. I used to take things very seriously. I never had time for fun. But one day I realized something had to change. I needed to work on me. Now I've got a whole new outlook on life. I realized that it's okay to put myself first. Found out that I have a knack for bringing people together. Whoa! And I learned how to let loose with friends. I work hard. And I play hard. So, I only have one question for you. Ready to have some fun?
Yo, what's good?
What's up?
What's up? I got some. You're doing great, Mitch.
Thanks.
Got some more company here on the couch. Got rid of the J brothers over there, and now I have the
That's
M
not the word
brothers
I used
joining
yesterday,
me.
to be fair, but that's
It
that's
is
fine,
not,
that's fine.
indeed. And I have Mitch and Matt joining me as we're heading over to the NA region of the FlashOps Holiday Showdown. First of all, I want to catch everyone up on the format in case you missed it. You have no idea what's going on. Well, clearly, we've got a theme going on in the back here, and it goes together with...
It's Christmas, nerds! What do you mean what's going on?
It's the holiday season, and this is what we're all playing for. Santa brought the goods. Brought the money.
50 G's.
Yeah, Santa was
The
being
bag.
generous this year. Generous. We're playing in a double elimination bracket, and of course, some of the games already took place. So we're gonna catch you up right here. Here is the bracket. Any big surprises for you guys?
Not particularly. I think like you should not be surprised to see like Primus Tornado and this Timeless roster. Like I would expect them to feature very heavily, through this lower bracket as well. Obviously, that's a great game to watch. Look, I think there were some really great teams with like, especially like support players. I think from the league this year, like a lot of the ones featuring in our upcoming games today actually giving me a reason to watch.
There are some like really strong rosters, I think, in like that winner bracket, and then players who played in the league and other programs throughout the years, down here in losers. I'm sure we'll talk about that in a bit, but just really strong teams all throughout. Where like, NA had like a better representation of players, I think, like in the league at like the top levels. Where like, EMEA really didn't for like many years, right? Outside of like, Spitfire. So really good to see some of the familiar players, but up-and-comer players from EMEA, but now some of the more familiar players from North America.
Yeah, I feel like it's always been like the Overwatch World Cup, which lend an opportunity for a lot of European players to step it up and like kind of shine a spotlight on themselves. So it's great to have the opportunity here, of course, in our holiday showdown. Let's talk about the first match we're gonna witness here in the NA region. This one might be a banger, or maybe not. I don't know. But like Wisp, I'm actually really excited about a lot of the players we've seen on this roster. They're very familiar with each other. A lot of these players have been playing on and off for Wisp for a long, long time and playing with each other for a long time. Of course, we have Liar and CJ, very strong backline there, previously playing for the LA Valiant.
Rocket's a player we've seen as well, right? But I think you kind of like...
GOAT? I mean, this is a team that played in the Pro-Am at the start of the year and actually got results against literal like league teams in that tournament, right? Maybe not exactly the same lineup, but yeah, a lot of those individuals.
And I mean, I love seeing Crimzo play.
Always,
Put me another player, right, who you've seen really good things from.
Another big Pro-Am player.
In the past, right? So this should be a really close game. I'm excited to see like CJ and Liar back together again. I think they were, one of the bright spots, I think, for that team throughout the year. To see them get another shot now with a new roster is pretty cool.
All right, one last bit though before I'm heading over to the casters. What kind of compositions do we expect from the NA region? We were expecting the rush coming out of Europe. We saw a lot of that Ramatra. Do you think you're going to see the same thing over here?
Similar, I think, yeah. I think we might see a little bit more Sigma preference still from a lot of these North American teams. We might still see them try and pick up the Bastion at times. But like we've talked about, the Bastion nerfed a little bit, some of his effectiveness, maybe just like upfront and personal, not quite as strong, so we might see teams go away from it.
Yeah, I think you're going to see stuff built around the Sojourn. I think Sojourn just seems really strong, whether it's like dive with the Sojourn, whether it's like a lot of what we just saw with the Sojourn.
Seek is ruining the upper bracket right now on Sojourn, absolutely dominating.
Well, that's what he's been doing for a long time now, so unsurprising. Now, both of these teams are fighting for their lives in the lower bracket. Let's see who's going to advance in the lower bracket and who will be leaving us today. For all the action, we're going to send it over to Jack. What happened to your glasses? You done twinning?
Yeah. He doesn't bloody need them. He never needed them in the first place.
Wait, what?
I'm basically blind to my left eye, bro.
Those lenses are clear, my guy.
All right, hold on. Cover your right eye. Cover your right eye.
My right eye?
You're blinding your left eye, right? How many
Okay,
fingers
3, obvious.
He saw it before he was
How many
He's lying. He's lying.
Bro, I'm back in like year 7, bro. Oh, can you not see out your left eye? Oh, let's do a test. Let's play a little game.
Nah, it's cool. I can drive, guys. I can drive. Don't worry.
Oh my god. Let's not speak about the DMV, please. They already give me enough headaches. Come on, man. It's FlashOps. I want to have some fun, not talk about DMV. Right.
The opposite of fun.
How's the car?
Exactly. Mitch?
Yeah?
We're going to have some words later.
All right, mate.
Oh, no, wait, you're driving me home. No, we're not going to have words. We're going to have nice, pleasant
5
words,
stars,
actually.
mate. You better make it happen.
Wispino 3 Splash Jake on our screens in just a moment. Yeah, I like what Matt picked up there. A lot of players from Pro-Am coming back. And it's a really nice thing to see. A lot of players that we've not seen, but a lot of players we've seen in the league. Plus, obviously, players that have beaten teams like San Francisco Shock in the Pro-Am.
Oh, the remix. I think especially the DPS on this side of Wisp, for me, Chopper and Rocket, it's going to be Squid in, which is pretty surprising. I think Squid is mostly a support player, so it may be an interesting choice to bring in the May, because I think Rocket, Chopper, and Boat can really handle all the DPS, and that's one of the strongest triplets of DPS players, if you exclude previous Overwatch League players in this NA side of the bracket. No Sim, though, for Wisp. This is interesting. Sim usually very dominant on this map.
Yeah, Squid 2 also playing on the May. Traditionally bit more of a support play. Chopper on the Reaper. Looks like the rollout was a little bit quicker from 0-3 Splash, though. TP speed boost to the mid. Wisp make their way through kitchens.
They were ready for that, though. They weren't surprised. They knew, okay, if Sim comes out, we're not retaking it. We're just going to play the retake, and the timing is going to be perfect. Right when 0-3 Splash walks to point, that's when Wisp is going to explode out of this choke, try to catch them on the rotate with that Moira and Reaper.
There we go, here's the push. Oh my god! The Ram taking infinite damage. Nice little wall there. Stops Crimson from healing for just a brief moment. All good though. Good boop onto Chopper, 2 from 0-3 Splash's Lucia. But no, it's actually Haven that goes down first. Okay, Moira, better. Right click, winning.
Great shots from Squid there to burst down the Moira, and the Sim rather, still able to win this fight. Surprising actually with how I think 0-3 Splash perfectly read that play. They knew what was coming, and still it wasn't enough. So the Moira Reaper proving effective. We saw the same thing in the EU games, but I'm surprised to see it come out on top of Sim. I want to see how the rest of this match plays out. This has a lot of implications for the future of the meta. Normally, Sim would be a very popular choice in a mirror rush.
TP to point for 0-3 Splash. Crimzo Kai hiding away. Up, doomed. Yeah, doomed to a grave now. Squid with a nice little icicle. Right click. We're still with control of the point. I think, yeah, Squid's looking for the TP. He forces. Oh, okay. Didn't manage to cover the teleporter there, so no picks extra for Wisp. But that's still a large bit of time there. Worked away from the 0-3 Splash. Took him a long time to get in, get out. So Wisp in a good spot here.
Yeah, the skill gap here is pretty evident, right? Like, the picks just keep coming in. 0-3 Splash cannot keep their players alive, not getting the long fights they need. Wisp just very aggressive with the Reaper, and it's paying off.
Coalesce is available from CJ. There it is. Walls coming down from both sides. And even a nice block pot for Doomed. There's a nice little right click through the window, though, from Haven. Takes down CJ mid-coalescence.
Oh, my
That's something that can't be understated. The Sim right click through window. Haven. My goat.
That is the combo, man. The Sim right-click one-shotting you through the window. It's actually some
You're
serious
sped up as
chaotic
Moira
energy.
too. You've got no excuse almost, right? And you got fade, but
you think you're going to be okay, though. You're calling, you're full HP.
Yeah,
you're like,
yeah.
I'm getting in there, guy. And then you just get blown up one
shot.
tap. It's actually ridiculous. I'm sorry. That's out of control. And now, big ults for 0-3 Splash. They're set up to respond well. But again, is the preparation going to be enough? It wasn't last time. They got rolled over.
Great 4 ults inside 0-3 Splash. You might as well make use of him right now. Blizzard solo onto Squid. Squid pops the block. There's the beat. Blizzard wears out. A secondary beat coming down from 0-3 Splash. A better beat, but can they make use of it? Cowman pops the Annihilation, but no, Squid frees him up with a Blizzard. Any follow-up? Lamp there, not enough to save him. This Chopper just blap, straight into the head. Cowman down. 40% for 0-3 Splash. A TP to the point. Chopper is going to put pressure on it. A nice little boot too. And there's the flip.
Yeah, big fight here to win the retake. That's usually when you have the biggest trouble on this map. Although, as I say that, both teams have just won the retakes on one of the hardest maps ever. So you never know. And especially the Moira seems to evade some of the issues getting out of chokes. However, now is a tough test, I think, for Haven. You've got big AoE coming in, Death Blossom and Annihilation. That can just be overwhelming, even to a hero like Baptiste.
Haven's got the wall too, so they could wall in if they needed to. Teleport comes out, everybody through. Some of them get booped there in the little overhead, but they're on the point. There's the wall. Chopper trying to set up for a Death Blossom. He does end up getting booped. There's so much happening, but Chopper comes up with at least one. Deco dead, Crimzo falls. Just all the AoE just piled on top of each other. Not much you can do about that if you're 0-3 Splash, and that'll be the round.
Okay, I'm starting to see the logic of this comp. That kind of makes, I mean, think about
so
how much
silly.
you've got with those ults, right? With Death Blossom, Annihilation, and Cole, you've got triple AoE damage ults, and then you've got Mei adding more AoE, more slow into the mix. And so it's just so hard. You know, Bap's great at healing up maybe like 1 or 2 guys stacked up, but when all 5 players are getting melted, the drone just doesn't last at all. It doesn't do anything, and Sim just can't live long enough to get a fight off.
Feels like you're in a WoW raid. It's just like, okay, cleave the ads, use all your cleave abilities.
Literally, the enemy team is ads when you're playing this comp.
Yeah, it really is. Death Blossom, Annihilation, and Cole. Yeah, it feels pretty good. Feels pretty bad if you're on the receiving end. I mean, even a sound barrier at that point is, dude,
it's like, is it even enough, right?
No, it's
I feel
not.
like
There's no way, right?
If you had sound barrier, maybe, but it's scary to think that you could die to AoE damage through sound barrier. Typically, that's what we use sound barrier for, is counter the AoEs. But again, the same comp comes out, and Squid showing why he's in. I was surprised to see him in with the strong DPS lineup his team's fielding, but he's nice on the Mei.
Looking frosty with it. Riker always seems to step up, takes 700 damage, and then enough having to back off. Nice little bit of ult charge though for CJ. Lya just trying to clear the turrets right now. Trying, I say. And there it is, Riker trying to step up. Nice little Nemesis form, getting damage down to Cowman. He uses his a little bit later. Riker still doing a fairly good job at the front line. I mean, forcing the lamp's always good. A lot of low health bars on the side of Splash right now. But no kills just yet. These clocks so stally. But Squid jumps forward, hops the ice block as soon as he kills Doomed, and he's been more than safe for the rest of this fight. 0-3 Splash, not in a good spot. Wisp taken over.
The aggro trading so clean from Wisp. You know, when one guy gets in, he's over aggressive. You think maybe he's gone too far. His teammates are right there with him, and he's able to stay in the fight. So incredible performance from Wisp. Their team coordination, their aggression. You can see that these guys have a lot of experience playing against each other, and they're playing with confidence, which is exactly what you need to do against Sim. Don't give her that time to get full charge. Just take the fight, aggress on her, and punish her.
Chopper trying to do something rather cheeky there, get a bit of early damage down. Oh, whoa. Where the hell bar go? All right, Coalescence for CJ. Use the Fate to get away from Cowman. Lies 5% towards that beat, but is he going to use it in time? I mean, already Riker's pretty low, and there's no one to shoot the wall, so CJ couldn't get over it without a shift in. So they're just going to give up this point and the fight. Liar dies mid-air. A nice bit of extra stall time here from Squid.
This is pretty nice, actually, from Wisp. They're getting a little bit extra time on the point after losing their Reaper, but it does go to show with this big AoE comp, right? Once one player goes down, especially that Reaper, you lose a lot of your core threat. And heroes like Moira, right? One less hero to AoE heal, it really hurts your impact on the game. So 0-3 Splash, I think the key here is that they've got to dole these ultimates out one by one, not overexpend, because we know that there's this incredible combo coming from Wisp with the triple ult.
Are they going to make their way in? Wall a little bit short there from Doomed. Doesn't isolate Riker. Sound barriers available from Deco and Liar. They're going to lay it down. Not just yet. Here comes the AoE though. K-Man and Doom just laying out the Annihilation and the Blizzard. Chopper super low, 1 HP, receives the beat. Another beat coming in from Deco. Hits everybody on 0-3 Splash's side. And now it's just the time game. There's Cowman with the Annihilation, finally picking up kills. That lasted so long as well. Everybody just in a giant death ball, the whole map pretty much on one square, on one tile of this map. And at the end of the day, if you're just sat there in the Rammo, eventually the barrier is going to run out. Eventually the healing is going to run out, and it's going to chew through your health bar.
Yeah, the Moira getting bursted down before the sound barrier comes out, it really limits your survivability. And then Deco has the better sound barrier. From there, it's just done. But now, no ults, very few ults on the map. I think this starts to favor Wisp. This Death Blossom gets pretty scary.
Yeah, Death Blossom and the Coal. There it is. Wall's already been used as well, so they can't even cut that off. Here's the Death Blossom straight on top of the head. Didn't really need it, to be honest with you. Haven already went down. 75% and counting right now for 0-3 Splash. Big ups that cleanup. That should be the flip. But honestly, I mean, you're coming back into this fight as 0-3 Splash. You got to fight this Blizzard, and it's going to be a tough one. You got no sound barrier. This wall from Doomed has to be huge.
Yeah, it's all about the retake here. I want to see Wisp even like maybe hold this high ground aggressively, maybe May while their team up, but they are going to elect to play around the point, try to pull in 0-3 Splash and then collapse on them. If they can delay the fight by just a few seconds, this could be last fight. So pressure on for 0-3 Splash, either make it quick or win it.
Couple of nice right clicks coming in here from the Sim. There's the early wall from Doom, trying to isolate somebody, but no, it's instantly destroyed. An escape teleporter there for Haven, spots the wall behind him and has to jump out of there. Blizzard available from Squid. They don't need to posture anything here, really, Jake. I mean, Wisp can just wait for 0-3 Splash to come in, but all the meanwhile, this time that they're wasting, 0-3 Splash are also getting ults. There's the Blizzard pretty early. Doom doesn't got his just yet, and Cowman gets trapped up. And I still teleport away there for the Sim, but is it going to be enough? Finally, Cowman makes his way back in with the Annihilation. That's a lot of damage. Forces the Wraith form from Chopper, but that's just about it. And now the Blizzards are coming in. Riker in trouble. Coalescence is healing them up and manages to pop the Nemesis form just in time. A late beat from Lies good. Deco just needs to survive. It's 99% for Wisp, and this could be the map too. Haven is down, but Deco does manage to get the barrier off, but they've got no sim wall. They have just spawned, so they can use it from the point, though, Jake.
Riker's coming back in with the Annihilation. This would be a crucial last-second team fight.
Oh, Chopper
does go down.
Liar Riker coming out with kills and Chopper falling. I mean, it doesn't matter because Wisp with their late Annihilation should just clean it all up. 99% ticks over, and there's the map. Wisp take the first round.
It's a beautiful patience in the final fight from Wisp. That's something that we expected to see at the high level of play, showing that, you know, these teams are actually playing at an advanced level, right? They could have rushed in earlier, they could have popped their ults quicker, probably won the fight off that, but then there would have been a retake for 0-3 Splash. And so Wisp really playing to the win cons with this Moira comp. It's a comp you associate with playing simplistically, oh, just run it down, right? But showing that they do have the complexity to adjust when it's necessary.
Oh, that's my favorite highlight
This
of the game
combo
so far.
is out of control. This is like my most hated combo.
This is the second forbidden combo.
This is
the window.
This is really forbidden.
Fight.
Don't do this to me in my ranked games, please.
Just disgusting.
It's like, oh, you wanted to peek that corner? No.
Oh, actually, no. It's crazy how long these fights last as well, Jake. It's kind of ridiculous. Just of how much sustainability. Like, you think, I mean, just look at this comp. The Mei, the Reaper, they both have things to get out of the way. They also have extra HP. They haven't got 200. They got a little bit extra. Ram can also survive for a long time. CJ2 on the Moira can reposition permanently. Like, everybody's so hard to take down. It's why these fights are lasting so long. So it just becomes it's almost not a mind game, but just a stain. Just being able to live through these fights and just not making these small mistakes. And Wisp are just coming out on top. You said before that they're probably favored in this matchup, but hey, 0-3 Flash, giving them a little run for their money right now.
You know, I think if you do take it to a sim mirror, the game can get kind of technical. It's like, okay, press this ult, press that ult. You know, there's not so much individual outplay. But with the Reaper and the Moira, everybody has that chance, like you said, to individually escape from a dangerous situation. So they can all take more risks, push things a little more aggressively. And time again, they were proving that, you know, with a better mechanical skill, that those risks, they tend to pay off. So Wisp looking very good in that first map.
Yeah, they're looking good. They take the first map. 0-3 Splash, though. Yeah, they're still buying back. So we're going to jump to a quick break. Map number 2 coming up soon.
Welcome back. If you want to get your conversation or your tweet or whatever on social platforms, you can just use the hashtag FlashOps, and yeah, maybe you'll get featured on the little lower third there during the breaks. But we are going to the second map. It is Wisp versus O3 Splash. Jake, pretty decent map, and yeah, one of the, man, these long fights, they're going to get crazy, because Sim, May, Reaper, Ram, Moira, they don't die. No one dies. No one dies for like 5 minutes.
I will say I'm a known Moira hater, and I like this Moira comp.
Good.
I like the triple cleave with the Annihilation, with Coalescence, with Death Blossom. It makes heroes like Bap and Sim that really are very powerful, but a little bit squishier, a little bit easier to kill, makes them much more dangerous, feeling like, oh, you can actually just catch these guys out, TPing into the backline. There's not really anyone to deal with that, especially with no Sig in the comp. There's no stuns to stop a Death Blossom. It's going to be relatively tough to deal with. So far, great work from the Moira Reaper. I kind of think we might see more of this as the tournament goes on, and if you're in your ranked games, you get a Moira player on your team, bring this out. I promise your Moira is going to be very happy healing Reaper, May, and Ramatra. Even a Moira one trick can be convinced to press her left click if you've got these heroes on your team.
There's no way.
No, Moira, I'm just joking. Of course, a Moira would never heal. A true Moira would never heal.
That's true, yeah, exactly, yeah.
No, you get that coal up faster, and then you kill everybody, all right? Think about it that way.
Think about this. Use your healing orb and then only right click.
Oh no, please don't say this to people.
I mean, look.
But the Sig comes out, hold on. I think the Sig is a good response, actually, potentially, against this, because now you've got a stun. So yeah, May, Reaper, normally they can, shift out, get out of trouble. Right. Now they're in trouble. There's no save for them if they get stunned. They might have to press those skills very, very early. However, they're on attack. They got the chance to counterpick. Curious to see how Cowman plays this out. Sojourn as well, more one-shots, more threat for these escape-oriented heroes on the side of Wisp.
Pretty easy to get a lot of charge as well if you're the Sojourn against the Ram, especially when he jumps into the Nemesis form.
I still like the Sig. I mean, this Ram buff is big, but I think Sig, that rock is so much impact. Sometimes the Flux, exactly what you need against a stacked up Lucio comp.
Playing Ram is pretty cool, though, I'd say. You just get to walk at people and punch them to death, rather than Sig, who sits behind shield. Well, it is. Would you rather do that, or would you rather be sitting behind shield, throwing your little spears, your little Christmas balls, if you want to be season appropriate? CJ already dead to Haven. Just right click across the map. Although Wisp still trying to take this high ground, now Chopper dead. Yeah, not good. This is a backup, but I didn't see one, all the way to spawn.
And I feel like that's a rough fight for Wisp, because that's 2 kills just from Sojourn without Sig even landing his rocks. Cowman unfortunately missed his rocks there, so I think when he does land those stuns, that's really when you're expecting to see kills come out. So to be winning fights without that puts a lot of pressure on Wisp. However, Chopper, a known monster on the Sojourn, especially when this guy gets OC, I think anything can happen.
All right, CJ handily jumping over that wall. No eat from the Sigma now, but Haven dead. A little bit of revenge there from Chopper. O3 Splash, how are they going to approach this one now? They're going to be able to take this high ground, Jake. If they want it, that is. Looks like Liar's just trying to bait them out or just boot people down if they get up. Surely Doomed here's Liar. No, they do not. Nice little boot from Liar there, forcing the block, forcing the wall, and a nice little chase down to Chopper. Holding hands with Liar to track down Doomed and kill him. CJ, solo Flux, has the Lambs, going to be safe. No shift available, but it's got a mini if he needs it at his back. And now Cowman's in the firing line, unfortunately, of CJ and the rest of Team Wisp. There's the lamp gone down, and that should be the point.
Beautiful game sense from Liar, right? I think Doomed was actually crouched that entire time. Liar had no way of really knowing for sure that the Mei would come, but he anticipates it well. Their team's ready to instantly kill off Mei, and then, yes, the retake is happening, but Riker, he can just hang on a point. He's got his hands up, he's blocking. He'll sit there all day, and that's exactly what he does. And in the meantime, the first kill snowballs into a second and a third, shutting down the retake. Crucial team fight for Wisp, and once again, I'm impressed with their strategic decision-making in these long fights, being ready for what's next, rather than just reacting to it.
I'm a Ram fan at this point. Double Blizzard. Oh, Doom gets caught. There he goes. Didn't manage to ice block in time, and Chopper says sayonara. Nice little double kill. Triple kill, in fact, with the overclock. Nice clean, and Wisp just pushing through this second phase easily.
All right, Squid's taking over on DPS. I see why they got this guy in. He's owning on the Mei. That was a beautiful counter. Blizzard gets so much more value than Doomed. I mean, you're a bit favored, holding position, making the enemy Mei push into you, but still beautiful. The freeze, even the overclock from Chopper might not have been necessary if he had realized how many people Squid just froze.
All right, quick retake though.
the Lucio's on board. They're going to let us stop it just for the second points. Now it's Haven's turn to show us what you got. Still got that slide, can go up to the high ground if they want to. Gets one body shot in, but yeah, the kite is just so good. The land is going to help Riker get out as well. Beautiful stuff coming out from Wisp.
Beautiful. Just patience. Like, they could have beat it into that. They could have fought it, but they choose not to. And now they're in an even better position, going to take this wide angle, a little bit more favorable to the attackers. Just a little bit of an easier position to push through.
There's the window, it gets walled off. Liar brought back down to earth with that vortex there. Sound barrier coming in later there for Liar. There's a window coming through from Crimzo 2. Can he find any headshots? It doesn't look like he can, because Riker just walks through the window, shatters it, and the payload is going to get moving also soon. Crimzo is just stuck in the backline there. And yeah, Cowman has no support. Nothing at his back. Doomed popped the ice block, he's got no wall left, and there you go, Wisp just rolling through this point right now. 2.5 minutes, there's going to be a little extra there in the time back for them. Almost 4 minutes going into third. I mean, that is gross.
Just magnificent. Beautiful plays, beautiful rotations on the map. No comments, Wisp. Well done. Clap, clap. I'm impressed. This is really high-level stuff we're seeing from them. And 0-3 Splash, they're playing fine, but they're just getting a little bit outplayed in these long fights. Chopper finding his opportunities, and another overclock coming up very soon. Yes, Doomed has Blizzard, but it's hard to use that ult on defense. You don't want to really rush in with it.
Oh, Chopper taking a small dose. Haven there. Gets out alive, and both of them do. Is the Blizzard. Oh, very, very good kite again from Wisp.
Liar, he's just on point. He's always got the speed boost ready. He's always saving it when he knows Blizzard is online, and his team, they're very happy about that, staying unfrozen.
Oh, there's the Annihilation. Really good wall, though. The slide from Chopper goes straight into the wall, forcing him between that and Cowman ulting, but they managed to take him out. CJ steps back, pops the window up, and Cowman just melts. Thought he was more than safe to walk up with the Annihilation and healers at his back, but not to be. 0-3 Splash, though, still with ultimates online, can come back. They got a window of their own to stall if they really need it, but Cowman's already here.
A lot of space right now for Chopper to potentially get an OC off. Gets to this high ground. Oh, he's pulled down, though, by that field. Beautiful play, and they cut him down.
Chopper was the overclock, thought he had a cheeky angle, but no. Cowman just wraps around. Nice stuff from 0-3 Splash. Just a tempered aggression right now from Wisp. They know when they want to go in, but 0-3 Splash, they've got every single trick in the book to deal with it.
That was a bit unfortunate, getting pulled off the high ground. If he had gotten up there, that could have been a very different team fight. Sojourn really needs that strong position to use overclock well, and got absolutely denied by Cowman there, so nice use of the slow field. Now, not many ultimates online, a little bit more emphasis on these Sojourns to find opening picks, but couple slip-ups here and there, and the cooldown's running low now. This is the moment, I think, for Wisp to walk up.
They got it. They got Annihilation. They know Doom doesn't have speed boost, and yeah, now's the time to go. Where's that beat, 0-3 Splash? Where's it gone? Nice little zoning tool here from Riker. It's going to force that payload all the way up, and now it's up to 0-3 Splash to try and get in there. Annihilation does wear off eventually, but Haven's already dead. Here comes the beat. Does only hits 4 as Haven needs to come back from the spawn, but those spawn timers are oh so long now. Doomed dead. This window is just too much, surely. The heals are just crazy through it, and CJ not even bothering to heal at this point. He doesn't need to. He's additioning the damage. And Wisp, they finish with time. 1 minute and almost 30 seconds there. 1 minute and 27 to be precise. And 0-3 Splash. There's some nice little holds there on that last point, Jake. But, I mean, CJ putting out that window, there's just no chance. With your Lucio going down that late, yeah, it's a rough one.
Beautiful play as well from Chopper. Not only does he open up onto the Lucio, the guy with the ultimate that they need to go aggressive, so that's, you know, cutting all the aggression out for 0-3 Splash. Nothing much they can do but sit in the corners and hide once the Lucio gets picked. And then there was a moment there where I thought, oh, maybe Deco can get back just in time, maybe the December comes out, but no, it's Chopper again picking his counterpart on the Sojourn, so the beat comes down on a 4v5 and it's already rough. So Chopper, I think, really showing a little bit of a gap here on the server. Sojourn, so impactful. I'm glad Matt talked about this on the desk, because for me, Sojourn is like, that's the DPS I want to be playing in every game of Overwatch. It just feels, you have the game in your hands. You might drop it, you might miss your rails. You know, me, I especially might miss my rails. I'll use a lot of body shots, all right? I'm a body shots, that's my playstyle. I'm a specialist in body shotting. But Chopper, he's not. He goes for the head, he finds these picks, opens it up for his squad, and it shows how much that matters in a meta where Sojourn's crucial. I mean, I think there's a lot of very scary Sojourn players in this tournament. We're gonna see some serious haymakers being thrown as we get further in.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch mentioned it already on the sofa over there, but yeah, Seeker's also been tearing it up on the Sojourn. Surprise, surprise, Seeker's pretty good at that pick. So honestly, Sojourn's one of the most entertaining heroes to watch. Like, just the railgun and the slide just make the hero so sick.
It's so sick. It's just like, she's got the coolest lore.
Yeah.
She's got the coolest gun, the most fun. It's not fair.
She has the coolest dog.
It's not fair. She's the coolest hero. It's not fair. But actually, I'm a DPS player, so you know what? I'm okay with that.
Actually, it's quite fair. I get to play her all the time.
It's fair. I take it all back.
Squid's in a little bit of trouble. Man, these vortexes. They're going quite hard. Quite impactful at this moment in time. We saw, obviously, the denial on the Sojourn a little bit earlier. CJ taking a fair bit of damage too. These comps are pretty explosive when they get going. Chopper force up to the high ground. It's pretty low. Oh, couldn't get healed in time by CJ or Liar. Just got taken down by the disruptor shot. Walls are coming in. Now, 0-3 splash. No need to do much else, but hold them.
Yeah, it's too hard, right? Losing that one, you're getting snowballed over. 0-3 splash, they are no slouches of a team. So when they get that option with the Sojourn pick, they're going to go in. I think Chopper just a little over-aggressive there, right? He had the opportunity to slide back and get out of the fight, but he felt like maybe that'd be baiting his team too much. Maybe he needs to stay in the action. To be fair, he almost slipped around the corner, but sometimes that disruptor shot is exactly what you need to finish the kill in the mirror.
It's all about the AoE, man. What can I say? Disruptor shot, Vortex. That combo goes crazy.
It is actually nasty. The super slow and taking a ton of DPS. AoE. It makes it
damage.
If you time that up so the enemy's coming through the choke into it, man, it is devastating. You feel like on BAP, there's no way you're walking through that. Maybe on RAM you can, but no way on BAP.
Oh, there's the Annihilation. Both windows popped too. This is the most ridiculous fight I've ever seen. Fighting in the bookstore. Okay. The Blizzards are coming out as well. Frozen Doom. Can they actually find the picks? No, the wall! The wall from Squid. They managed to get doomed in the end, but Squid's wall was kind of blocking them off there. They do end up getting out. I don't think I've ever seen
it's a five-man
a bigger ult fight in that bookstore in my life. Like, what?
I think Doomed might have been setting up there, trying to get like a sneaky play, but a 5-man full freeze Blizzard from Squid. That is ridiculous. That should never happen. So great punish from Wisp, and now they hold one of the best chokes in all of Overwatch. Pressure on 0-3 Splash to open this up. Feels like Haven has to make some magic happen, and he's got no space to work with. It's a really rough place.
Really early Annihilation pop there. Deco trying to run away. They do have the sound barrier, but will they be able to get it up in time? Saved by the lamp for the time being, but this Annihilation is just so large. Eventually Deco lays down the beat, but is it going to be enough? I mean, a later one from Light is good. They've already lost Squid, but now Chopper, oh yeah, he's got that overclock and he ain't afraid to use it. Deco down, Cowman in the sights, holding up those arms, luckily receiving enough healing, but they've managed to at least even this one up for the time being.
Squid is still down, though. He's not quite back to the fight, so it's still 4v5. 0-3 Splash want to push their advantage, and I think it's the right play here. You really want to catch these kills.
Oh, Liar! Oh,
they're trying to slip away.
I even given Liar a swift haircut there. Please don't cut the main. It's too glorious. 3.5 minutes. 0-3 Splash finally making it through that choke.
These speed amps from Liar are just changing the game for his team, keeping these rotations clean, everybody alive, and now they're in with an matrix. I don't know if this is going to catch anybody. They have isolated Mei, but I think Doomed is going to slip out of there. Maybe a bit of a wasted ult here, bit of over-aggression. Now it's 0-3's turn to split and kite very efficiently, wait out the ult, and now, again, big ults on the side of 0-3 to push in.
Oh, that's a really good wall. Nice counter wall, though, from Squid. Actually gets Riker out of there, so Haven can't make use of this amp matrix any longer. Looking like they want to go on a small flank. There's the overclock. CJ in trouble. Beautiful lamp. Jumps up to the high ground completely out of the side, but Chopper with the diff. Haven just gets shut down completely. Annihilation. This is going to have to hold them on for the time being. CJ and Liar already dead, though. Deco and Doomed picking up kills, and now is Chopper just running for his life. Chased down. Chopper made such a sick play, but it didn't matter. 0-3 Splash just splitting him up, taking it home. Look at that. Another 4-minute time bank going on to third.
Yeah, in the end, Haven still forced a big response, ton of cooldowns, a ton of vision aggro, everybody turning to look at him on the flank, and the rest of his team was striking at that exact moment, so still able to overrun the front line, just forcing land, distracting the BAP. Sometimes that's all you need if you're playing with synchronicity, with confidence as a team.
Sound barrier from Liar a little bit quicker here. There's the Blizzard. It's going to be large. Can Riker get saved? Good wall, but better lamp.
Perfect
you see
drone.
Just in that choke, and they can't see it because it's on the lip of the little roof there. High ground control, not in anybody right now. Oh, nice little boop though. Nice little stuff there from Deco, forcing Chopper off of the high ground as Riker does fall to the window. Just so much damage, and I mean, Matt was calling it a little bit earlier. Sometimes you don't expect how much damage comes through that window, especially if it's instant, right? used to timing up with the fire strikes, but a Sojourn Railgun will do it.
O3 need to find some kind of opening pick here in this fight, though, because massive ults are coming online for Wisp. This will be an
That
easy
wall
cleanup.
is super good. It's going to stop the healing coming in, so Riker has to pop the ult super early. Sound barrier from Deco hits 5, and Chopper just sniping from spawn. But no, it's actually Doom that matches him. Cowman does end up falling, so a little less point presence now for O3 Splash, but the payload's only 4 meters away. Wisp do have spawn advantage here, so maybe O3 Splash want to make this a go again. Yeah, payload's moving back, I'm not sure. Unless a miracle happens, O3 Splash are going to want to go again.
And Liar, I love the presence of mind. No, it's 4v4, yes, but he knows, all right, Cowman down, there's no way these guys are capping, there's no way they're clearing the car. He holds the sound barrier. A lesser player for sure would have wasted the sound barrier in that fight and left his team with nothing to work with. Now he's got a great tool, potential answer to the Annihilation, maybe to Haven's overclock. They've have a much better chance at full holding them out because of Liar's decision making right there with the beat. So really well played by him on the support. But Haven, it's gonna kind of take all that advantage away.
It's all on the Sojourns right now, and Haven's even got that overclock. He hasn't got a wall to worry about either. And almost a perfect sightline to Squid down the sound barrier. It's good for 3, but is it good enough to save your whole team? Don't think so. The Annihilation, I mean, you're just throwing everything in now. Crimzo even has the window, probably doesn't need it. Chopper with the attempted Widow play, but it's not gonna happen. A rather similar time bank when it comes down to it. 1 minute and 50 versus 127. So close on Kings Row.
It's anybody's game. Kings Row, yeah, whatever, 20 seconds, it does not matter. This is all about the OT push. It's all about getting the first cap and then starting to win some fights on the payload. Kings Row is a notorious map in these overtime rounds for going to 5, 6 points, going all the way to last, because those long defender spawns on OT can really start to bite. You start losing fight after fight, you lose your ultimate advantage, things go from bad to worse very quickly, especially with comps that they have no problem sitting on the card in overtime. Overtime almost doesn't matter when you're on attack with the Ram comp. Like, Ram's gonna be on card all day anyway. He doesn't care if it's overtime or not. So that's all about this first fight and the second fight after it. Can you actually hold on to first point, or do you just play to stop the car after it gets rolling into the street space?
How are you?
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm glad we're seeing a lot more Ram, honestly. That 100 armor really did push him up.
It's just a lot of little things here and there, right? It's the spam, it's the consistency of the spam with the projectile size, it's the damage, you know, it's the extra armor. It all adds together, right? And then it just becomes a potent cocktail. And Ram's always been a decent hero. I feel like he's never been bad. It's just maybe he wasn't quite good enough. And on top of that, you got the Bastion nerf. I feel like Bastion, one of those key heroes pressuring Ram. You basically can't punch when Bastion's shooting you. You're just blocking all day, which, yes, it works, but it doesn't feel good. Like, you wanna be punching. I mean, come on. Why are you playing Ram if not to punch people?
Oh. That would have been a disgusting shot. And that was the quickest swap to Sojourn I've ever seen. Didn't even touch the ground.
Pro tip, you gotta put your cursor on the right hero, and then when you press H again, it'll still be in the right spot.
Wow.
Elite tip.
A top tip from Jake Lyon. That's crazy. Write that one down, everybody in chat. Write it down.
Cooldown just being traded at the choke here. Nothing of note. It's all on these Sojourns. They both have rail. They're both strafing. Chopper still has a chance. Oh, yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Dude, that's what I'm talking about.
Chopper is nasty. Just get out of here. Just die on the point. Whatever. Go again. Just let Chopper. Just let him eat his food. My God, this guy's on fire.
I really feel like Chopper's just been one of the most exciting prospects coming out of NA in the last few years on the DPS role. Haven, in respect, has been going toe-to-toe with him, but for me, Chopper, I just put a lot of respect, a lot of name value on this player. They do get Maywalled, but they should be able to get saved by their team. Now the streets phase, it's going to be an overtime fight, though, so O3, all is forgiven if they can just win this fight. It's still a very winnable position. This fight, realistically, probably determines the map. This is a crucial moment. If you win on Wisp, you snowball deep into the streets. If you lose, you're probably going to need to full hold first to win the map.
10 seconds to go. OT fight. It is. There's a vortex. Yeah, Riker's trying to look for where the hell Cowman went. He's in the backline, by the way. Yeah, I mean, Haven's been forced out here. I mean, Riker's just chased him down, but he's getting enough heals. The Deco speed boost onto Haven just saved their life. Cowman is down with Liar picking up that kill. The spawn points are so close for Wisp. They just need to keep Riker alive, but they can't do it. Now CJ's getting run out, booped high in the sky. Sound barrier is good, but that Blizzard's going to stop him from touching the payload unless they get frozen. OT is still here, and they managed to get back just in time. Ultimates from Liker and Chopper are coming through, and Squid's got the Blizzard. He's just got to use it. He's got to use it now. There's a slide away from Haven, so at least getting some damage down, but no, the wall is just too good. Haven can't get a lineup on the team, can't even utilize the overclock, and there you go. know the choke has been broken.
I really respect that mindset from Splash. It's not the call I would have made, but in hindsight, I think it's the right one because you're down in ultimate charge. You lost the last fight. You kind of have to make something crazy happen. And to be fair, they were very nearly did it. Now, though, you're in this really scary spot where the OT spawns are long. You're only getting one more contest on second point, and you're coming up into overclock and annihilation. Should be fair ults though, so again, for me it's like eyes on the Sojourns, eyes on these annihilations, how much value can they get? Huge slow field though, forces big CDs.
Good Vortex, Chopper trying to get a line on the team. Cowman just taking infinite damage right now. Whereas Bastion or Sojourn, that Ram is just holding the block. No ultimate now, though, and Haven's going to rib his, and as soon as he does, they try and get into a position where he's forced to back all the way up and can't get a sideline on the rest of the team. Haven's still super low. There's no kills in the kill feed whatsoever as the Annihilation just ripping and tearing through either team. CJ on the high ground, though. The window is absolutely massive. The heals are just too good, and there's the triple kill with the Annihilation. Riker comes up with even 4 kills. Jeez, that lasted a long time, and that's it. In these OT fights, the Ram is just so strong. Just that constant ticking damage, Jake.
Crucial patience from Riker. He pops his ult and he just only blocks, right? So many players would lack that discipline. They'd be like, I gotta get some punches in. No, he knows all he has to do is stay alive, keep that cart rolling in overtime. Chopper as well. No heals come his way. They all have to go to the Ram. Chopper manages to slip out and stay alive. So really well played by Wisp. Should be big ults now for O3 though. This is their moment. You have to stop the car right now.
Yeah, Crimzo with the window advantage too. Nice little boop there, so Haven doesn't get the high ground, but this healing is good. Sound barrier from Liar. Deco 2 is going to be there to match. That Lamp is decent, but Crimzo still just healing his whole team through this window. It's just too good. Lamp to try and save the Mei, and Doomed gets a nice Blizzard off too. There it is. Here come the kills. This was their fight to win, but Chopper trying to make it a little bit harder, but no. Cowman, Deco, they're going to run through the team. O3 Splash, they stop the payload, but 5 points. And just this run on OT, Jake, like you said, you either run through that second point in OT or you get stopped on that choke, that archway just after that first point. And there you go. O3 Splash with a hell of a task now.
Yeah, there's a truly Sisyphean mountain to climb here for O3 Splash. Such a long way to go, but you can't think about that. You know, once the clock goes into OT, anything can happen. Anything can happen, right? A couple fights on streets, you could easily find yourself in an OT fight there on third point. You know, I think this is where it comes into your team's mentality, your presence of mind. So I want a player like Crimzo right now to be reminding everybody, like, guys, we can win this. It's just one fight at a time, right? You win one fight, you get the car rolling. You win one more fight in overtime, you can cap second. And that's the last fight, right? Like, this is doable. I want to emphasize that. However, I think from Wisp, if they have the patience and the presence of mind, like, build up all your ultimates and find that one decisive fight in the streets phase, that's your road to victory here. So if Chopper gets that one opening pick, or, you know, there's any kind of big opening with cooldowns, you win that one fight for free, things are starting to look up. So O3, they've got to bait out ults. They've got to make individual plays. It can't just be honest Overwatch from O3. They've got to make a little bit of trickery here, get those advantages to win this, you know, admittedly very, very difficult map for them here on Kings Row.
I mean, you say Chopper needs to get an opening pick, but it feels like inevitability more than if he can.
He's been so good so far. I mean, yeah, it's like, right? It's scary to be playing against this. I do feel like Haven's going toe-to-toe, so the players on O3 have to believe, you know what? We can win this Sojourn 1v1. That's not the reason you're losing this game. It's going to come down to the team play.
CJ and Chopper's positioning, though, is kind of nasty on either high ground. Lamp pretty early used. All good, though. Still blocked there. Later Lamp coming in from the blue team, and Splash trying to move forward. They're trying to get kills here, but they can't just do it. Their wall was just too good. They do end up trading Maze, but still on the high ground is Chopper, just dishing out just absurd amounts of damage. They need to force him down. He's just got such a good, like, eagle-eyed view of the whole team. Nice little flank. Oh, the Crimzo kill. Double kill from Chopper. Just goes on the flank with a little Lucio speed boost from Liar, and now with only a minute to go, it's a quick reset. But Chopper, he's already taken names, numbers, addresses. He's got everything. He's going to have a nice little ultimate coming up as well, but equal damage coming out from Haven and him. I mean, either Overclock at this point can do some serious work.
Yeah, I do think, though, the early window from CJ, I think CJ's been crucial, right? Keeping Riker and Squid fighting on the statue. They are refusing to give up this position. I think they know this is where the point is won or lost, is on the statue, and they're holding it very well.
Nice little wrap-around window coming in. The shift already used from CJ. In fact, all cooldowns used, and Chopper is there to join them. That lamp and the railgun shots through the window, insta-killing Haven. And CJ, by the way, this guy just does not die. Wisp just running through O3 Splash now with Cowman dead. There's no frontliners to be had. There's 15 seconds to go. An inevitability now that Wisp end this map right here, right now. 10 seconds, Cowman jumps to Doom. I don't think you're even getting out of spawn, son. I mean, you're staring down the barrel of Chopper. Nice little boop. And the Doom's dead before he even touches the point. Wisp with a clean 2-0. 5 points, in fact, Jake, on Kings Row in OT. Disgusting stuff.
This is just such a full court press from Wisp. I feel like every single player I want to highlight, I want to shout him out because everyone is playing well. I feel like this team should be going to potentially to the top, potentially all the way. And we've got like incredibly stacked teams here in NA.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I say it's the best region. You can
But
laugh,
are they the best at Rhine? Are they the best at Rhine?
Best at Rhine? That's the most Euro response I've ever heard in my life. Oh, you're the best Overwatch? Well, I play Reinhardt.
How about Reinhardt, though?
What about Reinhardt? Oh, I forgot about Reinhardt.
I mean, these highlights from both Sojas this whole game is
Seriously.
just so sick. I'm so happy Soja's back.
It's so fun,
Soja's
man.
such a sick hero to watch. I mean, it is funny how long these fights sometimes take with the Mei, and obviously on the control map as well, like Mei, Reaper, like Sim. A lot of people that take a long time to die. But when there's one explosive character that makes all the difference, you can really see who stands above the rest. And I think Chopper this whole map was just dominating.
Yeah, just, he's just so clean when he needs to be. And this moment here is like, both Meis died, but that's going to favor the attackers with a spawn advantage. Chopper knows that. He feels the pressure, like, I've got to make some kind of play. And usually that's when people mess up. They feel, oh, I have to make a play right now. It's like, okay, well, you're going to miss your shots if you feel that way. He's got the ice in his veins. That's what you need on hitscan. When your team calls upon you, you have to be able to deliver. Chopper did that in spades here on Kings Row.
Yeah, I mean, just jumping into the flow state.
Yeah.
Don't need anything
turn
else.
it on.
Exactly.
Like, all right, guys, you need me to turn it on? I'll turn it on.
All right, okay.
I'll turn it on.
Okay, I'll be the best player in the lobby. Okay, sure.
All right.
Yeah, no worries. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Wisp with a clean 2-0. They're going to advance. We'll see you after this.
There's a bunch of enemies over there. I like it when the prey fights back.
You do not want to hear me roar.
Try and stop me!
We are the apex predators.
You will not be tased again.
I am a sly and stealthy hunter.
It's hammer time!
A steady blade never falters. Blast it!
Working hard or working harder.
Let's go sledding. I've always wanted to try that.
A most impressive display.
Let the festivities begin.
Okay, when are we getting FlashOps prop hunt? Thoughts on that? Thoughts on FlashOps prop hunt?
I will dominate you in prop hunt.
No.
I will show you what,
There's no
what
way.
a professional looks
I've
like.
had years of prop hunt experience, sir. In other games, I would have you know I'm a master of prop
All right,
hunt.
prop hunt master, respect.
It was actually a really fun mode back when you were the Genji and stuff, and the
Yeah,
Kiriko
yeah,
on
they did it
Blizzard
well.
World.
They did it
was
well with
actually really
Overwatch
sick.
prop hunt.
I really liked
Reminded me
it.
of a lot of games back
I
in
just want
the
to be
day.
able to transform into the point. Just like
Ooh,
a giant
I like
disc.
that. That was like a TF2 special.
Yeah.
It was
just
I am
pretend
the
to be the
capture
point.
Just running around as the capture point.
Yeah, it was so.
What's that?
I just like being the most ridiculously big thing possible, and then people are like, surely that's not the.
that's not him.
There's
Come
no
on.
way, bro.
Come on.
All right, we're going to head into Suravasa as our next map. Wisp 2-0 right now. I mean, it's looking clean. It looks like it's going to be a 3-0, but there was some signs of life there from OP Splash. Obviously, they capped the entire way, almost had the same amount of time in the time bank. I mean, it's looking great, but it is coming down to these Sojourns. It really does feel like Haven and Chopper. And Chopper is just annihilating right now in terms of stats. I mean, but the thing is, with the Sojourn at least, as soon as you start getting in your groove and you're feeling it, like you were saying before the break, Jake, you can really start to take over. I wonder if they're going to go back to this Sojourn mirror or they're going to try something else here.
I mean, I think Haven has the skill to play the mirror. I think Chopper, though, is just finding more in the series. Part of that, though, comes from his team. I feel like overall, as a unit, Wisp, they're putting on more pressure on the map. That gives Chopper more opportunities to succeed. And I feel like if it's coming down to the Sojourn 1v1, so far in the series, I'm taking Chopper on it. And this, for me, this is a map, I don't know, you could try playing something else. He's locking the Reaper. I don't buy it, Chopper. I don't buy it. I think this is a Sojourn map through and through. There's a lot of these wide open angles where Sojourn can just get the space she needs to work. I'd have a hard time, honestly, seeing the Reaper work, especially on the first point. I don't buy it for a second, Chopper. You can't fool me.
We'll see. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like
starting to get scared.
It'll be the best pick.
No,
Yeah, please change.
Come on.
Are we changing?
They will lose if they play
Thoughts on
Reaper.
changing?
There's no way it's good. It's not good.
He's emoting? All good. Okay, there's the Soj. All right, all right. So, complete mirror here.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what you got to play. If you're going to take this mirror, I think this is about as good as it gets. The Sojourn, if you try to get tricky with a Sim or a Bastion, Sojourn's going to flank you all day long, shoot you in the back. The game's going to start to feel very, very scary for everybody who's got 200 HP, which is most of these guys. So, pretty scary game to play against Sojourn, but good positioning for 0-3. I feel like this is a little scary for Wisp, retaking through one choke. Chopper, though, look at him. He's coming from that alternate angle. Might open the map up and push Haven down.
Yeah, Haven's checking him, though. Nice little boop there onto Lyre. No, that's... Wow, okay. Where did Doom go, bro? Well, Doom's dead. I don't know what happened to him, but they're no longer with us, sadly. And, well, Deco 2. That was a really rough opening. I mean, through the choke point, yeah, it's normally pretty tough, especially with the amount of AoE from the Disruptor Shot and the Vortex as well, but they just kind of shrugged it off. I like Chopper using the Disruptor Shot on the high ground, actually. He's forcing Haven straight off.
Yeah, remove that dangerous position right at the start of the fight, and then right as Haven's resetting, that's when Doom gets bursted. Unfortunate mistake from Doom, though. Gets popped without ice blocking there. It's going to really hurt his team. If he gets that skill off, could be a different fight, but Wisp, when they go aggressive, they just come in like a wave all together all at once, and you really have to play perfect to respond to that. One little mistake, you know, you're a quarter second late on the ice block, you're dead. That's the margin you're playing with against great players like these teams from Garfield.
All right, now it's O3 Splash's turn to try and go through this choke points. Early wall. Squid forced to pop the block, but it does not matter. Yeah,
the bat pick, it's not looking good when you get bat picked.
It is Jova. Goodbye. Goodbye, team.
The DPS, the Lucio, you can fight back. Ram is pretty rough, but Bap, I'm telling you guys, it ain't looking good when the Bap goes down.
Ooh. Wow, that was close. And that's the point. And these resets as well are massive. Like, because of how quickly Flashpoint ticks up too, especially these fast comms, if they're able to chase you down near to the spawn, like, good luck getting back, man. It's just so tough.
Yeah, 100-0 to start us off. Not going to inspire much confidence for O3 Splash. Going to have a lot of mental fortitude here because, as well, I think Wisp are going to be very aggressive here, trying to push up, take this high ground away, see if they can fight very early on the map here.
Super early. I saw wall again. Forcing the block super early from Dooms. Alternate angle.
This isn't the active point here, I'm pretty sure.
No,
it's the other one behind them. They're just fighting here.
They are just fighting
I love this, actually.
We are not on the point. Sound barriers, all ults being used.
Oh, is
then
it?
both.
Okay.
Oh, it is. Wait,
Okay.
it didn't come up on the. Okay, I got trolled. I got baited too. I got trolled. That would have been really interesting. Let's fight on a different point, the one that is unlocking to force ults.
You know, I think it's not actually too crazy to fight on the next point out, to like fight super early and contest the next choke if you can stop the enemy team from getting past you.
Yeah, which is pretty.
But
fair,
I said
yeah.
I'm just trolling actually.
So, we both got baited. No, it's not just you. All good.
I could have sworn I saw the other one, but you know what?
Yeah. It's fine.
We're human.
We're all human.
Mortal.
Apart from Chopper. Chopper is
not human. Confirmed.
A slight demigod, perhaps, with the Sojourn.
Give me an OC flank. Yeah, the enemy team's got 3 ults. Chopper's got OC though, so this is like a 50-50. Now, realistically, this should be O3 Slash's fight, but I just feel like it's gonna be.
Doomed. Okay, get out of the way. Force block, was too scared of the railgun. There's the sound barrier. Now Chopper can get out of there. Kind of easy, but nice wall. And that lamp goes down pretty quick sharp to Crimzo's burst shots. Now with the point capped away from Wisp. Nice headshot there from Doomed. Can he get the kill? Whoa! Not quite.
Nice rides from Lyre, gets out of there and helps Taxi's team a little bit quicker. That's going to make a bit of a difference here. Might get them even one more fight. Seems like a small thing, could be a big thing. But I think what's scary is that that's 0 ults from Wisp, and O3 has to use both Blizzard and Beat to retake. It's pretty costly for a fight where the enemy doesn't commit anything. That's the effect of a Sojourner's popping off. Like, she gets that real charge, and you feel, oh god, we gotta press ults, guys. We're gonna die.
Please. Just press ults. All right, Blizzard's available for Squid in a couple of moments. They might not have it a couple of moments though, but here comes the overclock. They're looking on the flank. You've got to get out of there, Crimzo. A perfectly timed headshot from Chopper. Ends his life quick sharp, and now try and fight with that. He heals, but Haven actually fights back with an overclock of his own. They trade there. Chopper for Crimzo, but there's little heals. No 3 Splash's side right now. They're going to need to make this damage stick. That's also a pretty big problem, especially when there's a window on the high ground of that May wall. Doomed helping CJ there elevate himself. 95, 96, 99%, but no. 54 and counting now for Wisp. Splash, they got an edge here, Jake. I almost called you Scott again. Jesus. They've got Cowman's ultimates. They could just run it down like ASAP, try and get to the backline. CJ and Lyre, they got Lucio taxing him back, but they're not going to be in the best position.
Should be a good fight for O3. Like, yes, it's 1 ult to 1 ult, but there's a lot of stuff coming up early for O3 and not much in response for Wisp. So even Point getting a lot of pressure here. Wisp being caught out a little bit out of position.
So they can't camp. No, CJ
down here.
Forced to pop the lamp. There's no getting away from that. Nice little wrap there from Cowman. Riker, they knew he had to touch, so there was no way that he could peel for CJ, and that should be the point. I mean, Squid, a miracle shot here would be required. Yeah, there's absolutely no way. So that'll be O3 Splash, came in their first point of the round.
Yeah, I think Wisp actually making a bit of a good read there. Knowing they're down in ultimates, I think they were trying to make some sort of tricky rotation happen, but O3, they just got onto the BAP, they got onto the capture point, and things just kind of fell apart. So they felt the need to make an innovative play. It didn't work out, but I don't hate the idea of going for it when you're so down in the ultimates. Sound barrier is really rough to use when the enemy's just going to pop like 3 ults and counter you. You don't want to beat into that situation. So I think going for the opening pick, it didn't work out this time, but it shows that they know that they're looking for wins in tough situations. Really even makes me feel better about Wisp chances here.
Splash can go super early if they wanted to. They can just pop the window on the side. And they start lasering people. Oh, that's exactly what they're going to do. There you go. Ice block from Squid.
No value on the window.
Jumps away. Yeah, Riker is more than safe behind this cover here. No chance of really a boop happening either with that tank passive. Squid already dead, and here comes the Annihilation. Riker holding up those arms, just trying to get some swings in as well. The lamp was there to save him, and now, well, Cowman's just trying to even this one up, also jumping to the back line, but Riker's just sitting there. He's just got a punching bag right now, and Mike Tyson on the other end just like prodding him. I mean, Chopper, Riker dead. There's the point. 0-3 Splash is going to make a big splash in this next fight. They've got an overclock, they've got a Blizzard, and they go super early if they want to, and it looks like Haven's trying to set up for it.
Yeah, we talked about Chopper so much going into this map. It's been Haven, though, in these last couple points who's really been lighting it up, who's really been finding more consistent value, more opening picks, and right now that's giving his team the team fight wins, taking a lead in this map, and potential to win this point here. This OC flank is going to be deadly. He's not going to be marked here.
There's the overclock. Oh, yeah, Chopper in the body. Only took one shot. Chopper was already half HP and wasn't healed up in time. Well, Deco ends up falling. Okay. Not really sure what happened there on the high ground, but it looks like Cowman ended up having to drop or maybe got booted by Liar. Here comes the Blizzard. Now CJ caught out a little bit, at least. I mean, it's just isolation kills at this point. I mean, that overclock flank was nice and all, but was it enough?
Yeah, the team ended up fighting inside. Riker finds 2, but got no one else to help him. And it is going to be 2-1 on Flashpoint. So 0-3 on the cusp of taking their first map in the series. Going to be a long rotation for them. So a bit of an unlucky roll on the next Flashpoint. Going to be a fair fight. No one's really going to have a great position. I think actually Wisp might get there first and be able to hold the corners, which should favor them here. However, I think 0-3, they've got the tools to break this hold. We kind of need to see a little bit more from the rest of the team, though, from Wisp. They do keep getting picked off first. Need to be a little bit more consistent. And this is a point that's very open. A lot of opportunities for Sojourn, not so much cover to work with. So pressure on for the Sojourn Mare here.
Wow, Squid forced to block super early.
Yeah, very defensive.
What's kind of Mare on the side of Doom? Looks like he was trying to get Squid in a position where he could be shot. But wasn't able to get so. Oh, Chopper narrowly escapes death there. That window being opened up pretty early on. Nice little kill on Deco. Sound barrier comes through. You're very close to the edge, sir. Well, it doesn't matter because we're just going to throw the blitz at you solo. Not a problem. They split the team up, and there we go. I mean, Chopper, him escaping there was just absolutely massive. His ability as well to track Lucius through the air like that, he's looking so clean. Like this, Chopper really is an up-and-coming potential superstar.
Yeah, definitely very impressive. I love CJ that fight too. Like the Ram was right on top of him with Annihilation. He held that drone to the last second. And that was crucial because that's what enabled him to get the sound barrier from Liar. So CJ pushing the limits there, risking his life, and that play, you know, keeping the Rams' attention on him ends up paying dividends for the rest of his squad. Now his team's in a great position to win the point.
Really good position, especially with Riker's ults. As the Vortex comes down, we're a wall 2. I mean, they don't really need to do anything right now. They can just force lamp. They can force these cooldowns out super early. And then wait for the Splash to try and make a move and then just pop the Annihilation.
Yeah, 0-3, they kite the Matrix, but, you know, the time is ticking up. We're coming into the last fight here on the point, and still, you've got Overclock, you've got Annihilation. Very threatening tools here.
Oh, there's the Blizzard. Can Riker get out? Oh, the burst on Riker there was way too much to handle. But honestly,
Chopper always finds one.
Yeah, always. But you're kind of happy with that, really, if you're Wisp, right? I mean, you get the Blizzard out, and you're at 95%. You only need one fight win here to tie it up.
Yeah, you would have liked it more to win the fight, but still, the retake not going to be too bad. As well, Haven being down there, that late pick from Chopper is going to mean at least his team is going to get through the first couple chokes without having to worry about a disruptor shot. Really helps you get back to the point a little bit quicker, gets you that extra recontest should this fight not go your way on Wisp.
All right, Chopper versus Haven again with these overclocks. Here we go. We're just not going for crazy flanks. Shields go up, Vortex goes down. Here's the overclock. Chopper's still got the slide though. Sound barrier doesn't use the slide just yet. Maybe using it for an escape tool. And Deco goes way too deep, trying to find something cheeky. But everybody was just looking at him as they were trying to jump in. And now Haven on the flank too. Oh, you bet Chopper's going to follow you. There's no way you survive that one. But what? CJ, he ends up going down. That's a lot of healing now lost for Wisp. Liar with the sound barrier doesn't save Riker in time. Only hits the 3-man. That Annihilation is just going to absolutely dominate that overhealth. I'm not sure there's much they can really do now without the heals and that Annihilation permanently ticking on the point. It used to be infinite, but it might as well be when you're in those OT situations. And there we go. Wow, what a comeback.
0-3 with the clutch gene there. I mean, I really feel like the Sojourns were going blow for blow, but the rest of the team overall, I think Doomed was getting way more value with the Mayouts, more consistently. So far in the series, it's been Squid finding those enormous melts, but here it was Doomed, I think, time and time again, having a little bit more consistent impact with the ult, which is honestly pretty tough to do when there's a Lucio in the mix, constantly speeding people out of your ult. It's not such a consistent skill to just throw it on the ground and hope for the best. So really well played by Doomed and the rest of O3 Splash, bringing back a very DM-heavy map that's going to boost your confidence going into the rest of the series. You're like, you know what, guys, let's take these 1v1s. Let's push these guys. Like, we got this. And you have to believe in yourself to play the rush comp. You're not always going to know what's going on. It's going to be chaotic, and you have to have that confidence to keep pushing as a team when somebody else lets you know, like, it's time to go. We can make it happen.
I'm really glad we were on Chopper's POV at the very end there as well, because there was a couple of times where he thought he finished off Haven, and Haven managed to pick off CJ. It was a 2v1, and it felt like both of them thought either one of them got the kill, but Haven was sitting on a sliver of HP and managed to pick up CJ, and then, well, where's your healing gone? Then Liar's Beat not managing to save Riker there as well, and, well, the rest of the story is just Annihilation just dominating the rest of the point. What a comeback. I mean, look, with this match, I thought maybe a little quick 3-0 for Wisp after the first and second map, but hey, Suravasa, that goes to O3 Blast.
Yeah, and now
Splash, not O3 Blast.
They got you. They tricked you.
They did.
No, but I feel like it's anybody's game. When you win Flashpoint, you come up off this like heavy DM victory. You start to get the blood flowing. You start to feel like, hey, you know what? So we can win some Soldier 1v1s. Why not win some frontline 1v1s? Why not get some old value? And although I think Liar and CJ have been rock solid all series, and this map too, frankly, looking very, very clean, you do have to stay confident you stay together as a unit, right? It could be easy to start slipping up, get a little cocky when you're up 2-0. So we'll see if they can clean it up.
Oh, 2-1. Reverse sweep starts now for O3 Splash. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. Wisp, one map away from taking the series. Welcome back. 0-3 Splash and Wisp just facing off right now. And hey, Cervasa, 0-3 Splash coming back. Pretty big stuff. I mean, Esperanza's going to be the next map. Matt, sit down.
Matt was about half a second from blocking the camera shot. Actually, he's a pro. He knows. He's got the reads.
He is not fast. That boy is not running the 1 minute mile, bro.
The 1 minute mile? What? Yeah.
Wait, what's the phrase? What's the phrase?
What is it? It's like a 6 minute mile or 4 minute mile? 4 minute mile.
Ain't nobody running the 1 minute mile right now.
Well,
Okay,
I mean, for Matt, it's all impressive. 6 minute mile is a very impressive mile.
All impressive.
Matt, what's your mile time? Matt, what's your mile time, bro? 2 minutes. Matt says he's got a 2 minute mile.
2 minute mile?
You should get to the Olympics, bro. Like, when you get out of here.
You need to find a new job, bro.
Yeah,
Come
seriously.
on now. 2 minute mile.
What in his jeans? He said
in
2
his
minutes.
jeans, 2 minutes. 1:30 without jeans.
You can start to break that 1:30 barrier. You know what I'm saying?
There's no way. Only Lucio hitting the 1 minute mile.
Yeah, for real. That's a Lucio only situation.
Lucio only tech hit the 1 minute mile. When are we doing the custom games with Lucio speed? Give me more Lucio parkour on these different maps. Man.
Okay, I like a little Lucio parkour action. I can get down with a little rollout speed runs.
I like it. Speaking of speed runs, who gets mid first? About the same.
I think these teams. All right, let's see if they swing wide. It looks like they want to. Both teams thinking about it, having trouble making that cross though. It's very, very dangerous. Could be potentially hard.
Ooh, nice couple of wars. All about. Oh, Haven! Haven! That long range haymaker. Boom! Takes down Haven.
What does sound does it make? Oh, it goes back.
Squid dead. Okay.
Anybody's fight now.
A one-on-one. Although you have almost no damage without your Soj, man. You're hoping they may hit some crazy icicles. Yeah, there's just no way. Goodbye. 0-3 Splash. Merely a drop in the pond more than a splash.
Not a splash, but a droplet.
There we go. Nice stuff. Bot moves. All right. Wisp in control.
Yeah, crucial moment there, and getting that mid-fight win really feels impactful on this map. Still, though, there's an opportunity here before the ults start flowing for 0-3 Splash to bring it back, but I think a nice patient fight here from Wisp, abusing this high ground. You know, you've got a much better position on the defending Sojourn here. We'll see if 0-3 can even get past Riker. This choke could get absolutely demolished by a slow field.
Speaking of slow field,
look at that.
You are walking through mud, just getting your lights knocked out by Riker. Like, what do you do? What do you do there? Like,
that wall from Squid was sick.
Gross, bro.
So it traps them into the disruptor shot in the slow field, and they just get, I mean, they get clapped.
With your slow, so would you like another slow? How about another slow? With another slow on top, perhaps?
Some slow.
With some slow sauce on top of that one?
Don't forget the slow, all right? When every time I come here, you guys forget the slow.
Yeah, no more. Yeah, please, come on.
Slow these guys down. And honestly, I think they're going to make extra time because look at this great forward hold from Wisp being aggressive here. Look at that wall.
Oh, good
totally
wall.
Separates count. But the team doesn't want to be aggressive. They just play safe here. Honestly, I think this is a wise call. Just slow it down, abuse the choke.
Ooh.
Nice. Not getting too much though.
Almost one-shotting. Squid has to make it back. Just does the block B-hop. But yeah, all good. I mean, they have
just
got...
chill now.
They have got the forward spawns. They've got the checkpoint. If they need to, they can rush forward, but it's really up to 0-3 Splash to try and make a move.
You don't have to do anything, but look at this chopper taking the wide angle with Soldier. Oh, almost got one there.
Well, there's the Annihilations, there's the Blizzards. A lot of ultimates are being pressed, and even the sound barriers too. Is that a 1000 HP Ram I see staring you in the face? I think that was 2 of them. Crimson already dead, long range Icicle, Doomed falls too, and then we Chopper trying to clean up his own backline as Haven made his way there. And yeah, spawn positions are in such a nice spot for Wisp as well. That is a devastating fight to lose if you're 0-3 Splash.
Yeah, things are just slipping further and further away. Haven with this overclock for the next fight. I mean, he's got to pull this game back. I mean, you're entering a territory where, yeah, there's a big time bank left, but the advantage just gets more and more painful here. And so Haven, if he overclocks, you know, Liar, he's so good at speeding out of that. And look, everyone's ready to just get out. I think Wisp really wants to bait this overclock and escape. So Haven, he's got to be very patient.
Riker, that's annoying. Pop the Nemesis
separated on Riker, though. He's all alone on ramp.
Yeah, but they realize that Riker is dead. It looks like it deflected off him there.
Maybe a little too much, you know, confidence that, oh, Riker, you know, Haven's going to overextend, he's going to pop his ult. He just holds it down, and, you know, Wisp playing too much to kite there, and they're not in the fight enough to even force the ult out.
So good slow
great
field.
Read, and but the wall, that saves everybody. I think they would all die without Squid's wall right there. 100%. That was really scary.
They're going to be able to, yes, okay, they're going to be able to get this high ground potentially away from them, Jake. Walls, okay, wait for the walls, all good, now we can go. Nemesis form a little bit later, there's the window, the cleave's going to be good though. Cowman jumping over the entire team of Wisp. He gets back to the rest of his team in time, but Annihilation still ticking down. Oh, but Chopper, of course it's Chopper, finding a pick. Window on the high ground, what a strange angle. Maybe Haven can make use of it somehow if they get onto this high ground, but Crimso's already dead, and Chopper, he fears no window, he fears no damage just flung towards his face. Wisp are going to be able to clean up, and there's no checkpoint for O3 Splash, Jake.
Honestly, you gotta, CJ has a balls of steel for somehow not using Lamp that whole fight. Like, how did he still have Lamp? He was so fearless holding on to the Immortality field, and then he still had it at the crucial moment where it swings the team fight. So again, it's incredibly this patient, consistent play from CJ and Liar, trusting each other, knowing that, you know what, I need to hold on to this skill, and I'm just gonna have to trust my other support that he's got my back. He's not gonna let me go down for free. Very weird position here, though. The map's getting super split up. A lot of 1v1s on different angles here, so a lot of opportunities to get picked. And Crimzo, no speed, he gets caught off.
It was like Crimzo wanted to go on a flank with Haven there.
I think it was a little too ambitious. Baptiste on the flank is kind of awkward, right? If you can't heal your Ram, he's just going to fall over. You know, we saw that recently from the other fight with Riker, and now a lot of position being taken by Wisp. Going to be able to move this car up potentially to this final straightaway. Hard to full cap the map, but again, the advantage, it's just getting bigger and bigger.
It is very doable. Cowman looking behind him to make sure his rest of his team are going to be able to follow up with this one. Chopper sliding away.
Into the
Sub
blizzard.
50 HP into the blizzard, but manages to escape. Oh, good. No worries. Lamp, Blizzard, Overclock. I mean, it's all used from O3 Splash's side right now, and Wisp can come back into this one. They got an Annihilation. They got a Blizzard of their own. They just need to keep Riker alive. That armor needs to come back quick, sharp, and it will with the help of the window. CJ lays it down, and there's the Blizzard. No catches, no freezes coming in, but they've managed to isolate Doomed. Sound Barrier comes in, not enough to save Cowman. A 4-man beat is going to be good, but the Annihilation now is just going to push them forward. Wisp with a perfect kiting style yet again, Jake, to keep themselves alive and then springboard back into the fight.
Yeah, starting to get desperate here for O3 Splash. You know, using Sound Barrier without your Ramatra alive, not an advisable play, but they feel like they've got to start taking risks, and I don't blame them for that. The map is slipping further and further out of their grasp. So is the series. This is their tournament life on the line, and Chopper could just strip it out of their hands.
He's gonna do it to him. Haven straight to him. He slides him direct gift. Oh my word. Don't need to pop that one on the Christmas tree. Delivered it straight to his hands. There's a 4-man beat. Riker's still pretty low, but Chopper's in the high ground right now. The Annihilation is decent here, Jake. He's just chasing down Riker, spinning off CJ for the rest of the team. But is it gonna be enough? There's no confirming of any kills right now for O3 Splash.
And the 1 kill goes their way. Now Wisp still with another chance. Chopper gonna try to end the series right here, but this time Haven takes it, keeps his team alive, should get them the hold here on last point, but the card, I mean, look, the card is still rolling.
Surely?
Wait,
Clueless?
No way.
Clueless individual?
Oh, no.
Oh, Haven ends up going down. The window from CJ yet again, just tearing through him. The blitz is going to be decent, and Riker ends up falling, but is it enough, Jake? Is it enough? CJ is still just on the high ground, completely alone. Squid ends up falling. This should be the hold. Yes, it is. Oh, my. If that was a full cap, I think I would have lost my damn mind.
Yeah, I mean, the spawn advantage is so extreme there at the end. Yes, it's like almost impossible to full cap, but I mean, the mountain in front of O3 right now is enormous. It looks impossible from this position, but you can't think about that. If you're O3 Splash, you've got to take this one fight at a time. You've got to start this snowball rolling. You know, it starts with that single push. It starts with that little bit of momentum. We'll see if they can get it here in the fight. First, they're going to have to get through Squid's Blizzard. It's been deadly before, and oh, it looks big.
It's kind of large.
He can't get out of it.
Oh, there's just no way. Haven, try as they might. That railgun is not working out right now. Sound Barrier is decent though. Can they try and just claw this one in? But doesn't look like it. With Doom dead, I mean the bot is also being stolen away from them, mind you. Overclock, Annihilation, just adding a more salt to the wounds. I mean this is just a disgusting push from Wisp.
Yeah, I think Wisp would be overconfident to try to fight here, though. I think they're probably wiser to just play defensive and just hold the chokes. You know, make O3 Splash ult into you, set yourself up for for a game-winning fight in overtime. You know, don't try to full cap the map here. And I think they're going to have the patience. They do respect their opponents enough to do that.
Window from CJ.
They will window. I mean, a relatively light commitment of an ultimate. I think they're maybe over pushing this. I think getting overconfident, but
Haven's dead.
Maybe it
Where's
doesn't
the
matter.
damage? Where's the DPS?
Maybe it's the right
Where
amount
is
of
the
confidence.
Team 03 splash? Whisper getting out to run through him. I mean, Jake, they've got a sound barrier. Surely this is just a full cap. Unless someone gets domed through the window from Crimzo. Haven switching over to the Widowmaker. That's a nice one-shot body shot if you can time it with the back window, but will it be enough? I mean, Haven needs to come up with something magical right now. He's shooting through the wall. No, there is Cowman 10. No point presence now. Liar with the sound barrier. Haven with no headshots in sight. Gets walled off for a second time. And even Doom dead. Slowly but surely they make it in. And a snow globe to celebrate. Wisp with a 3-1 victory.
Okay, scrap what I said. Absolutely no respect here. Full capping on Esperanza. They're a little bit upset about losing that last map.
Yeah.
Maybe they wanted to send a little bit of a message here, and I feel like the message had to have been received. I mean, that was a beatdown of a map. It was Chopper, it was Squid, it was Riker, it was everybody all at once. And so many times also it was Liar and CJ just being impossible to kill, right?
Yeah.
Being so tricky. The boopiest Lucio around at times for Liar and just slipping away when it looks like they could not get out. You know, dodging ultimates time and time again through the series. I feel like that support line, yes, they're not in the kill feed all time, but that's not what you need from your supports. You need them consistent, staying alive, and making plays around ultimates, and they do exactly that this series.
I mean, they are just so solid, CJ and Liar. I mean, hey, we know them from the league, and stepping into a tournament like this, you expect them to do exceptionally well, and exactly what they are doing. It looks like we've got a tweet to check out real quick. I bet Jake is making... Are you making Chair1 proud?
A man can dream.
A man can dream. Keep dreaming.
I live every day trying to make Chair1 proud, so you know what? This is just another day. Another day at the office for me.
W. Just more analysis to impress his true love. Right, we're going to jump to the sofa. We'll be right back, guys. We've got another match coming up soon.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Matt and...
You see the speed difference between the two.
I was looking for my close-up. You know, I mean, they didn't have it ready at the time. So
yeah, it must have been in the award show contract or something.
He's a big deal now. He doesn't care anymore.
I need a close-up every time somebody comes on camera, even if it's not
you know
me.
what they hate it because they try and frame us on the camera shot and they don't want us to look. But every time the camera's on me, I look at the camera. The camera's like, stop doing that. It's weird.
Well, it certainly made my personal highlight of the day, so thanks a lot for that, Mitch. Also, of course, a lot of things which should be in a highlight are the plays from this very match. Honestly, I love that 03 Splash made it competitive there a little bit at the end. They got their timeless spotlight. Unfortunately, they're out, but...
This is a team that took a map off Timeless, in my opinion, one of the most frightening-looking teams in the upper bracket. And that's actually, we didn't show our Preds, but I actually predicted 03 Splash to have a better showing than even this. But the fundamentals for Wisp are just absolutely filthy. And CJ and Liar are the safest pair of hands you could ask for.
CJ and Liar, we knew we were going to be sick, right? I took Wisp going into the series, a large reason because of that. But man, Chopper was on a spree on the Sojourn. I mean, looking fantastic across all the maps.
Yeah, Sojourn definitely one of the heroes we've already said setting this up. That's the one.
She is dictating these games.
It's dictating the tempo. It's dictating the positioning. It's so oppressive. If you have a good Sojourn on the other team, well, good luck, right?
And this has been the case for quite a while. And this is it was a big factor in the Reinhardt versus Orisa comps as well. However you can pressure that Baptiste and maybe even pick him off for free before he gets to use an immortality field. It's a one fight. That's the one thing that Baptiste is really scared of, those early picks that come out.
She just seems like one of those heroes, and I'm gonna lump her into a group really. I probably would say May is in there as well, of they will make a balance change, right? And those two heroes, and there's a few others in that mix, they always sit on a knife's edge of being extremely impactful or being completely gone, right? And it just seems like sometimes they turn a dial this way and 24/7, these characters, sometimes the dial goes the other way and they're almost unplayable, right? So it's just like one of those heroes. Like when it's good, it's like dominant all of the time. Good.
And again, the projectile width of the sort of railgun's been tweaked a lot because she's very powerful. That burst damage, Overwatch is extremely strong and she gets it awfully consistently. So what happens when other options at DPS get like tuned down a little bit? All of a sudden, Sojourn is just like very much part of the meta, very much a factor again.
Yeah, and it doesn't really take much. Is there anything you feel like you should have seen by now and haven't yet?
In terms of the meta, not really. I think when there's like balance patches frequently, I think people will always kind of fall back to what's comfortable, right? And I think with Sojourn seemingly being as strong as she is, okay, what compositions do we know work with Sojourn in it? And what can we execute at a high level? So not super surprised, like once you kind of see that like one hero who really kind of dictates everything lock in, then you start to figure out what goes around.
All of these
picks
makes
sense.
Are really well-rounded right now. The Baptiste Lucio backlines, Ramatra just a great all-rounder, Sojourn great at multiple ranges, Disruptor Shot is also really impactful, especially with maps that feature so many of these chokes here. So they're safe comps, they're very robust comps here. We see a lot of the mirror in this particular matchup, and the fundamentals for Wisp are just a cut above.
Yeah, and I love how very little adjustments in those compositions can really change everything up and make the way to play so very different for those teams. Well, we're going to see more of Wisps, that's for sure, as they continue their lower bracket run. For now, we're going to head into a quick break, and then we're back with more Overwatch action, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, friends. If you've been watching today or followed all the action in the FlashOps tournament the last couple of days, and now you're craving playing yourself in a competitive setting, well, you're just in luck because you can still register yourself for the last chance qualifiers in the Calling All Heroes action. 2 slots are still open for the Calling All Heroes Championship, so make sure to sign up right now. You see the URL on your screen. It's right there. It was there. Now you're just not fast enough.
Hey,
if you were as fast as Matt,
they just had they just had an awesome show. They were giving away some burritos. So Calling All Heroes, pretty good spot.
Who's giving away burritos?
Calling All Heroes, giving away burritos.
Got that Chipotle sponsorship.
Yeah,
it's got lit.
They get rain burritos.
Today I learned.
Yeah.
Thanks. I feel educated. Now.
What are you going to do with that education?
By him of all people, I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah, we've had words today about Matt's literacy.
That is very true.
Yeah.
No, but I love it. I love the program Calling the Heroes. Always so much fun. We actually get to see some players playing in FlashOps who have also been very familiar faces in the Calling All Heroes tournament scene. So always excited for that as we're diving into our next match of the day. First, let's take a look at the bracket, of course, to see where we're currently at. We're still working our way through the lower bracket in the NA region. And we got another great game on our hands. Timeless Obsidian will be facing off against Wisp. We just got to see Wisp looking pretty dominant against that 0-3 splash, and quite frankly, Wisp just look cohesive.
Yeah,
they have a real clear game plan, and it's been working out really well for them. Have you seen any cracks in the armor?
Not as so far as they were exposed in that previous game. I think like this, the backline is so good that it feels like Riker can do out whatever he wants. So often he just dives that front line and is connecting with like punches on Baptistes and stuff. So this team is in great hands here. And although Timeless Obsidian actually advanced around further in that upper bracket, I think they're the weaker team. They go up against like a Pirates in Pajamas roster that, you know, they have like a goes to all 5. But I tend to feel like this is probably a weaker team on paper than Wisp. So I don't know where you're at with this map, but after seeing Wisp, they are so rock solid. That backline is so sick. Like, I'd be surprised if they struggle here.
Yeah, I would favor Wisp as well, but there are some players on Timeless Obsidian, looking at like Dove, AJMR, Luca, right, who have had some pretty strong performances in the past. So we'll see if they're able to kind of, go toe-to-toe with Wisp, because I mean, Chopper looked great last game, same with the backline, like you mentioned.
Yeah, once again, Dove gets to shoulder all that. But Dove was one of the brightest spots, I would say, in the Overwatch League on that Vegas Eternal roster.
Sure.
So,
Sure.
Dove can do it.
Knife exists, but sure.
No, Dove. It was all Dove.
Again,
it's all Dove for me.
Dove definitely had some great moments. He was also, a lot of expectation was put on Dove, and there were some situations where, like, they're completely outclassed, and he, on an individual basis, has to find a way to manufacture advantages. It's fantastic training. I mean, it's like Piccolo with the weights on. He takes them off, and it's like, and a big crater appears. So hopefully now he does feel like he can spread his wings and start to make something happen in games like this. Let's go, baby. See, like, we're mind linked. I'm getting dumber by the second as a result of it.
We're mind linked.
Our average IQ is just plummeted as soon as, unlucky.
Right,
really.
and we can go lower than that because we're now heading over to. Oh, come on, that was a good one.
Hey, Jaws is
here. Jaws and Jake. Gentlemen, Wisp,
as soon as I step away from the
here?
couch, is how you treat us?
Yeah.
All of his grey matter is in his bloody forearms. Have you seen this guy? Yeah, those need to be licensed.
Have you seen that back?
It's ridiculous.
Back?
I know, Jack's
That's why I got
there
the
too.
jacket on. I don't want to scare you guys. It's a little
Bro,
crazy.
his forearms. It's just disproportionate at this point.
He's got muscle for the both of us. We're good. We're chilling. All right, we're going to jump into this game in just a moment. Yeah, Timeless Obsidian versus Wisps. Yeah, I like that analogy, honestly. Dove just carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, it felt like. But yeah, don't forget Knife exists. That guy was also an absolute beast. But, I mean, Timeless Obsidian, Jake, how do you really rate them going up against Wisp here? Obviously, we just saw Wisp. It feels like, well, recency bias. We just saw them kind of clap. But, I mean, Dynasty just won the Collegiate Homecoming Tournament as well, so I'm thinking there's a lot of experience on this roster. Can they stand up to one of the scariest teams in this lower bracket?
I definitely take Dove and Dynasty as a really consistent DPS duo who can definitely match Chopper and Squid, give them a run for their money. And especially if Squid, he's listed on the roster as a support player, so if there's any issue with having to flex off Mei, things could get weird. However, I think Luca and Grapes, these are two, the main tank and the main support for Timeless Obsidian, two players I've had my eyes on for a while as up-and-comers in the NA scene. So I think this is a big moment for them to kind of show their level, what they've reached, and they are coming out on a Doom comp. First time we've seen it so far today. I think Doom can be played, and no stuns on the side of Wisp. Nothing really to mark a Doomfist. So Luca, this is his chance to really shine.
I mean, in a solo queue environment, Doom is very frustrating to play against because like the cooldowns are so low and you can get in, get out. You need to be a little bit more coordinated than you are in solo queue. Although Liar with a big kill onto an Ana, so the healing right now for Timeless is kind of lacking, and this healing they definitely need, especially when you're trying to pocket a Doom. You can obviously just jump around, get the mega health packs, but this rotating comp from Wisp, where do you pick people off if you're Obsidian right now? I mean, AGMR, you're just looking for a big nade to try and follow up on somebody.
Dove finding that Lucio is crucial though, right? With no speed boost, this whole rotation strategy just isn't quite as consistent. He is back in the fight. It's going to be mostly a reset, but Doom is going to be pretty good holding the point, and a nice nade. Big split aggression from all of Timeless Obsidian.
Oh, nice coach gun from Dove. Can he take care of the Reaper? There's a Wraith from there from Chopper. Knowing exactly the damage break point there, it felt like. Didn't want to Wraith. You're going to survive at least one more shot. Nice double headshot. Is Dove going to follow this up? He's got Dynamite.
He is playing really well here.
Nice little Wraith form again. Descends from the heavens. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Dove's got the HP advantage. Yeah, there we go. A nice little point cap there from Timeless. I mean, their comp really relies on them just being as mobile as possible and just letting Dove just dish out damage from the backline. And that's exactly what he's done. Bob available, Nano Play coming up, as well as that rally too.
I don't really like the Reaper into this. I mean, I think in the Rush mirror against Sim, sure, there's potential, but yeah, okay, Wisp have the same read. They're going to go to the Queen. Like this pick because just that speed, you're going to cross the map so much quicker. Dove, like, yes, he's got Coach Gun and Bob can get him through a fight, but if the ults start to even out, I think Wisp have a better chance in this matchup.
There's Bob. Oh, Bob got knifed. Oh, that's rather unfortunate.
Into an uppercut.
Up onto the high ground, though. Even better. Liar had no business in that fight whatsoever after getting whip shot.
Still holding Shout, though. He's still got it. Saving it so long might be big for Riker, but he's so low. Luca's dancing well.
Passive healing is just good enough to keep him alive, but the Nano Blade might be a little bit better. Yeah, there's no chance you win this fight. I mean, so much invested there from Timeless Obsidian.
Great full court press here from Timeless Obsidian. All the players getting in the mix, staying aggressive. Even Grapes on the Brig, I think, is crucial. It could be easy to see this Junker Coin in Mei and start to play scared, but you can't do that. You can't put your Doom on an island. You've got to be trading that aggro between Genji, Doom, and Brig, but sometimes the dinks come out and can't play around that always as Genji, and now tough test for Timeless Obsidian to bring this fight back.
Decent nade, Shout's available, Doom leaps away. A nice little wall too. Should be the points. Even Dove can deal with that wall, and Squid flinging the right clicks. Blizzard available. Speed boost too. Got to get on that Honor and Brig. This rally's going to be really crucial for this fight, Jake.
Yeah, I want to see a push into the backline, maybe with Kirol, but he blocks his teammate's Kirol. Oh no!
Oh, it doesn't matter. There's the Blizzard, and no one surviving that one. Even a block available too if he really needs it. Chopper with 2 kills, but Riker does end up going down. Luca's still up and alive and kicking, but Dynasty is far from that. Ends up going back to spawn. Nice little hold there from Wisp.
All right, ends up being good enough. Still, it does cost you the Mei up on top of that Curie ult, so maybe more than you would have wanted to use. Timeless, I wonder if we might see some swaps out. I think what they're playing is still okay, but the retake can be tough. Junker Queen up against these chokes with the Mei to help her catch people. This is a very scary, very aggressive combo. We get to see maybe a little more aggression out of CJ than normally he would do on the Baptiste.
Do they know?
Anna's isolated, yeah, they know. Oh, he's just shot, they should know. But they might not want to go, you know, the point pressure from Dynasty.
No deflects. Dynasty should be in a little bit of trouble here. Luca's in the freezing cold right now. Now he has to deal with this beat. Dynasty dead. Meteor Strike invested. Oh, right on top of the block. Might still be able to get this kill though. Oh, slams down, but actually goes for the miss. He did an animation cancelling there as he did see the slide away from the Sojourn. Chopper does end up going down to a flail, but it's just such a messy fight here, Jake. Nothing really concluded right now. Nice little dagger onto Dove. Coach got away and dodges the wall most importantly.
Yeah, Riker though still with his Queen ult. That could end the fight very, very quickly. Everybody has to dodge Queen ult. No sleep, that's the only CC.
Oh, the punch is huge! Luca with the punch, cancelling the ult. No worries now. HMR saved from that rampage, but it's last fight territory coming up, Jake.
Yeah, what a huge play, but the Kiriko ult is so overwhelming.
So good.
He doesn't care, he doesn't need his ult.
The Kiriko ult, Chopper with the overclock. Need I say more? 10% to go, and they are just herding these poor little support players into corners. Grapes 1 HP, Shield collapses, and so does he. And that should be it, surely. There's only the Doomfist left on the points, and there we go. Read him and weep. Wisp take the first round.
Yeah, these swaps to Queen, Sojourn, it was exactly what the doctor ordered. You know, even when a nade or a sleep comes in, you've got cleanse, you've got an answer to that. And on top of that, your level of aggression is just so much higher, rather than having to get close range where, yes, Reaper, right? Yes, you can get close range, but then the Doom boops you away, and the Ashe boops you away, and the Lucio boops you away, and then you're like, man, I can't connect to anything. Sojourn doesn't have that problem, doesn't really need to get to point blank range, and so Dove can't be quite as confident standing out in the open. And Wisp, it looks like they might want to just roll out on the Queen, anticipating more Doom from Timeless Obsidian, which so far that's what they're showing. I think this is still anybody's game, though. I think this matchup is winnable for both sides. For me, the Doom does have a winnable matchup into the Queen comps. It's just you have to be so clean. As Brig, as Ana, there's so much rush pressure on you. You have to have perfect rotations on the map.
Whoa, look at that rollout.
Nice, little shift up and punch. Little quick rollout. Taking the off angle as well. Timeless, they have to use this time before
Liar's
the
in
point
trouble.
opens.
Oh, if he was on the other side of that wall.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead. Yeah, well, no, he's not baiting, actually.
He was like super baiting like this.
Well, Liar dead. Not a good start for Wisp. Can they make a move, though? That is the question. Dove up onto the super high, a rare high ground, I'd say. A rare angle.
Yeah.
Nice little punch onto Riker there, too. These dynamites and the nades combo with it, Jake, it's just so deadly. CG has to watch out for so much stuff here with the Suzu.
And it's a map that offers a much better position for Ana. When she rolls out on that high ground, she's got a great spot to sit, and you're not getting there as Queen, you know? You're not going to be able to get to that backline like we saw time and time again on the last round. So for me, I like the swap from Squid over to the Genji. We'll see if he can handle the hero, because you're going to be kind of going maybe 1v2 against Ana and getting help from Brig, and you know, you can lose that fight. This is not an easy Genji game.
Okay. First kill on the Genji so far. Looking pretty clean onto Dove. Was pretty split from his Ana, unfortunately. Same with Grapes, in fact. But this point is pretty contestable here, Jake, especially with Doomfist can jump on and off the point over and over again, receive a whole lot of hitting from the Ana and the Brig. But Ana, unfortunately, suffering a rather dirty fate there from Chopper. Nice little railgun to end their life. And, well, with Whisper now switching over to the Genji, now ATMR has to probably play with this Brig a little bit more,
Grapes
maybe on the low ground.
Hold up.
Grapes does kill Squid, but is it going to actually be enough? Doesn't look like
they're going to come back into this. Yeah, Luca's getting re-healed. He's going to be able to retake, and now Genji falling there means you can be a little bit more aggressive as Dove, and Bob on the point.
All right, Bob on the point. Yeah,
here.
No boops either. And Bob's going to dish out a whole bunch of damage, and with CJ dead, that should be it. Very nice retake, very quick and sharp there. Like you said, Luca jumps out, gets healed, goes straight back in. And with that, even just with a pick in the previous fight, you're so confident. Everybody has just so much pick potential on Timeless Obsidian's side.
Yeah, and the dancing from, it really has been Grapes and Luca. I think those are the heroes who have the most pressure on them, where Ana and Ashe, you know, you can sit in the back and look at, love this re-rotate from AJMR, retakes that high ground. Great decision-making, sets up for the next fight. But
Nanoblade.
Luca and Grapes haven't been caught this round at all.
Oh, the nade is absolutely massive. AJMR's gone down, but can they capitalize on it? Doesn't look like it yet. The instant cleanse. There is a Blaze still available. Meteor Strike has also been used. Timeless Obsidian just trying to buy time now for AJMR to come back. Maybe Dynasty doesn't want to pop this just yet, knowing Liar probably has that sound barrier. 75% ability now is the well, they're going to pop the blade anyway. And Chopper ends up going down. A late beat from Liar. The blade for one is all but good. I mean, with Liar falling too, that beat just not enough them to see themselves through this fight. 85%, a 10-player kill streak as well for Dynasty, and they've got a nano to boot.
Okay, now the meta's getting interesting. Don't be complaining about the NA region. We get the mix-up, we get the Doom comp, we get the dive. This absolutely can beat the Queen comp.
Lucio. Liar's trying to get back. Oh, but Liar get boops
no
away.
Way.
Oh,
he's
99%. Chopper kills two. Dove and Dynasty dead to an overclock from Chopper. This is very winnable now, but, well, Luca has got something to say about that. It does almost land the punch, but Chopper's still going at it. I mean, this overhealth from the shout is going to be good to see through this fight as HMR ends up going down. Now, Luca trying to hold the fort in for the the rest of his team to come back in the fight, but it's not going to happen. Grapes dead, and that will be the chase-off. Yeah, 30% and counting now for Wisp. They got a lot of ults too. That HEMR death super early on in that previous fight was just so big. If they combo with the Nanoblade there, it could have been the end of the round. But Queen ult, Blade, Wisp, they're looking great for this one.
I mean, what a ridiculous set of picks from Chopper, winning a fight that should have been impossible. Honestly, maybe a little bit of undisciplined play from Timeless Obsidian, giving him those chances when really all they had to do was kill the Lucio touching the point. AJMR, he's getting rolled. Okay, Hero Gold on the high ground though. This is a very, very aggressive push, using that teleport up, but again, it's just one ult to win the fight. In the end, that's what you have to do here on the defense, stopping these retakes. And late death from Dynasty. They're gonna stall him. Dynasty, you gotta go off the map, bro. Okay, they kill him. Honestly, they could stall him out there and end the game with a +1. So that's very risky from Dynasty to dash in. Potentially could have been punished, but Wisp they do him the favor of sending him back to spawn. And now only one fight remains. We'll see, can Riker actually get the Queen ult off this time? I think Luca is very mindful, knowing that he could always outplay her, always shut down that Queen ult with just a quick mini punch.
It's going to be rough here too for Timeless. I mean, they're not going to have Nanoblade. Maybe they get Blade if Dynasty does crazy amount of damage. 85% in building now, but Riker, like you said, can get interrupted with his ultimate. It's happened once, it can happen again, Jake, is all I'm saying. Someone is burning, but it is Squid.
Bob is straight into this combo. No damage for Bob to touch point. Wait, the Bob's not on point. Oh no.
There's the ult, hits Dove. Oh, the knife in the midair! Dove, though, his bomb still picks up another kill, and now Riker's completely out of the fight. He's looking at a Brig and a shield, and he can't really do the damage to finish the finish Grapes off. Axe Wing goes missing, and Luca ends up taking down Riker. That might just be it. The Blade's going to get popped from Dynasty here, and, well, Wisp, they're nowhere to be found. A nice little double kill on the back line, and Wisp just torn apart.
Yeah, a great comeback map. I think this map definitely favors the Doom a little bit more. You got a better position for the Ana. You've got more rotation options for Brig to mix it up in the fights, but still escape with her life. And so I think that's well played from Timeless. That's the map they're supposed to win. Now, this is the true test. For me, this is a very difficult map to play Doom. Okay, it is going to be the Fire Mercy. That's an adaptation I think you can definitely work with. However, pressure's on. I think, Sojourn maybe struggles against Echo, but against Pharah, I feel the Sojourn is a perfectly adequate hit scan. And so, to be honest, Dynasty, he's got his work cut out for him. CJ, even the Baptiste, can kill this Pharah a lot. The level these support players are at, they can shoot back at heroes like Pharah Mercy. So, Luca, he's got to take a ton of aggro and yet stay alive and yet continue dealing damage. So, very challenging situation for him to be in to ensure Dynasty can get that follow-up.
I'm happy we're seeing a little bit of Doom, I will be honest.
It's just going to be going to the point, though, against Pharah Mercy. I don't know how I feel about this. It's going to give him a lot of room to work with on Pharah. And now the question is, like, can you... Maybe you just cap the point, right? Maybe you just come in and sit on the path. But the AJMR can throw the nades, the Pharah can find the picks. Scary situation here. You have to play perfect as Wisp to get this cap off.
So only Riker rotating to the point.
Oh, Sojourn caught alone potentially.
Oh, Chopper not quite escaping these rockets. He hits 3. Can CJ heal him up? Yes, okay. Chopper does manage to get back to full HP.
That's huge.
It's Dynasty and Grapes on the outskirts of the map right now. Oh, these directs are huge. The nade was even bigger though. AJMR with the nade and Luca with 3 kills, 2 with 1 punch. My word, AJMR just collapsed back at Wisp.
And, Ram is a great hero in this meta, right? It's been recently buffed, but one of the problems with Ram is, in contrast to a Rein, you don't have any kind of reactive play for something like a nade or a Pharah. Once you put the shield down, it's there, right? The Ana can just throw the nade right over it. And so, in contrast to those other options, it's kind of easier for Pharah and Ana to counterplay it. The Winston is a weird pick for me. Like, I don't know if you're getting to the backline here as Riker. It's going to take an all-out aggression here from the Winston, and you can die pretty quick to a Pharah.
Dynasty is so safe as well, like you're saying.
Oh, they give up cap. Hold on. Oh my god, the flip, that's so big for Wisp.
Surely here's these rockets. Wisp do end up getting the cap, like you said. Barrage available. Oh my, Chopper. Almost taking Dynasty's head clean off. There's the barrage straight on top of Liar's head. That's 2 kills, 3 in fact. The stray rocket at the end. Lovely stuff. They gave up the cap, Jake, which is actually pretty big in the grand scheme of things there. They lose a lot of percentage.
I will say that's a painful situation to be in, right? Giving the flip on this map, it's not what you want. You do win the team fight, and in the end, it ends up being pretty quick, so it's not the end of the world. But not running a Tracer in this comp means, is Luca going to go touch point? But he feels like he has to block the counter dives and help his Ana. There's a tough decision to be made. It's not clear to me who should stall the point when heroes like Tracer, Lucio, Kiriko start to cap it.
Whoa. Okay, all good. Dynasty still playing Skybox. Nano boost. Nano onto Dynasty? All right, okay. Forces Light to use the sound barrier at the very least. Nade is absolutely huge again. Lion and Riker in trouble, but it's all good. They somehow stay alive. Lion can't stay alive for much longer than that, though, unfortunately. Grape's pretty low, too. It's now just about chunking Dynasty down as Grape's just trying to help AJR. Dove ends up getting res, like you said, Jake, and takes down Riker, but this point flipped once again by Wisp.
Yeah, the lack of a true stall hero really hurting Timeless Obsidian, going all in on that damage, and these deaths might be super late. AJMR wants to clutch this out, though, and, you know, the Doom is back. This is actually a winnable fight for Timeless. Dynasty onto the Tracer. Now we're talking, but big ults for Wisp. If they could just stay alive a few more seconds, this could end up being a big mistake for Timeless. Could cost them the map.
Forces the recall, though. Pretty good. Can they chase down Dynasty? He's trying to go for the kitchen mega. Oh, Squid, how did he not die there to die? That instant railgun shot to the head should have been more than enough, but maybe it was a half-charge body shot or something. I don't know. Now into the high ground.
Chopper.
Oh, Chopper again, just threading the needle onto those high ground targets. Grapes just high in the sky and nowhere really to run away. And 80%, I mean, Timeless Obsidian look like they're in control this entire map, but it's actually Wisp that are coming through. 85%, one more fight left for Timeless Obsidian to come back.
Yeah, the Mercy gets heavily punished here by this very, very aggressive, fast-paced dive comp with the Lucio. Luca onto the ball, and Tracer Sombra come out as well, so it's going to be an all-out overtime contest. And Luca finds one. I mean, that's a ridiculous opening pick. He has no business getting that, and he might find another here, fighting so well on the Wrecking Ball. There's absolutely no damage for Wrecking Ball. This hero is not dying.
Oh, no TP, all good. Luckily, CJ managed to get back on. That was a nice little hack there. And the Virus, too, just stacking up the damage onto Riker. This is surely the flip for Timeless Obsidian. It is. Man, that ball, getting that kill onto Chopper was really all that they needed. But is Chopper going to stick on the Sombra, I wonder, just to deal with Luca on the ball?
I mean, I don't see this hero really as a counter matchup anymore. It's sort of nice to have sometimes, but Luca, he's an experienced ball player. He's going to know how to play into this matchup. So this is on player skill. This is not about the comp for me. These are very winnable comps. It's about who's better in the moment, who's going to find this clutch kill. Can Kiriko hit the flanks, or does the nade just end up being too much impact to get cleansed?
Oh, Winston starts with a jump in. There's the sound barrier. Only hits 3, though. CJ in trouble. Chopper
Virus
2. Oh, HMR. Hacked. Virus. Everything. Just so much malware flooding through the system. Chopper ends up getting hacked himself. Ends up, no, not quite getting hacked on the ball. I mean, these Transicators used to reposition are so nice. And a Virus as well. Onto the Tracer, and he ends up going down to it, too. Both DPS from Timeless Obsidian dead. No pulse bomb. No tank to stall. Only the supports to get in there. And it is Wisp that take the round. And the map.
Yeah, the vulnerability of the Ana comp still coming into play there, but I really like to see this development in the meta. It shows that there's yet more complexity to be had here. Like, I don't think we've seen everything that's going to come in this tournament with just, okay, Ram Rush all day. Some teams, they're going to be happy to take that mirror, but I like that there's a creativity. Luca flexing on the ball on the Doom, and as well, a lot of swaps coming in from Squid. I mean, he's blowing out all the DPS that he needs to, so not being limited by his hero pool at all here, that's crucial for your DPS in this meta. You've got to have heavy swaps. You got to be ready to deal with whatever the opposition brings. But so far, this is anybody's series. I mean, that was the tightest map we've seen all day.
Oh yeah, Wisp, I mean, they're still looking extensively, like, they're still looking extremely good. I mean, the ability to swap on and fly like that is just exceptional. But Chopper just sticking on this Sojourn. As we go into these other maps, way less chaotic game types. King's Row maybe coming up soon. I mean, we saw how they handled that in their last series. I mean, I got to be scared right now if I were Timeless Obsidian.
Yeah, I think this is still anybody's game, though, because you can pick the map, right? So as a loser, you can keep bringing it back to dive maps, but I think that might be how the series plays out, right? The loser is going to, okay, you bring out a dive map, I bring out a rush map. However, there's points, I mean, Flashpoint, Push, for me, yes, you can play rush, but you can also play dive. I feel like those maps are really more open-ended, and so, you know, this map pick, the second map, might prove to be the most valuable of the series. I think Hybrid and Escort are where you really see a huge difference in, okay, dive's so much better here, rush so much better there. So I mean, there's a real chance we go to map 5 in this series, at least in my eyes.
For sure. I mean, maybe more Fire, more Mercy. We'll have to wait and find out. Losers picks. So Timeless Obsidian, we're going to see what they choose after this break. Yeah, extremely close first map there between Timeless Obsidian and Team Wisp. We are going to Midtown, Jake, as our next map. It is loser's pick. So Timeless Obsidian deciding, yeah, I don't want to mess with that King's Row that Wisp just brought out earlier on.
Understandable, so have a nice day. Yeah, no King's Row here. I mean, they want to stay under these dive comps. They want these big open maps, a lot of options to flank, a lot of options to come from unexpected places, and so I think this makes a ton of sense. However, I do think for Midtown, it's still viable to play Rush. For me, it's not a pitch. You don't have to play the dive mirror. I'm curious to see, though, how will Wisp respond? Like, do they rather take the mirror? Do they have the confidence to do that? Yeah. Or do they stick with their wheelhouse, their comfort zone, playing the Rush? I mean, they're all very flexible players, and so I don't think there's any one right answer. It's more going to be, what's the vibe in the team? Are you feeling like, hey, we won the dive mirror, let's just keep it rolling? Or, you know, hey, we can push the car, guys. Let's be disciplined. Push the car. We don't have to fight these dive heroes. Let's push the car. And sometimes that Rush is exactly the ticket in those circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, Midtown's pretty good for dive, is pretty good for Rush. I mean, you can play a lot of things here. It's nice to see a little bit of a variation too. I don't think we're ever going to perma get Rush with the Ram. It was always going to be some team that were going to mix up the flavors just a little bit. So yeah, maybe it's some more Doom. I don't know. We'll see. Could even Fire Mercy. Not the best on this map. A lot of open air that you can kind of get shot from, especially on the second point.
I think really that Fire Mercy, it's kind of necessary to beat Rush comps on certain maps, especially very good on Nepal Village, but then you get caught in a dive mirror, and those heroes are both massive liabilities. Ana is essentially unprotected. You know, Mercy has to decide who she wants to help. You know, when you get pressured on multiple angles, you really can't deal with it on that comp. Yeah. That comp's all about punishing Rush heroes. So it's a great heads-up swap from Wisp, swapping the minimum heroes and staying aggressive and punishing that Mercy pick. But we are going to see the more classic dive style from Timeless Obsidian right now with the Genji, with the Ana. Curious to see how the swaps go as the map goes on, because, I mean, Wisp plays something very weird right now. I don't think they're going to be playing Ana Kiriko with Queen. Okay, it is going to be a dive mirror. For me, Winston wins this mirror. For me, Winston ought to win this mirror. The bubble just coming down over and over again ends up being a lot of value over time. Hanzo's an interesting choice, though. Maybe he's just going to Sonic. It looks like he wants to keep it. This is a very weird choice for me. I don't like Hanzo here, but you know what? If he's feeling it, he's feeling the logs. Oh, no, don't stand still.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, nice little prediction. Didn't quite land. No body shot, sadly. Does kind of check Dove in the back line, though. Just flinging a couple of arrows here and there. All right, they spotted out the Ana. Same with the Doomfist. Nice little headshot. Luca going pretty low. Pops the power block. AGMR alone. Nice little nade, though, to peel back for themselves. And even the Tracer forced a recall as they saw Grapes just dashing towards the Ana to assist.
Winston just too good against the Genji. It's too hard as Doom. You can't go into this.
Chopper.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to see some swaps come out from Timeless Obsidian. For me, this Winston is really going to be unchecked here. He does get slept, though. Opportunity, but there's no DPS to follow it up.
Yeah, no way. No way. That'll be the point. Wow, that was very quick. There you go, the Hanzo. You know, not too bad. I mean, force the Ana down, I suppose.
Not
yeah,
bad.
One-shotting Dub, just getting one shot as a Hanzo. Yeah, that's all you can really ask.
Yeah, and Luca going to die late as well, trying to stay behind for a retake, but it's not happening with those two picks. You're just going to be back to the spawn here for Timeless Obsidian. And honestly, yeah, okay. Luca's gonna bring out the Winston. This is kind of where dive always leads, right? Dive always leads to the Winston mirror. The bubble is just so much value in these highly mobile comps. Dynasty on the Echo, I love this as a way to potentially punish the Hanzo. I don't think it's unplayable as Hanzo, but I think Echo certainly gets very scary. You miss one shot on Hanzo and you just die to this Echo. He can just run you down with that flight, with the stickies and the beam. Exactly what you need in the matchup.
Yep. Whoa.
Oh, what a boop there.
Nice
from Graves, yeah. Bad position from
I mean,
Luca. He might get caught because
you
of that.
die here. Yeah, short hop. But well, you do trade, but that's a trade I am more than willing to take.
Yeah, well played by Graves. That boop really secures the kill onto the Winston, and now it's the chase down. Timeless still trying to stay in the fight, still trying to keep this in contest.
Oh my
God.
God.
But it's going to be a cleanup, right? There's no way you can hold this position, you know?
Yeah.
He has Winston Tracer. They're going to come for you. Very aggressive from Riker. He might force the primal here. This is a weird jump. I think a little too much, maybe.
No,
oh my God.
the trust in his supports and just
crazy.
distracting Dynasty long enough is good to get the kill.
That is absolutely absurd there. So risky. But you know what? It pays off. Riker pushing the limits, but looks good right there. Chopper on the high ground. We'll see, though. A lot of ults now.
Nano boost. Hunting, searching, sleep, missed. Shield dance. Oh, hello, there's a brig. Good luck getting through that, even with the nano boost. See you later. Luca decides better on it. Oh, the boop straight into the Dragon Strike. Didn't quite end up securing the kill there as the rally was going off, so that all that extra armor was enough for Grapes to survive. And Riker trying to turn him into wine right now, but the Ana's keeping him alive. A nice sleep in the bubble. Nade followed up with the tracer damage too. Looking great right now. Timeless Obsidian may have given up all this space for the defense right now. Looking rather suave.
I think that pulse from Dub was actually very crucial. That fight was still in contest, but losing the Hanzo, you're just not having the potential to really find the picks and close out the fight. It is going to be the swap over to the Sojourn, a little bit more flexible against Echo. Still playable for me, but a little bit more flexible. And now it's going to be mostly a reset with no ultis, which should, to be fair, it should favor the defenders now. There's nothing really to break open the position and push out AJMR, but Luka taking that much damage does kind of cost his team the high ground. There's mostly going to be a low ground defense now from Dynasty and the boys. Oh, what a sick two-tap there. That was nasty.
Yeah.
He must have hit some sick shots right there.
Not much you can really do about that as a Tracer, unfortunately. Your health is pretty low to begin with. And Dub just trying to find some exit kills. Yeah, I mean, they're going to try, it looks like. I mean, Dub is still set up. They've got the pulse bomb too, rather soon. But yeah, it doesn't matter. There you go. Chopper dead. And now this is just delay. It's just stall. You want to die ASAP, right? But you're also trying to at least find one pick. Ana and Brick, hard to kill the best of times. Actually forces Luka all the way back after getting naded.
Yeah, I think a little bit of too much patience maybe from AJMR playing slow. Now the nano into Riker. He's on the backline, but he gets kited away.
Oh, the right click! Oh, straight on the brig! Oh, nice leap. And even that nade from downtown from CJ landing on top of Grapes. Right click from Winston now, ignoring armor values. Worth keeping in mind, Jake. A very small change, but could be a problem for the Briggs in this matchup.
It's going to be a copy Ana.
I mean,
if he lives long enough to get a nano, this could be huge.
Love it. Sleep Dart's good.
Oh,
Primal Rage 2, 55% towards that nano boost.
He's holding.
Oh my god. Riker's permanently asleep as the other Ana came back. Nice little nade. There's the nano. Oh, the duplication ends up wearing off. Not in time for the nano to actually get value there. And with Liopop in the rally, they want to make this one stick. 2 meters away is this payload from this point, but the rally and Dove following up. Yeah, that will be another stalwart defense from Timeless Obsidian. They're holding down the fort here.
Yeah, Chopper tried to clutch with the overclock there, died right as he used it and didn't really get any value out of it. So Dynasty getting way more out of the ultimate. The copy Ana, one of the best things about Echo, right, is you can copy whatever you need in the moment. Usually that's the tank, but sometimes, right, that copy Ana, I mean, honestly, to be fair, copy Ana is just insanely good, right? You can nade the backline, you can be up in the sky and just instantly dive them and punish them. But I mean, just doing everything for his team there. Now Chopper wants to go even further committed to countering this Echo, is going to bring out the hard hit scan in the Ashe. I like this choice. I think it's the right answer to the Echo.
60 seconds.
Alrighty. Now Chopper just needs to get to the high ground, needs to be protected for a brief moment. Another
Big
really
nade,
nice
though.
nade. Yeah, even better one. AJMR is in trouble, but the nano boost, I mean, just surges them forward. So AJMR was more than safe. The best defense there was a good bit of aggression. Sleep dart onto Dove, ends his life quick, sharp. 40 seconds to go though, Jake, and that payload's made it a considerable distance back under the bridge almost.
Yeah, they've got time. You know, Dove's going to be quick off the respawn. We are going to get another fight here. AJMR's in a very weird position, so Luka going to help his teammate rotate, ensure the survival, because if you get caught on Ana, this point is surely done. Graves takes a headshot, but oh man, they're playing so well from the clutch, but AJMR!
Oh, he's down. The snipers in the back line, CGMR and Chopper taking down AGMR. Slowly but surely, this payload is making its way all the way back to where they once had it. I mean, Chopper is just so free. Good nade from CJ2. As soon as you have that high ground with an Ana and Ashe, anybody with long-range damage, it's tough to really dislodge him. Nice little revenge kill there, but the point is going to get capped.
Yeah, as soon as Chopper brings out the hard hit scan, it feels like Dynasty is just no longer able to be as aggressive, able to keep the pressure on anymore. So I think it's really that pick opening up the space for Timeless, or rather for Wisp to push into Timeless Obsidian. And as well, CG, that huge sleep on the Tracer, also opening up the dive opportunities.
Oh, okay. Well, that was a cheeky try.
Yeah, you go for those, and hey, force him blink, keep the high ground control. You're doing your job here.
He was stuck behind the little power thing.
Right, Dove can't fight there. Oh, and it's going to be a copy on another one.
Onto the high ground.
Still got nades.
Nade. They're on to CJ. Does land it. Where's the follow-up? Luka's a little bit too low. And in fact, now the duplication is going to get rolled. Straight away, Squid responds up to the high ground, manages to take down Dynasty's duplication. Luka with the Primal Rage in his back pocket, so maybe he didn't really need the backup. Forces the rally from both Briggs. Grapes is still pretty low, though, and HMR is down, Jake. And with Luka falling here, Wisp are going to be able to get a nice little foothold onto this third point.
Yeah, the consistency of the hit scan is really outdoing the burst potential that Echo does offer Chopper, showing what he can do when he doesn't have to wait for the rail charge, right? He's always got the hit scan online. Dynasty going over to the Sombra, a decent choice. You know, potential to hack the Bob here, but so many ultimates coming down like hammers here from Wisp.
Oh, that
Bob,
nade.
Nano, and Primal. Everything you want for the team fight.
What a nice shield there from Graves, stopping that nade from being their death sentence. But Squid, oh my word. Meanwhile, while Graves and AJMR were trying to deal with that nade, yes, Squid just had the way with your backline, my friend, or front line, in fact. There's the Bob on point. The 6th man is going to do it. Point capped in OT, though, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, once the Ashe comes out, that game gets really rough because Dynasty, he's a flex player, right? He doesn't want to take the hit scan mirror against somebody like Chopper, and so he goes, whether it's the Echo, okay, now he's onto the Sombra. What else? You could go Genji, but it's like none of those picks are that good, really. They're too all-in, they're too committed to full diving, and against a hero like Ashe who can peel so effectively, it's just not the right choice. So I would have loved to see maybe Dynasty come out on like a Hanzo, something that can play a little bit slower, but it's too little too late, and it's just not enough to get them back into the map. And in the end, the full cap for Wisp is probably above average on this map. I think it's still winnable for Timeless, but they've got a long hill to climb.
What do you reckon's in that book?
There's some cheats on that book, man. Don't touch
Some
that.
cheats?
You get banned if you touch
Do
that.
not read the book in
not read-
Midtown Subway.
Do not read the book. You've been warned.
You will be banned.
You have been warned. My dad works at Blizzard. He'll ban you.
He will ban you if you read the Book of Secrets.
I see he's toying with the idea of a Genji. I don't like this pick, though. It's if you play Genji, you're just broadcasting the enemy team, hey, we're going to hard dive you. You should play safe. And then they're going to sit out of your dash range, and you're going to get bullied by Winston, and Chopper's going to free cast on you with Hanzo. So it is maybe going to be a role swap, maybe Dynasty to the Tracer. Could be seeing Dub on the hit scan. That would make a little bit more sense to me. Maybe that's the best answer here. Because Chopper, he's been lights out in both series. When you get him on the right hero to succeed, he just takes over the lobby. And, you know, for Timeless, you've got to find some kind of answer here in the second map.
Will they fall for the spawn arrows? No, they will not. All good. In fact, had one deflected, I believe. There, so. And a cheeky kill. Dove changing from the Ashe. What are they going on to? Okay,
Ooh,
Tracer.
Full dive.
Full
All right.
dive.
All right, we'll see. Maybe this catches Chopper. It's going to be, I mean, Chopper should know what's coming now. This is a very telegraphed comp. There's only one way to play. It's inting.
It's inting into the backline.
Oh, Squid getting packs and zoning the dash. I mean, this feels so bad on Genji right now.
Can't really do much. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no
Luka
pressure
dead.
on Riker. Absolutely zero. The Genji, you're not fighting the Winston, and so he's just going to walk into you over and over again.
Oh,
you can
can't
shield,
quite get the
but they're
headshot.
going to jump on you. Yeah, that's... Oh, well, somebody lives.
Dove.
Tracer in trouble.
Getting tagged. Wow. Chopper just existing on top,
I mean,
top
look
of
at
this
him. He's
taxi
so
cab
cocky
right
in this
now.
position, but he just knows they have no threat on him because they keep getting bullied down. They keep losing HP.
As soon as that Winston pops that bubble down too, you can just pop the Storm arrows and just delete it.
Yeah, there's no comparison in the amount of tank pressure between these two comps.
Oh, nice. Oh, good kill though onto
from
Squid.
Yeah, cost him, and that might be the opening they need. Now Dove, uncontested on the map, can look for a dive of his own.
Nade.
Big nade.
Oh, not
just
quite.
barely.
A little bit short, but they do get the space there. They kill Riker. Oh, he's falling in the bubble. He's so low. CJ and Lion managed to keep him alive somehow. They're going to be able to re-engage now, Jake.
Yeah,
with Riker staying in this.
That gives them a retake. That's crazy. There's no way Riker gets out of that, but he does. And so some ults coming up, but they're not online yet. So CJ has tempo with Nano Boost.
Into the back. Oh, the space creator. Nice little pulse bomb there. They're trading supports right now. And Squid. Support player, by the way, dominating on the Tracer with the new buffs.
Like, if he doesn't hit that pulse bomb, they don't win this fight. That's like the only way. The Brig would have healed the Ana, wouldn't have died. That's Squid right there carrying his team.
Timeless trying to play prop hunt right now. Trying to hide away as best they can. Oh man, this is
He's dead.
big stagger. No, receives the pack. All right, I tell you that.
Right. I'm a liar. Oh no!
Oh, that's not good.
I'm telling you guys, Genji feels so hard to play in this comp. This is 90. He's 90% to blade after 2 minutes. You just don't deal damage in this comp.
Oh, ooh, no! The primal kind of rolled
It's
the
not even
pulse bomb
rallying.
there.
Okay, he doesn't need this rally even.
No, he really doesn't.
Dominant fight.
I mean, what's worse than running into the backline and facing a Brig and an Ana healing each other with Inspire, man? Like, this is just... you can't deal with this, man. It's just...
Yeah, it's possible with the Genji dive. Oh, and they even know about the...
Oh, no. Try play prop
Dove knows,
hunt
though.
now.
I think he sees something.
Yeah,
At least he knows he's not going to get, like, cotton bursted. To be fair, Dove even being here, like, you can't really chase this Tracer down. Could be an annoyance here, but if he takes one shot, it could get scary. Yeah, he has to be really, really tricky here. Cannot get poked.
He's There's a little health back he can use if he wants to.
And it's going to be Queen as well. This is getting real crazy here.
Little funny
Genji.
business.
Oh, this is
and
a
on
weird
the
nano.
Genji. Well, Dove takes down Liar. Blade's been pulled. Hello. Goodbye, Chopper. Did not expect the blade to be pulled behind him. I mean, Dove surviving, like you said, Jake, a distraction technique, but it ended up working out. Split the team's focus.
I think Wisp can still win this fight. They have a full HP Winston, and he has Primal. I think they can stall for a very long time. The Queen, though, can tank the Primal. Like, it's not, the Primal's not a big threat for her.
Big Primal.
Maybe you got to get some
Riker
heal.
at half
Nice pull
HP.
from
Nice
Luka.
knife. Lands around to Riker, pulls him back in, and Dove finishes the job. There you go. That's all you needed. The Primal Rage, you know, it only lasts for so long, but if you can just pin him down for half a second, just so much extra damage can be just popped into it. Okay.
Now we can play the fun game of you won the fight with Nanoblade. Can you win any more fights without the Nanoblade? It's a scary situation here. I mean, this comp's just so good against Genji. So much pressure. The Winston just gonna absolutely bully you out of the fight every time. You know, now you got Ashe who can dynamite over the deflect. More of a 50-50, but scary situation for Dynasty. And there's just no big pressure on Riker. At least the Queen, right? Maybe the Queen takes that role, can pressure the tank and bully the Winston.
Oh, what?
Ooh, that was a sweet one, man.
Threaded the needle on that one.
Exactly. Wow. Okay. Well, you make plays like that, anything's possible.
Cannot be serious. Okay, touch Pele. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, to be fair though, for Riker, maybe the Queen is exactly what they needed, right? Make some more space for the Genji by just bullying the Winston with a tank instead of a DPS. It's a different approach, but I think this makes a little bit more sense for me than the dive mirror.
I mean, they're in a really good spot now. Luka, at least, he's got the ultimate in just a moment, and everybody's going to be lining up in these doorways. What a nade! Oh man, CJ is landing just an unbelievable amount of antis, but it didn't really matter at the end. Apparently, a massive ult coming through. I mean, at the end of the day, like, you're funneling through that choke. It's prime position for Riker just to pop the Queen out and just run through your entire team. 1 meter and 50 centimeters to go, and there we go. 3 minutes in the time bank too. Time is Obsidian actually making this work. That first point looked a little bit dicey, but they've made up for it on the second.
Yeah, Luka on the Queen looking very solid. Looks like exactly what they need. I mean, he's been hitting so many of these crucial knives, big ults, not slipping up whatsoever in the matchup. And so Wisp, feeling the pressure, going to take it back to a rush mirror. This is going to be much more difficult, I think, for Queen to deal with because, yes, you got some ults, but I mean, this is the fight where you have to win this, right, with the Cure Cold or the Beat. You have to win this ult efficiently because eventually Wisp's rush comp is going to start to stagger you out. It's going to be a good matchup. So it's going to be crucial that Timeless Snowballs wins 2 fights in a row right here.
Rush in a good spot too. Uh-oh, yeah.
Whoa. Run away.
Happy V. He manages to get out
Wait,
somehow. I don't know.
Lucio.
Oh, look at them. Best Lucio NA. Nice little shot to Riker there, though, was pulled in with that Grace. Eli is back for more. Oh, please. If he gets this kill, that's just insane. AJR goes so low. Light just with a little bit of extra stall there, knowing that they kind of lost the fight. Wisp, they do get another couple of shots here, this Jake, but they really need to just isolate somebody.
That's so annoying from Squid. The full delay with Ice Block. Riker gonna go over to the Orisa, maybe have some kind of potential. He thinks Luka's coming up on the Queen ult, potential to cancel it with that stun play.
Though.
But exactly, yeah, the Beat, the Blade, you know, Wisp, they don't quite have their ultimates online, and the stick is not...
Oh, no! Chopper slides into CJ, a freebie for that one. That was, yeah, that's a reset. That's a tilter. That's an Alt F4 moment right there if you're CJ. Does anybody get back? I mean, the Doofus comes in, sound barrier, Blade, anything stand in their way? I do not think so. 0.45 meters to go, and it's all stall. Blizzard does a good job of separating the rest of the team, but that slide from Chopper cost them that point, and a free attack for Timeless Obsidian now.
Yuff, the special delivery. That's not what you wanted to see, but Dove, I mean, frankly, Dove and Luka put the team on their back there, right? Whether it's consistent, those pulse bombs, 2 times. He opens up the fight with an actual team fight winning pulse bomb. Crucial thing, and hard to do, frankly, in this comp where there are counters to pulse bomb, right? Drone is available. You know, against Brig, you could just stick the shield. Not an easy task, but Dove does it twice in crucial fights back to back. And then Luka as well. Once he bring out the Queen, I mean, I didn't think they lost a fight. I think the Queen came out and they just snowballed them straight through to last. So Wisp, I like the reaction to go to a rush mirror. I think that will favor the Ram over time, but it was too little too late. There was a big ultimate snowball bearing down on them, and it just rolled them over. So well executed by Timeless, playing the ults, playing their outs. But for Wisp, I think this is the right mindset. Just stay confident in this rush comp, or in the Ram comp rather. It's a good way to answer the Queen, but they've teched as well for the Winston dive. They've got options. They can answer, I think, whatever comes their way here, knowing that, of course, they have to just play for the draw here.
Yeah, it's a super well-rounded comp. I still like Chopper on this hand, though. can get a lot of damage done. He did a lot to open that first point up for them too. We'll see what Timeless Obsidian want to run. They've got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, so they want to go fast ideally, and then they can get maybe another fight in. Looks like Reaper, is AGMR going to stay on the Moira here?
I don't hate this, honestly. I don't hate a Reaper Moira. Just stand on the point because, yes, CJ has a nade, but, I mean, there's so many ways to cleanse it. The Sim, though, is going to be much more vulnerable to the nade. So I was thinking with Reaper, okay, they can juke the nade, but now Sim could easily be focused down if he gets naded. There's no survivability for him, no lamp. It's all Moira, right? So they're going to try and cap, but they could get heavily punished by Ram right now.
TP across, not even a TP to an apartment here. Oh, well, CJ is dead. CJ just took an icicle, and they've only got 33%. Where's the healing? It's only Liar. Riker dead.
Surprise play works.
I mean, look, hey, if you charge the beam up on the Ram like that, it's pretty easy for you. Double ends up going down, but will it actually matter? They got so little HP to really play with, but Chopper picks up another kill, but too much sustain, too much heals, and that initial pick on the Mei was just, from the Mei, it was just too good. I mean, if you're losing your main source of healing that early on,
and that's also
in
your
the
main
33%
threat, right?
fight.
You needed those nades.
Yeah, like you said, you could duke it. Well, don't worry. Oh, how are they going to deal with the net? Well, he's dead. Doesn't matter.
Hey, that's a classic, you know. It's overtime, SimTV to the point, boys. We cap it up, X3. It just puts so much pressure on you. Like, you can beat it, but you have to react perfectly and instantaneously. Like, one little mistake, and they're going to just cap it in the game. So you have to come to the point, and, you know, that's when people slip up, right? That's when people walk in straight lines, get caught by those icicles. So, well executed, punishing and bringing us back here to a series, anybody's game now, truly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Lower bracket right now. A loss here is disastrous, and you will be knocked out. A win will precede you onwards, but you're on that lifeline. Oh, there's the stick too.
Tragic.
I mean, that is
he already slid too. He already slid, so it's like you can't even blame him. That's unlucky, bro. Unlucky. We just, it's okay.
That's right. Wasn't my fault. I already hit shift.
It's okay. It's okay.
Do you have lamp? No,
and then he was up in the air too, so I think Bat might have like jumped or something. I don't know
he might have been on that little high ground with the poster board thing. I don't know.
It's a tragedy, is what it is.
That ended the fight, and it ended that map basically as well. Right, we're going to jump to a quick break. It's all tied up as we come out of Midtown. We'll see you after this. Welcome back. Yes, it is Timeless Obsidian versus Wisp here in the FlashOps Holiday Showdown. It's good times so far, especially for Timeless Obsidian, who ended up taking that second map. Midtown was theirs. Very, very close to the very end. A sweet little pulse bomb from Dub did really end it all. He's been on fire, actually, that entire last map.
Yeah, agree. This series has been on a knife's edge, though. Every single map has been close, and so I expect more of the same. We're going to New Junk City, a map where, you know, I think this first point, honestly, I expect to see a lot of rush here, frankly. It's kind of hard to pull the dive out here. You know, Wisp, I think, bringing things back into maybe a little bit more of their comfort zone. But they could get caught off guard here. If you rely with the Queen, you're overly teched for dive. Timeless, they're coming back to where Wisp started with this big, you know, aggressive Reaper, Mei, and now the Orisa into a rush comp with Moira. Very scary, potentially, for this. If it's really going to be a Junker Queen, this is a weird comp here for Wisp. Super, okay, all right, just kidding. Yeah. I have been trolled.
You fell for the classic
we do get
talk
to
about
see,
comps and spawn challenge troll.
Yeah, we do get to see, though, the Orisa versus the Ram, which for me, I think is still winnable for both sides. We've seen the Ram, we know it's good. Can the Orisa stack up? No shield, but a little bit more damage, a little bit more single target aggression from the hero.
They want to... I love the ring around the rosy on this point. I think it's one of my favorite first points to watch. Teams just running around each other pretty much. Figure out what kind of side you're on. Oh, nice spear onto CJ. No orb either. Orb in a couple of seconds. All good. Healing or damage, that's the choice.
Oh, great movement from Luca there. Quick move to point. They get the cap. And, but the pick back on a Dynasty. Still a fight now. And Wisp, if you win this, you're happy.
Almost ends up going down. Can Timeless Obsidian see themselves back in this fight? I mean, Dove still, a large portion of their damage is still there. Oh, no, it doesn't look like it anymore. Noah Creep's dead.
Yeah, when one falls, really everyone else is going to go like dominoes in this comp. You need that overall team synergy. Luca wants to fight back, very aggressive considering his team is down, but you know, that ultimately goes his way. So Dynasty going to be kicking himself for letting himself get spammed down like that. Some of the risk you take going to point, you know, you're more vulnerable to spam. But yeah,
now onto the high ground. Both calls available too. There's one, there's the second. Riker just holding up those arms, the coalescence. Yeah, they're just cancelling each other out at this point.
Ain't nobody dying.
Yeah, no one's dead. Anyway, back and resetting. Squid is so close this Blizzard, which is going to be rather big, but that huge, everybody's locked in place. And so much damage, 476%, but no one falls. Everybody got out of there just in time. And now it's Riker's turn to play. Annihilations, he does walk on forward. Death Blossom from Dubs, he teleports onto the high ground, straight on top of them. And there it is. Dub with the double kill with the Death Blossom, and Dynasty helped him out with the Blizzard. Point flipped at 99%.
Wow, I will say Luca's been nice with the spears. Very, very consistent hits on those spears. They don't always result in kills, right? But that's forcing that one more cooldown. And for heroes like Reaper and Mei, just getting pushed away, pinned to a wall, really hurts those heroes, right? They want to be up in your face. They want to be bullying you. Orisa flips the script on them and really makes that matchup difficult to play. So well done so far. Now, retake for Wisp. Can Chopper follow up with the Death Blossom? Much harder to do when you're trying to open with the ult. Much better when it's later into the fight. People don't expect it.
Nice little wall. It's really easy to get through that though when you've got a Reaper, to be fair. Spear does go a little bit wide. Still got the Fortify cooldown available for Luca, if, just in case he needs it. Here's the Death Blossom from Chopper this time. A lot of low health bar members. AJMR tried to even the tide with the Coalescence, but it's just Luca and the rest of the team just kiting back. And there's CJ's Coalescence. That'll do. That'll be the first point, I'd imagine. And just classic Moira gameplay. Hold left and then hit Q and then hold left.
Yeah, I mean, really, when you lose a Reaper or a Mei, right, there's so much pressure on the DPS here because, frankly, Lucio, Moira, these heroes are super hard to kill. They're rarely going to die first. I mean, if they do, it's a huge problem. But the Reaper and the Mei, they have to take risks. Sometimes they have to expose themselves, and if they get headshot, they die. That's the Reaper gene. You got to believe. No, my movement is too good. I'm not going to get headshot. I'm going to just keep shooting. I'm not going to press my rate.
I have lifesteal. I can heal myself.
Exactly. You have to have that kind of crazy level of confidence, or else you're just not really playing the hero to the maximum potential. So these are the risks you got to take, and the question is, who can find those headshots? Who is actually right when it comes to not pressing their shifts, staying in the fight longer?
Might be a tank ult fight again. I want to see this Terror Surge pop off, I'm not going to lie. I mean, Dicey's line up for this Blizzard too. Could be rather disastrous if they all get locked in with Luca Chopper falls first though. A hard target to kill normally, and there's the Blizzard. An early block there for Dicey might be a death sentence, and I think it might be. Not before Grapes though comes in with a beat, and here's the Annihilation. No one's dying just yet, but remember, a very early kill onto Chopper early on in this fight might be what Timeless Obsidian needs. Coalescence, Annihilation still ticking down, but CJ now with his call is pushing Timeless Obsidian all the way back, and that will result in a cap.
Yeah, so many ults come out, and Chopper's gonna be back to the fight now. Another Blizzard. Is anyone in it? No. Beautiful speed from Liar. Well outplayed there.
Yeah, Liar.
Yeah,
timing his speeds every single Blizzard. Man just knows ult tracking perfectly. And there was just fighting on the point, and because there's no ultimates in the near future, I mean, maybe the Death Blossoms come up with something large. This is going to be a large stall here from Wisp.
Yeah, just a long fight is exactly what you want when you're in control of the point. But there's an opportunity here for Luka to open things up. It all comes down to forcing one of these DPS shifts early.
Chopper.
Luka's getting so low. Formation
Help, Luka!
split.
Okay, spear spin, all good. Chopper 12 HP. Meta wall. Healed up to full HP. Death Blossom available. A quick TP into the backline. Hunting, searching. Wondering where the enemy team went. He found one, but a quick fade away from AGMR. Nice cooldown force, but can they make anything else of it? A Coalescence now as Chopper just hunts down the Moira. But it's actually Dynasty that falls first. More distraction than anything else, that ultimate it felt like. Sound barrier, Terror Surge, just throw everything in. Everybody press Q right now. Someone win the fight. Both Coles down, both Moira's dead. Someone's gonna win this fight eventually, Jake, I promise you, and it might be Liar with the clutch 2 kills. Luka dead, and there we go. It is ended with Liar getting a triple kill. 2 points on the board for Wisp now. They're on point, match point.
Yeah. So far, you know, everybody's still, you know, the Orisa wasn't getting quite enough. I think especially that ult, just not consistent enough when Ram can just sit there and block and, like, just doesn't care about your ult, right? And everyone else gets out of the ult. So I think the Ram, maybe that ult value ends up being a little bit better. So, you know, at Timeless, they want to just take that mirror and they believe they can do it. I really feel like the distance between these two teams is so small. They're playing each other very tight right now as they meet in the choke. Chopper taking that position, wants to block the choke. It's crucial you don't let the enemy in for free. But Timeless looks like they are going to slip past.
They are managed. Oh, the overhead view is just loads of spears, just all the circles, it's just a death ball. The comps just look so silly from overhead. Well, there's the Vortex. It somehow landed on a wall. Not sure how that worked, but all good. Force the ice block on Squids. Annihilation. Oh, straight on the Blizzard, but no, managed to hop, skip, and jump out of it somehow. Squids just ended up going down to a couple of little Cheerios from Grapes. It's all Lucio's this round, Jake, apparently. Grapes picking up a nice couple of kills. Getting his kill on his life for life. I know, I love it. It's a little bit of DM.
Ain't nobody knows what's going on here. Just shoot them. Shoot the enemy with your guns. Oh, Luka! Oh, the life steal is too much.
It's too good. Well, the cap, Jake. There you go. That's what happened.
Yeah, anybody's game here. This is how the fights go, though. They get scrappy. Everybody can escape out of these dangerous situations, but you're relying on your cooldowns for that. And, you know, you've got heroes like Lucio and Moira that can always chase you down. So it really does feel like anybody's game. It's about these little tiny moments. Edges of the team fight, one player might just find a little bit more damage than another, you know, make more space, but that's happening simultaneously across the map. So super hard to call this. Up to anybody's game, I think, who executes better, who finds more ult value.
You are thinking about it, right? And you're like, wait, how many cooldowns do you have to force? Like, it is insane. Death Blossom available for Dove. Dodges out of Chopper's one.
Oh, big Death
Blossom
dead,
though. I mean, this Death Blossom's just too easy to get off. Didn't even need it, really, to kill Chopper. That Blizzard's decent, though. Luka's trapped on this other side of the shield, not being able to get healed, but the Annihilation is just going to get ripped. Squid dead. Timeless Obsidian control the point as well, Jake. So if this is not a quick death from Riker right now, they're not going to be able to get a retouch, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Grapes, feels like Grapes and Lyra are getting most kills in this one. Nice little double melee kill there, and that should just be it. Looks like Wisp is setting up for the next point.
Lucio's like your best long-range damage dealer in this comp, though. Like,
yeah,
low-key,
he
like,
is.
Lucio's genuinely the biggest threat at long range. I mean, there's some very serious close-range threats, but when it comes to the poke, and honestly, when it comes to single-target focus, Lucio's not bad. I think it really does matter that your Lucio's putting out damage and, crucially, chasing down those Mays and those Reapers when they don't have the shift. You're not going to go take the 1v1, but, you know, when they're low, when they're caught off cooldowns, Lucio's often the one who's tasked with making those kills. So these Lucio players being put to some mechanical tests here on New Junk City.
Those donuts do a lot of damage if you're repeating them hitting someone's head, that's for sure. I think it would do a lot of damage to anybody, to be fair, if you threw donuts to their head repeatedly. Well, here come the ultimates. Blizzard, Annihilation. Ooh, Riker gets caught. Should be fine though, still got the armor, but the focus fire is pretty decent. Nope, CJ's there to heal him up. A later B available from Lyre right now as Grapes used their one very early on in the fight. Point was capped by Wisp too, so they're in a very good spot to hold this one down. Now it's about forcing the abilities of the Mei and the Reaper to try and force them out. Looks like both the block and the Wraithform have been used by Dove and Dynasty, and there you go, there's the kills. CJ with the Coalescence just wants to end this one quick, sharp, Jake. You use the ultimate every day of the week. It's really easy to build up, and that'll be Wisp controlling the point.
He does need to use it to clean up, and honestly, I think that might be pretty costly because we've seen so many times this map, okay, it's Cole for Cole, they're on the same timing. Now the timing breaks. AJMR is going to have the Cole advantage, and I think you're going to see how powerful that ultimate is when it's unmatched. Very, very hard to heal through when you're cleaving 10 players on the server with this thing. I mean, that is actually ridiculous when you can really get that max value. So Wisp going to have to do something tricky here, or else I think Cole might run them over.
Well, Lyre, saving the speed boost maybe. And there's a lot of places to hide around too, to be fair. Blizzard available from Squid. There you go, thrown out. There's the call from AGMR. Squid going pretty low, manages to still catch a tank though. Luca in a little bit of trouble, but holds up the fist. That Coalescence doing a lot of work right now as Lyra ends up going down. AGMR pops out the coal, but it's all good. The healing is there for the team. Dove with the Death Blossom, might just death from above, maybe? I mean, no, doesn't want to drop in there with Squid just in case his life is put to an end. But now comes the Death Blossom. Dynasty taken out too as well, and there's the flip finally. Like you said, Jake, all about these small micro advantages, forcing out these big escape abilities from a lot of these characters.
Yeah, the big ones you want to watch are those shift abilities, whether it's the Wraith form from Reaper, the Ice Block from Mei, or the Fade from Moira, right? Those are those skills that, seem like, oh, I can never die. I can just, press my shift and get away. But, the pressure just keeps mounting on you. When you don't have that cooldown, that's when you are in big trouble. CJ does have the cool, but now many responses available for Timeless Obsidian. So another long, drawn-out brawl fight, I think, here in our future. Time to see who's got, the confidence, I think, to stay in the fight on Mei and Reaper just a little bit longer than their counterpart.
I wonder if Dynasty goes early here, because they know Squid used his ultimate in the last fight. Chopper with the Death Blossom, so they can't really step up all too far. Damage Orb sent out, as well as that Coalescence. There's the Sound Barrier. Now Timeless Obsidian can control this tempo. They're just focusing down Dynasty, trying to force that Ice Block early on. As that beat fades away, so does the Cole, and now it's a fight completely just on the point. A nice little boop onto Dynasty, forces his block, but he still has that Blizzard. He sends it straight out, a little bit more of a defensive though this time around. And the Focus Fire is good enough to kill Riker. Chopper just trying to dart out of the way. It damages his Wraith form, comes back up just in time. Annihilation forces people away from the point, and there's the cap. Timeless Obsidian take that one away from Wisp, and now we are down to the last point.
These are very late deaths as well from Wisp that might end up costing them when it comes to the position. Maybe even an opening cap could be coming in for Timeless Obsidian, so that could end up really hurting them here. However, I feel like it was Riker's mistake there, annihilating into a Blizzard, right? It's like the Annihilation doesn't help much when you can't block, you're stunned, and you're getting full focus fired. So that's a rough ult trade and something that could sort of swing the balance in favor of Timeless Obsidian, who are following the, you know what, guys? We're losing. Let's just mirror and be better at the game. And so far, that strat's working for them. It's not super consistent, but sometimes it's what you need to do.
Just be better.
Look at that little...
That is the cheekiest angle of all time. My word. Oh, well, Dove's in trouble.
Cole shouldn't be enough here. Down one, it's so hard to come back.
Yeah, with the Sound Barrier. AJMR's not even focused on damage right now, just focusing on keeping his team alive.
That initial pick is just so valuable in this fight. If one player makes a mistake, and then they give up the flip as well, they're going to commit with everything.
Oh yeah, just chuck it all in again. Why not? See who comes out on top. Roll the dice. Dove ends up going down, and with Squid up on the high ground. That nice little wall too. Any kills? Any killers? Oh, not quite. It really does feel like that, especially when you re-engage with that Sound Barrier, Jake. You're jumping into a Blizzard, the Death Blossom. You are not saying it's lucky, but in a sense it kind of is. If you can manage to catch someone out because they mispositioned maybe a couple of inches, it really does come down to just those small incremental advantages, which is very hard to see, especially even in first person, to be fair.
Yeah, potential combo here of Annihilation and Death Blossom coming online for Wisp, in control of the point right now. If that comes up, things could get really bad. Dove Boop
presence
not able
of
to
mind.
find a quick Death Blossom.
Very good presence of mind there from Liar. Boopin dub down on from the high ground. Death
Oh,
Blossom is huge.
Not enough,
Get
though.
taken down by Liar. No, Riker popped his ultimate, was just holding block that whole time too. 85% now for Wisp. With Dove dead, where's the damage for Timeless? Dove coming back on the Tracer to try and see himself back into this fight, but Chopper's got the Death Blossom and has already found a nice little avenue of entrance. Dynasty also falling. I mean, Coalescence,
Wait,
there's not much you can do here now.
Hold
Chopper
up.
does get booped away, but the Annihilation and the Coalescence actually just keeping
Wait a
them
minute.
in. I bite my tongue, I'm sorry. Wisp are now forfeiting a lot of this space, a lot of this pressure on the point. The Coalescence and the Annihilation does end up fading away as Timeless Obsidian this time around are taking control.
And the Lucio hungry for a frag here on the Moira, trying to get away.
I get
It's
it.
anybody's fight here on the point. The
Sound
one
barrier
kill
is still available.
decided-
Grape
Oh,
drops it.
same time,
Double
though.
sound barrier. Dove doesn't actually get any of that, so maybe the focus fire now needs to go towards him. It's actually Squid that ends up going down first to Luca. Bearing in mind, Wisp still have this control of this point, Jake. T-pose right now for Luca on the points. He does focus down the front line. Riker getting punched through the shields. He ends up coming back. Dynasty ends up falling.
my God.
Chopper dead. Someone end the fight, please! CJ, he kills Grapes with a random stray orb, but it is Timeless Obsidian that claimed the point.
And after all
Oh
of that,
my
there's still
God.
another mountain to climb for Timeless Obsidian. They've got to hold on to the point for another 70%. Maybe, I mean, well, all right. How this game's been going, this is last fight. Let's be honest.
This is last
This
fight
is
for
last
sure.
fight, all right? This is last fight. I know there's 50%. Realistically, this is last fight. And, you know, big ults coming up for both teams again. But really, I think a difference maker might be this combo of the Death Blossom and the Annihilation. Could be enough to overwhelm even Moira's healing.
Oh,
and this
Grapes
team
goes down randomly to an icicle.
And a miss, oh no, the miss failed.
Oh, what is happening? Oh, devastation in the Timeless Obsidian
Dove?
camp. I mean, Dove picks up one kill, but I mean, the Annihilation did his work, the Coalescence as well. I mean, Luca doesn't stand a chance. And after all that, Wisp, they end up capping the point, they end up winning the map and put themselves on match point.
Yeah, Wisp's gonna wipe a single bead of sweat off their forehead.
Wiping sweat off
after
my
that
head,
game.
mate.
What a ridiculous! Nearly the comeback on Flashpoint from Timeless Obsidian, taking the mirror.
It was close.
But I mean, really, that was as close as it gets. Every single fight, so close. Everyone coming down to these crucial moments, and ends not with a bang, but with a whimper. The Lucio pickoff. Grape's going to be kicking himself for that, but he's got more time to redeem himself. The series is not over yet.
It's not over yet. Don't worry, we've still got more Overwatch action. It could be the last map, and Wisp is still on match point. Run through some highlights from that last map, but man, in this fight exactly, Jake, you said, well, it's just chaos. And it was, at the end of the day. Like, a lot of these comps, they are chaos because you're playing into something that has just so many survivability tools. And not only that, 50 extra HP on some of these characters for DPS as well. Like, people are hard to focus down. It's the sheer tenacity to keep yourself in this fight cannot be understated.
Yeah, you know, when both comps want to just clash headlong, they tend to meet each other and just explode. The formations break, and it really is up to individual players finding their footing in the team fight. Super chaotic, super hard to predict what's going to happen next, and hard to stay focused, right? Easy for players to make mistakes, easy to slip up. And so it really ends up being a test of fortitude more than, like, you know, traditional aim skill, which, you know, in Overwatch, sometimes that's the meta. You got to be ready. You got to be ready to pull these out. I do feel, though, this might build some, I mean, so far from Timeless, it's been like all dive all day. And so to be able to take this mirror as close as they have, I feel like now for the rest of the series, it's like, maybe you keep taking that mirror. I feel like if they had played Ram the whole time, maybe that map goes their way. It really was that type of a map.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're a little bit more confident in that now. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, it's Timeless Obsidian's map choice now as we go to map number 4. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a break. You guys can take a break. Teams can take a little bit of a break as well. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Potential last map on your hands right now. We're going to Esperanza. I remember this was Timeless Obsidian's map choice. Even though, I will remind you, Wisp full capped just not a moment ago against O3 Splash. Just a reminder.
I wonder though, because Esperanza does open things up. You know, we could see Timeless coming back to a dive style. I think that's definitely possible on this map.
Yeah.
I've seen other teams pull it out and make it work. However, it's difficult, and honestly, it's going to be scary because Chopper, if he plays the Sojourn, he's going to have his opportunities. He's going to have his chances. And for Timeless, that's could be pretty scary here. So coming into this map, I wonder though, like, will the Reaper come out? To be honest, thinking about that, as we just saw on New Junk City, like, is like, you know, everyone wants a Bastion nerf. Oh, Bastion's so annoying. You're gonna nerf Bastion, and then this comes out, guys. Bastion is protecting you from Reaper, Mei, and Moira. All right,
yeah.
He has to do that. You know, Omnics get a bad rap. All right, that's all I'm saying.
That's so true. Anyway, give Zen 25 more HP.
All right.
Give Zen a little bit more
Not
HP.
every
maybe.
Omnic.
Okay, maybe. No, I loved it when they added
It
the
is
kick.
the dive though. Well, unless I'm being super trolled, but probably not. Wait, oh, I'm being super trolled. Oh my god. All right, I got baited there. I believe
like every
that.
round, it's like, wait a second, they're playing. They're gonna bait you.
I wanted to believe.
They're gonna bait you. They know you're casting. They know you're gonna talk about that.
All right, let's see. Can Timeless Obsidian do what O3 Splash could not, which is to say, have a remotely close map here on Esperanza?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a different approach from Timeless, not immediately taking the wide angle, playing a little bit slower. I think this is a mistake. I honestly think Wisp has a very strong position right now in the wide angle.
Oh,
and
dear.
it gets them a quick pick. I think you've got to take this wide angle on Esperanza. And it's a position that just really gives you a ton of value, opening pick. And honestly, these deaths are just stall deaths for Timeless Obsidian. You got to get into the fight right now. Oh my god.
I mean, do my eyes deceive me? Am I watching O3 Blast versus Wisp an hour ago?
Yeah, this is getting a little. I'm starting to get scared. I shouldn't be getting scared because realistically, okay, one fight, whatever, it's no biggie deal. But from what we saw last time Wisp played this map, I am worried. I am scared. If they just like stomp them in the choke with Maywall and like every AoE ability in the game, I'm gonna start getting really worried. We'll see. We'll see.
So anyway, they're setting up for a stompage in the choke here with every AoE ability that they own.
So about that choke point.
Yes. Uh-oh. Do they know? Do they know?
Look at that. Look at that wall.
Oh, they know?
Blocks the slide.
Do? Kind of, they know.
Wait a minute. Okay, they're being
Baited.
tricky. They're being tricky, but the card is just rolling. The card is just rolling. They've got to get out there. They've got to get the card stopped.
Oh, they used Lamp as well. Yeah, that payload is getting to that point for sure. There's the cap.
Stop the cap.
He's in a little bit of trouble. He needs help. Oh, not quite enough help. Nice little window there. Good angle too. I believe it tagged Riker just before he went around the corner. But checkpoint for Wisp is always nice. And they get to escape too.
Yeah, in the end, I think this is worth it for Wisp. In the end, yeah, you lose a team fight, but you get the capture point. Riker's going to be on the forward spawn, and they're going to come out of this high ground. And yeah, I mean, the positive thing for Timeless Obsidian is they've got map control right now. They do have a chance to start to bring the game back, but May's on the car. She's not ready to help fight the choke, and Wisp just roll out for free.
Yeah, Window's super good here too. Forces the May away, forces the Ram. There we go. We're basically back where we started at the beginning of the map.
Yeah, card being pulled a little bit in. Luca trying to battle in this front line, but Riker has a much faster annihilation. We'll see if he likes to go aggressive. Could be hard to do in this position. Both teams at a stalemate. It's really on the Sojourns to open things up.
Dove on the Omega flank right now. There's the Blizzard trying to cut off Luca. That freeze was almost instant. Lamp comes up. Really nice wall from Dynasty. Can they actually save Luca? They can. A counter Blizzard's even better. Oh my word. Time has played around that Squid Blizzard perfectly. Luca didn't go down.
Yeah, Grape somehow found two that fight. Not only shut down Chopper, someone we've been highlighting all day, but also killed his counterpart on the Lucio. So big frags coming out on the main support. You know, now he's back doing his job, not getting cocky. And he's like, all right, I can kill you and I can taxi other people. You know, I'm multifaceted. I'm multifaceted. But no supports in the fight, so Timeless, they've got to be careful here. There's a few seconds when they're not going to have a support. Dynasty's overextended.
Yeesh.
These guys are getting punished right now.
Dove is 1 HP.
Super scary. And it's a very forced beat just to kind of mitigate that mistake.
Dove's take a headshot and lose all his overhealth. I think he did. Oh, there's the latest soundbar from Liar. Hits everybody on the side of Wisp, and AGMR is nowhere to run. Ice Block being forced too, and even blocking off the healing, even if there was some. And there we go, there's the clear now. Wow, Whisper, should they have taken them to Esperanza?
I mean, I don't think the map is too far out of control here, you know? We did see that against O3 Splash, but for me, that was more of just a team misplay. Timeless, they're playing too far forward there with their DPS in their tank, while support Lucio and Bap are running back from spawn. I mean, is it like that's kind of, you shoot yourself in the foot there, frankly. You got to know, okay, we don't have supports. We got to back a little bit preemptively. No Lucio, no Bap to get us out of trouble. But they don't, and they end up having some bad ults, starting the fight off on the wrong foot there. And now Wisp wanting to really sink their teeth into the map, wanting to really generate a big advantage. Timeless, they have to be stopped here.
Good window. Chopper low. Back up though, all good. I mean, you can play this corner for eternity. We discussed it in the last match.
Yeah, and getting a free window out, you're certainly not upset about that. If you're Wisp, happy to play here now with your own window.
Nicely timed wall.
Dynasty in a very deep off angle could be getting punished right now.
You can see, you saw Chopper that whole time holding that railgun shot, just searching for someone. Searching for a low health target. Didn't quite find one.
Yeah, and it's another back out from Wisp, so that they're worried about the potential of some flanks here. Timeless has chosen to regroup and mostly just play choke v choke. Liar gets slow, gets picked.
Liar.
The trades start going Timeless's way, and now there's a chance to really push in. Second support. The patience there is really nice.
Yeah, there you go. All right, everybody die on the payload, please. There we go, yeah. I mean, Liar going down there, like you said, not the worst. You could still try and find something. It looks like Squid was trying to set up maybe for a cheeky blizzard, but CJ falling, nope, that's a complete reset.
Yeah, I like that awareness from Timeless. Even though it's a Lucio pick, it's like you're up one. You don't really need to force anything to happen. That's one of the healers. It's cutting some of the sustain out of the enemy team. So being patient in that moment, taking a few seconds to put some pressure on and spread some damage out, the Baptiste is not going to be able to keep up with that on his own. So a little bit of patience yields dividends there, and they're able to take the fight, having a real chance, I think, to get back into the map and really fight for it here. But Wisp going to take a very long rotate here, which gets them out of the choke for free.
And Dynasty was trolled a little bit there. Saw them trying to put down the window. The wall even. Double blizzard. Who's it catch? Oh, what a shot. HMR tried to jump off the side of the wall there to get out of the way of the blizzard, but just took a nasty headshot from Chopper.
Yeah, Bap gets picked, everybody pulls back, and now when the beat's over, super difficult to get back into the fight.
Annihilation though for Riker. Jake,
if he
just
needs it, I don't think he wants to use it.
No, don't think they do. And they force the block too from the main. Nice little bit of healing. There's all the slows and then some. Dove is committing the overclock. I mean, taking out Riker's great, but Chopper is still there, and the spawn positions, Jake, they are decently close. Annihilation coming through as well. Timeless Obsidian pulling this fight back. Liar did throw down the beat. Squid CJ, enough damage and sustain there to actually kill off Luca. Noble from Timeless, but they didn't end up coming out on top.
Okay, these players, the Bap and the Soj, they've got to get out. Getting caught here would really kill their chances to win this map and to start to even things up. Luca is going to go over to the Orisa, an odd choice, but maybe feels like it's a little bit better in the Sojourn matchup. Rather, maybe Sojourn is actually a little bit more vulnerable as a hero to the Orisa. However, I don't think it's that easy to get to the backline on Orisa. We'll see if Luca can land those spears. Going to be crucial. He's connecting those skill shots in this matchup.
Okay. Oh, they end up backing up. All good.
They dodged the window well. That's what you need to do here.
Yeah. Now the Orisa has to kind of almost face tank it, stop them walking all the way up onto their back line. Oh, and CJ dies. Nice little railgun there. Through the window from HMR. Orisa too high up in the sky. Get back down.
Yeah, and holding the car well is Luca. It's going to be a cleanup with no Baptiste.
He's got to find
this.
Oh, he's so low. He's got the overclock, but it's not worth popping at this point. Yeah, he's just going to get chased down.
Graves is on Chopper. Get back,
there's
Chopper.
No shot. There is no way this guy's flying away from this one. 9 HP, and there's the melee kill. All good. Well, point's been reset. So 42 meters, they might not be able to regroup in time for them to, well, for the bot to actually get back to the barricade. We'll have to wait and see. It is very close to that checkpoint, Jake, and they are going to have high ground advantage. That'd be Timeless Obsidian.
Yeah, it is going to be tight. Hard to stop the checkpoint here, I think. I think especially with Orisa, even if you touch point right, she can boop you off and slow you down. It's going to be the approach through the window room, though, for Wisp. They are going to try to fight before it comes up.
I like it. Really like this window push.
Don't give the cap for free.
They find these shots through this small window. I hear a blizzard being thrown from Narnia. Okay, well, Dynasty ends up getting killed by CJ, and there's no follow-up at all on that blizzard, and I don't think anybody even got frozen up. 2 minutes to go, Jake, and this is looking disaster, especially for the ultimate bank of Timeless right now. Dove ripping the overclock again in a losing situation. Can he get these kills? He gets Liar. Sound barrier there to help sustain. He's looking for Chopper. There's the second, maybe the third too. Another one for Dove. 3 kills for the overclock. And Wisp, they haven't really got anything to hold on to now. This checkpoint should be Timeless's.
They're trying to trade Dove. Dove dies here. It's so huge.
Oh, they got him.
That's a massive pick by Riker. Gonna really limit the potential of the snowball. However, I think the late death on Riker probably gonna get the cap. If anything, I think Dove is gonna spawn too early, though. He's not gonna get the spawn swap. Maybe he can teleport forward. Is just going to get taxied. Oh, he's thinking about it. He's believing so much in the cap. He's going to... Okay, he's not going to teleport. Interesting. It's going to be mostly a reset here, but I'm starting to feel like Timeless... The Orissa's paying off when there's a Sojourn involved, right? In the Reaper Mirror, just too hard for Orisa to actually finish kills and connect on people. But as Sojourn, you've got to be worried about this Orisa potentially stunning you out of your slide. Really can put the brakes on a hero that normally just cannot be stopped.
Jeez, Grapes went super low there. His Iceco's being flung around by Squid.
Fire almost ties that, oh my god.
Yeah. I love the Lucio getting hit sound by Spear. I feel that in my soul, actually. A lot of ultimates for whips, 30 seconds remaining. I mean, you're just stacking ults here, looking for the W. There's a couple of fights at least for you in the bank. Nice little spear, high ground control from Luca. In fact, it's both high grounds, now they're descending onto the back line. Terror Surge available. There's the window from CJ, but they got to help Riker. The wall is just too good, though, from Dynasty. He ends up popping the Annihilation, as well as that sound barrier from Lion. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink in here to try and make this the last fight of this map. Oh, no, Dynasty! How is he alive? Imagine if he gets out of there. It wasn't to be, though. Looks like Whisk can be able to clean this one up. Esperanza is still theirs. They had a 4 cap earlier, and they're going to take it from the clutches of Timeless Obsidian in this one. There's a few cleanup kills left, and that will be all she wrote. Wisp with a 3-1 victory over Timeless, continuing their streak in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Wisp feeling the momentum here. Everybody playing super well together and responding to a lot of, I think, well-played comp swaps from Timeless Obsidian, not making it easy for Wisp, putting a lot of pressure on them and forcing them to adapt, sometimes in the comps, sometimes in the playstyle, but really keeping this the closest series we've seen today. So a respectable run from Timeless Obsidian, a lot of great plays coming out from that squad. So want to celebrate them here. It is, though, it's going to be Wisp going on in the tournament, and frankly, well-deserved. Chopper, masterclass. CJ Liar, disgusting.
So
just beautiful Overwatch right here on the server.
Really nice. And I love the adaptations too, like you were saying. It was nice to see a little bit of Orisa, a little bit of Doomfist, and unfortunately unfortunately Timeless Obsidian don't end up making it through. I mean, with Wisp progressing like this, I mean, who really stands in their way? There's a lot of strong teams in the upper bracket right now, but
there's some shooters in the upper bracket, I will say. Wisp is good, but there are some very terrifying rosters further on in the tournament lurking.
Well, I'm sure the Sofa can wrap this day out and maybe let us know what the scary oppositions are for Wisp later on in the tournament. Yeah, take it away, guys.
Welcome back one last time. Zoe here, joined by Mitch and Matt, and we're about to break down all the action we just got to witness in our losers quarterfinal #1. Wisp continued their streak, back-to-back matches. This one really pushing them a little bit more than the first one we got.
Yeah, a bit closer, but still a really short. I mean, we expected Wisp to come out on top. At least I did when we did the prediction there towards the end, but. It was a little bit closer, but I think, like Jake mentioned, there's some really strong rosters that you make these matches look easy. I don't think those are going to look easy when they play against some of those teams.
I think they got pushed a lot more, and I don't think I gave Timeless Obsidian nearly enough credit, honestly. Look, what I liked seeing from Riker was a lot of flexibility in the tank role, right? So a lot of the time, we saw the Doomfist come out from Luca. Riker is more than happy to play the Junker Queen into that. And then also a lot of Winston play here as well on Village. So we got to see a bit more of Riker's hero pool. It wasn't just Ramatra Rush mirrors constantly. Jake pointed out as well, Chopper has a fantastic game. We get to see some, can I say vintage for Dove? I think I'm going to do it. Vintage Dove Tracer play as well. And I was pretty happy.
People could take that the wrong way. It was a good Tracer play from Dove.
Yes, a bit of a throwback. Okay, the connotation is really up to your interpretation there. But I also was really impressed with Dynasty over the course of this series. Both these teams want to play the Moira-based compositions with the Reaper. It's extremely volatile. Fights often can be decided in the first 5 seconds of an engagement here. So it can be pretty hard to ride out these fights and also turn fights around when you start at an early player disadvantage here. So credit to Timeless Obsidian for hanging in there. But this sets up a really interesting situation now, because this Wisp team has to go up against the team that knocked them into the lower bracket. His left, right, good night will be waiting for them in the next game.
And those like revenge matchups, I guess, so to speak, are always so fun, right? You get to see if there's any adjustments that they're able to make going into that series, which will be awesome.
Well, getting a read on your opponents in long-form tournaments like this is virtually impossible. Like, it's like, what, 512 max teams? So, like, you don't know really who you're going up against until it gets down to this top 8. So the fact that you've had a chance to play against this team, you come off second best, this is your last opportunity now. There's a lot of room for that development, and of course, just to sort of scout out what they've been doing today, and also go back over your previous games.
Yeah, I mean, the first bout against Left Right Ignite, that was a 3-1 victory,
3-1, yeah.
right? So that wasn't necessarily the closest match. Of course, they could be doing the salty run back through the lower bracket. How likely do you see that against Left Right Ignite?
I mean, look, you get a like day in between, right? You make some adjustments. You play two really, good opponents today. You get a win on both of them. They got to feel pretty confident, I think, going into tomorrow, right? Chopper played great. Got a good back line. Now it's just, hey, what did we do wrong in that previous matchup?
Well, maybe let's just ask the team themselves. Maybe they can give us, a little insight there, potentially.
Oh, it's the boy.
We do have Riker joining us here. First of all, of course, congratulations, winning back-to-back series. You guys must be exhausted, though.
Yeah, no, it was a tough series. We knew today we were going to play 2 matches where we were in.
I mean, you guys obviously are making a pretty deep run here in this lower bracket, Riker. But we were just talking about here on the couch. You get a rematch here against a team that knocked you down there, right? Left, right, good night again. How do you think this plays out this time around? Because we're saying it can be kind of hard to scout teams in like big tournaments like this, but you've got to have a good idea about what you're going to be going up against.
Yeah, no, honestly, when I played them the first time, I really think that we just lost to ourselves. And whenever we play them again tomorrow or the next day, I think it'll be a different story this time.
Yeah. Well, I guess like when you play them again, what do you feel like is the one thing you guys need to change up or fix to be able to get the win?
I think it really showed today. We're playing a lot faster, and as long as we keep up that tempo going into the Left Right Good Night match, I think we'll bring it home.
One last question before I let you go, and that has absolutely nothing to do with video games, but it's a seasonal question. We asked the players from each team a few questions heading into the Holiday Showdown. One of them was their favorite thing about winter. Your answer was the beach.
What beach, bro?
What?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Our manager asked that question, and like 2 people responded, and then everybody, like Liar said like the beach, and everyone was like, yeah, I like the beach too. So we just went with that.
Hey, the beach is pretty cool. The beach is pretty cool.
I guess it's empty in winter, so yeah, let's run with that narrative. Yeah, sure.
Something like that.
There we go. I set that one up for you.
Less
Rocket,
people.
yeah, less people. Less people is always good. And now we want to see more of you and your team, though. So congratulations once more, and good luck in your upcoming matches through the lower bracket.
Thank you.
And that was Rocket.
Trust White Chio to come up with some troll answer and everyone copy him. Unreal.
I can't believe you said that on stream.
What do you mean? That's his nickname. Come on.
But
a liar.
Liar. Yeah. Yes, indeed. It's not a bad answer. What's your favorite thing about winter?
I like the cold.
You like the cold?
People don't like the cold. I like being cold.
Bro.
You like being cold.
Like
Said Hoodie Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with being cold?
It's uncomfortable?
It's like, what isn't wrong with being
I
cold?
mean, at some point, your body just shuts down.
Well, I mean,
ceases to function.
I don't want to be
a little frostbite don't hurt no one.
I don't want to be that cold. I'm not saying like, bury me under the ice.
That's why you moved back to New York.
But I like the cold.
Everybody worked because he didn't want to come into work. He wanted to get that full remote treatment. See, this is why, if you're from the Southern Hemisphere like me, this holiday, Christmas with like snow and stuff, has no intrinsic. I'm sorry, I'm being iconoclastic right now, but we have a beach Christmas. We have actual summer beach Christmas.
Yeah, that's weird.
This is whack. This whole like snow and stuff, bro. No.
You know what the problem is? Is like we have markers for where we're supposed to stand, right? So like instead of like giving me my marker, Mitch thinks that one marker is for his right leg and the other is for his left leg.
It's a power stance, my man. That's right.
And I'm
like that.
I'm like, I can't even get space at the screen. I can't even get my space at the screen.
It's rough out here. You're gonna establish some dominance, Matt. Some of the teams did that today in the lower bracket. Let's actually take a look at how their run went. Wisp has been fighting for their lives once, twice, and now they're here again with the salty rerun against Left Right Good Night, who defeated Dope Gaming as well as Pirates in Pajamas. That is our North American part of the bracket. Of course, we started with the EMEA region. Any big surprises for you there? Anyone you didn't, any unlikely emergence?
For NA, no, I'm surprised actually that Timeless gave up those couple of maps to Left Right Good Night. That's like the Hawk Sugar-free team. Like that. And when Jake's saying there's some shooters up in that high bracket, that's kind of what he's referring to. So now we get to see Left Right Good Night in that last game of the day, and I appreciate the confidence from Riker, but man, that seems like a pretty scary prospect.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow we got all banger matchups, right? You got
an Oval Boxer in that first game.
Yeah,
an Oval Boxer.
An Oval Boxer.
Love that team, love that team.
No, game 1 and 3 are your like winners finals, right?
Yes.
And then like those losers semis in between them, right? I mean, every game tomorrow has some big high stakes on it.
Game of the day, Primal's Tornado versus Timeless game of the day, 100%.
Yeah,
that's your two top NA teams right now. They look absolutely, ferocious.
Who's the player you're most excited to see?
I mean, obviously Hydron.
Obviously Hydra.
Yeah, I mean, like it's basically like the Toronto boys.
I love whenever we can see like Hawk play. I love watching Hawk play. Like obviously,
Lenny Time will be back on as well.
Towards the end of the season, like he wasn't playing a ton. Like
I'm so self-conscious now. I want to just like keep my legs like this. It's really uncomfortable.
Why? What happened? When did the pack?
He called out my egregious man spreading earlier on.
It's not that bad.
People don't actually sit like this, do they?
No, that looks. You look.
You look uncomfortable.
It's excruciating. I'm gonna be honest with you.
This is why you run a 4-minute mile and I run a.
See, that's the kind of vibe. That's the vibe we need here. Have a Coke.
Yeah, but 4-minute mile. That's right.
That's why he runs a 4-minute mile and I run a 2.
Right. That is facts.
30 miles an hour, by the way.
Tomorrow we're actually gonna talk about how time works.
Like a small car.
Yeah. Essentially, it is a small car.
Okay, you guys is too much.
Take us home, son.
Get us out of here, bro.
I don't. How do I get
then
out
I can
of
drink the
that?
unspecified substance in here legally, all right? Let's just.
In my head, I keep on thinking of good transitions out of like the amount of weird things you guys say. You make it really difficult.
Just pretend we're not there. The one with the lights, they'll do the one.
Yeah, look at that one.
That one. I'm gonna ignore those. This little Prius is gonna go home for the night. We're gonna drink that as well. We're gonna be back again tomorrow with more action here in the FlashOps Holiday Showdown. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, and we see you tomorrow.
Cheers.
But it's going to be an overclock from Sorta. He might be able to turn the fight around. He's in such a powerful spot. That's 2 kills already. Sorta can now rotate to the point. And it's a brief moment in the sun for Peps, but Sorta takes the game over. But SRP checks seem unbothered. They want to approach Sorta from that high ground. It's McG falling first. Again, Gala opens up the account. And this is about to get ugly for the Dinosaurs in Pajamas. Damon doing his very best, but his best ain't enough.
And they're going out just like the real Dinosaurs.
You little bro, you beat me in the game? Yeah, but your skins are weak, bro. Your fashion is not on point.
Exactly. Unlike, you're still rocking the same shoes. It's actually incredible.
Don't call me out like that.
I'm just saying.
Want to go on a small flank. There's the overclock. CJ in trouble. Beautiful lamp. Jumps up to the high ground completely out of the side. But Chopper with the diff. Haven just gets shut down.
Nothing of note. It's all on these Sojourns. They both have rail. They're full strafing. Chopper still has a chance. Oh, yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Dude, that's what I'm talking about.
It is nasty.
But exactly, yeah, the beat, the blade, you know, Wisp, they don't quite have their ultimates online, and the stick is now.
Oh, no. Chopper slides into CJ, a freebie. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink in here to try and make this the last fight over this map. Oh, Dynasty! How is he alive? Imagine if he gets out of there. It wasn't to be, though. Looks like Wisp can be able to clean this one up.